Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter raised forged in Valhalla? The descent of the axe-wielder. Harry woke to the sound of war drums. Not the echo of them. The real thing. The beat rolled through his ribs and into the stone under his boots. He already stood on the platform of black rock in front of the great golden doors of Valhalla, as if he had never gone to sleep at all. Banners hung above the doors. They shifted in a wind that did not touch his skin. He smelled iron and smoke and cooked meat. He heard the roar of warriors inside the hall, laughing and shouting over each other. Somewhere further back, a wolf howled once, then went silent. Odin stood at the edge of the platform, staff in one hand, one eye fixed on the sky. Harry walked to his side without speaking. The weight of his axe sat easy in his right hand. His armor creaked when he moved, leather and metal plates worn smooth by years of training and real battle. Runes marked the plates along his chest and shoulders. They glowed faintly, soft blue, then faded again like a slow breath. He stopped beside the All-Father. Odin did not look at him right away. He watched the empty air in front of the platform as if there were something there only he could see. You knew this day would come, Odin said at last. Harry let out a slow breath. There was no point in saying no. Odin did not waste words. Lies had no place in this hall. I hoped it would not be so soon, Harry answered. His voice sounded calm. Inside, his heart pushed hard against his ribs. He did not fear battle. He feared the quiet between them. You have fallen and risen more times than you can count, Odin said. You met shield and steel. You met claw and spell. You greeted them with a steady gaze each time. You are ready for Midgard. Harry tightened his grip on the axe. The runes along the handle warmed against his palm. He thought of the fields below the hall, the clash of weapons, the spray of dirt, the sharp shock of pain that faded as his body knit itself whole again. He thought of roaring until his throat burned and laughing with blood in his mouth at the joy of a fight well met. It is not battle I doubt, Harry said. It is the people you send me to guard. Odin gave a small sound, almost a laugh. Wizard folk, Harry went on. You called them soft. You said they cling to comfort and lies. Why send a Dranger to guard them? Odin turned to him now. The single eye was clear and sharp. Because the storm comes for all, he said. Soft or hard, ready or not. You have seen only one hall of the dead. Boy, there are more. There are more realms. Fate ties them all. When the serpent moves and the wolf breaks free, their shadows will fall on Midgard as well. Harry swallowed. He had heard this before, in pieces. He had seen Odin trace lines in the air with the tip of his staff, lines that glowed faint and white, crossing and nodding in ways that made Harry's head ache if he stared too long. What do you need of me? Harry asked. Odin lifted a hand and touched the scar on Harry's forehead. The skin there tingled. Harry had grown with that mark. It was just part of his face now, like his nose or his jaw. Some warriors in the hall liked to poke at it and joke that it looked like a rune that had gone wrong. You are a knot in the thread, Odin said. Once you were a babe in a crib. A coward with a wand tried to break you. His own spell turned on him. This mark is what remains when fate pulls hard on the strand. There are men in Midgard who would use that knot. They would twist you into a weapon that serves their small plans. Harry thought of the old man with the long beard Odin had shown him once in the pool of sight. Blue eyes behind clear glasses. Hands folded as if in prayer while he left a baby on a cold doorstep. Albus Dumbledore, Harry said. He did not spit. Spitting on the platform would get him a cuff from any shield maiden nearby. Still, his mouth tasted sour. Odin nodded. The one you name, Odin said. He wrapped you in a charm and thought his work done. Then my Valkyrie took you. He does not know what you became here. He only knows you must return now. He has claimed you again with letters and laws. Then I will break his claim, Harry said at once. I am yours. You are not mine, Odin said. You are Dranger. You serve the code, not the hand that points you. Say it. Harry straightened, shoulders back. Do not lie, he said. Do not break an oath. Stand for those who share your table. Meet battle with open eyes. Die with a weapon in your hand. Odin looked satisfied. You go to Midgard as Harry Potter, he said. You go as a warrior of this hall. You will measure these wizards as you see fit. You will keep the innocent from the wolves who walk like men. You do not kneel to kings or headmasters. You do not trust smiles that taste of secrets. Harry watched the empty air in front of the platform. Will I come back, he asked. When your work is done, Odin answered. When the threads demand it. Until then, you remember this. Death is no stranger to you. They will try to frighten you with it. They will fail. Thor came up behind them with the sound of heavy boots. His hand landed on Harry's shoulder. The weight of it almost made Harry shift his stance. Thor was not gentle. Do not forget to shout, Thor said. Midgardians love their quiet halls. Wake them up. Harry snorted. You told me once that I shout too much, he said. Thor grinned. You shout just enough, he said. Freya approached last. Her steps were soft on the stone. Her eyes were not. She cupped Harry's face with both hands. He felt the small cool press of her fingers near his scar. They will call your magic wild, she said. They will call you wrong for walking without a wand. Do not let their small words shrink you. Your voice is your Galder. Your heart is your storm. Do not bind it to please them. Yes, lady, Harry said quietly. She leaned in and pressed her forehead to his for a breath. Remember also that you are young, she said. You have fought. You have died. You have not yet lived with people who fear you. They will anger you. They will bore you. Some will make you want to laugh. You are allowed to want more than battle. Harry met her gaze. He thought of the long tables in Valhalla. Food, drink, lazy wrestling matches when the battles were done. He thought of stories told over cups, of someone leaning against his side as they both sagged from a day of killing. I will try, he said. The air in front of the platform began to ripple. It started as a pale shimmer. Then it deepened to a circle of bright white that pushed outward. A gate without a frame. Harry felt the pull of it in his bones. Tugged at his chest like a hand. Odin stepped back. Go, he said. Walk as Dranger. Watch for the serpent in the grass. Remember who laid you on that doorstep and ask why. Harry shifted his axe to his back. The strap settled across his chest. He rolled his shoulders once. The armor sat as if it had grown there. He bowed his head to the three of them. Not deep. Enough. For Valhalla, he said. For Valhalla, they answered. Then he stepped into the light. The world dropped away. For a moment there was only the rush of wind, the flicker of strange colors, and the feeling that his body had turned to both fire and ice at once. It reminded him of his first real death on the field, when a spear had slipped past his guard and punched through his chest. Shock, then blankness, then the sharp drag of breath as he sat up again on the grass. This time, when his feet hit solid ground, he did not gasp back to life on the field. He stumbled a single step and caught himself. The air was wrong. No smoke. No blood. No sweat of other fighters. Instead he smelled old stone and wax and clean cloth, with a sweet note under it that made him think of sugar. He opened his eyes. He stood in a circular chamber of smooth pale stone. Candles burned in brackets on the walls. Their light crawled over portraits that watched him with wide eyes. A large desk sat near tall windows that showed a night sky full of stars. Little silver things whirred on stands. A bird with red and gold feathers sat on a perch and tilted its head at him. A man waited behind the desk. Long white beard. Long hair. Glasses with round lenses. Blue eyes that tried to look kind and wise and nothing else. Harry knew that face. He had seen it in the pool when Odin wanted to teach him about men who smiled while planning. Harry, Albus Dumbledore said, rising from his seat. His voice was soft. My boy. Harry's hand went to the axe on his back before he stopped it. Not to use it, just to feel it. The familiar weight steadied him. My name is Harry Potter, he said. You are the one who left me on the stone step. Dumbledore paused for a beat. The smile stayed, but Harry saw the small flicker in his eyes. Surprise. Annoyance. The old man covered it quickly. You remember that, Dumbledore said. I see. He walked around the desk. I did what I thought was best. Your aunt and uncle are your family. Harry said nothing. His mind gave him a flash of rough hands, a cold floor, a cupboard. Then another flash stepped over it. A Valkyrie hand, strong and sure, lifting him out of a crib. The heat of a hall full of warriors. Family are those who share your table and your shield, Harry said. Not those who shut you in a cupboard. Dumbledore stopped in front of him. The bird on the perch let out a small sound, as if amused. Harry, Dumbledore said again, more careful now. You have had an unusual childhood. We will speak about it. There will be time. For now, you should know that you are safe. You are at Hogwarts. Harry looked around the room. This is your hall, he said. It is my office, Dumbledore answered. I am the headmaster here. Your hall, Harry said again. Your rules. Your oaths. Dumbledore clasped his hands together. I swear to you, he said. I seek only your good. Harry watched him. Odin had taught him to listen not just to words, but to what came before and after them. Dumbledore did not swear by anything. Not by his magic. Not by the safety of those in his care. The words hung in the air thin and light. That is not an oath, Harry said flatly. Dumbledore blinked. Harry took a breath and let his gaze move. There were 2 chairs in front of the desk. One was empty. The other held a woman with tight lips and a stiff back, dressed in green robes. He had seen her when he first looked around but had not given her more than a glance. She was watching him in a way that reminded him of shield maidens measuring a new fighter. I am Professor McGonagall, she said when she saw his eyes on her. I teach Transfiguration. I am also head of Gryffindor. Harry nodded once. You were told I would come, he said. Not like this, she answered before she could catch herself. Harry looked down at himself. Armored boots, greaves, the leather skirt with hard plates, chest piece marked with runes, fur along the shoulders, axe strap across his chest, the weapon resting between his shoulders like a second spine. He had no wand. What did you expect, he asked. Dumbledore smiled in that same way. A small boy, he said. Lost, perhaps. Frightened. Confused. A boy we would guide. Harry lifted his chin. I am not lost, he said. I am not frightened. McGonagall cleared her throat. Headmaster, she said, we have very little time before the feast. The first years are already on their way. We must decide how to present this to the school. This, Harry repeated, eyes narrowing. This situation, she said quickly. Your arrival. Your attire. Harry gave a short laugh that did not feel amused. You worry that your flock will stare at the wolf at their table, he said. McGonagall straightened. I worry that children will be overwhelmed, she said. You carry an axe into a school. You arrive with battle armor in a place where first years still cry on the boats. Harry rolled his shoulders. The armor clinked softly. I do not strike those who do not raise steel to me, he said. I am not a beast. I am Dranger. Dumbledore's head tilted. Dranger, he repeated. You speak of the old code. The warrior law. You know it, Harry said at once. I know of it, Dumbledore corrected. Old myths. Old stories. It is not a story, Harry said quietly. It is how I live. The bird on the perch ruffled its feathers and let out a small trill. Dumbledore lifted a hand absently and soothed it. Very well, he said. Harry, we will not strip you of your armor. That would be unkind. But we must meet somewhere. The other children will be wearing school robes. The sight of you in full battle gear may cause fear. Harry thought of Valhalla, of the hall full of people dressed for war even at the feast. He thought of the first day he arrived, small and unsure, staring up at giants who clanged with chain and plate. No one had tried to hide who they were from him to spare his feelings. Fear is not always harm, he said. Sometimes fear teaches. Children need safety first, Dumbledore said. Harry met his gaze. The words rubbed at him like grit under armor. Safety. He thought of cupboards and a door that never opened unless someone wanted to shout or hit. You speak of safety, Harry said. You left me in a place with no food, no warmth, no shield. You speak of fear. You wrapped me in a charm and walked away. McGonagall's eyes flared. Headmaster, she said sharply. Dumbledore raised a calming hand. but his smile had slipped now. There were reasons, he said. Your mother's sacrifice, the blood ward, the need to protect you from those who wanted you dead. You must understand, Harry. Choices had to be made. Did you swear to them, Harry asked? To those choices. Did you swear that you would never leave me in pain? Dumbledore did not answer. Harry felt something settle in his chest. Not an explosion. Not rage. Just a clear line. You are not my chief, he said. I will hear your words. I will not trust them without proof. McGonagall shifted forward in her chair. Harry, she said more gently than before, whatever has happened, you are here now. You have a place at this school. I will see to that. Her spine stayed straight. Her mouth stayed tight. But there was something in her eyes that was not cold. It made him think of shield maidens who would shout at you for dropping your guard, then patch you up after. He gave her a small nod. That is an oath I can test, he said. Dumbledore let out a slow breath. Very well, he said. We will continue this talk later. For now, we must bring you to the feast and sort you into your house. Harry frowned. My house, he said. Your home at school, McGonagall explained. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. For houses. For sets of values. Harry considered that. In Valhalla, he said, you share the hall with all who die with a weapon in hand. You do not divide them by colors on their cloaks. Dumbledore smiled again. Our way is different, he said. You will see. Some of your houses may appeal more than others. Gryffindor values courage, chivalry. Hufflepuff values loyalty and hard work. Ravenclaw values wit and learning. Slytherin values ambition and resourcefulness. Harry listened. Courage, loyalty, hard work, wit, learning, resource. All useful. Ambition he could respect if it did not walk over others at the table. What does this house system value most, he asked. Unity or division? McGonagall looked taken aback. I beg your pardon, she said. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Harry did not like that twinkle. Felt like a move on a board. Houses give students a family of peers, Dumbledore said. They also create healthy rivalry. Competition for the House Cup. Quidditch teams. It encourages them to strive. Competition for cups, Harry repeated. While a dark wizard still breathes. The room fell quiet. Dumbledore held his gaze. Even in dark times, he said, children need normal joys. Harry chewed on that. He knew feasts in the hall. He knew songs. He knew wrestling matches that had nothing to do with the practice of killing. Those things made warriors stronger because they reminded them what they were fighting to protect. Very well, he said at last. I will see your houses. I will let your hat look in my head. Dumbledore seemed relieved. Excellent, he said. Minerva, if you would escort Harry down to the entrance hall. I must see to the final preparations. McGonagall rose at once. Come along, Potter, she said. We are already late. Harry glanced at the bird once. It looked at him with a sharp, almost amused eye. He inclined his head to it. The bird made a short, bright sound that sounded far too knowing. Then he followed McGonagall out of the office. The staircase under his feet moved. It did not turn a full circle. Slid sideways, then dipped, then settled in a new place. Harry clenched his jaw and kept his balance. He had walked shifting fields under a storm when Thor felt like playing tricks. This was nothing. That did not startle you, McGonagall said after a moment. I have seen stranger paths, Harry answered. You are very calm, she said. Most children cling to the banister the first time. Children who have never fallen from a cliff with a spear in their side. Harry thought, but he did not say it aloud. They went down stair after stair. Portraits watched them. Some whispered. Some stared openly at his armor and his axe. Is that a weapon? One painted wizard said. Harry looked at the frame. Yes, he said. Should that be allowed? Another portrait murmured. It is allowed, Harry said. Until it is misused. McGonagall shot him a look, but there was a small twitch at the corner of her mouth. He almost smiled back. They reached a wide set of doors. Sounds swelled behind them. Voices, hundreds at once. The smell of roasted meat hit him, heavy and rich. For a moment his chest tightened. It was close to the smell of Valhalla, but not the same. The air here carried less smoke, more polish. Wait here, McGonagall said. I will fetch the first years. You will join them for the sorting. He nodded. She pushed open a smaller side door and slipped through. Harry stood alone in the entrance hall. He looked up. High ceiling. Stone. Torches. Shadowed corners. 2 staircases swept up on either side, like arms. There were suits of armor along the walls. They looked clean, never used. He could tell by the perfect shine and the way they stood, too stiff like mannequins. He walked over to one of them and tapped its chest with his knuckles. The hollow ring hurt his hand a bit. He had hit harder things. This shell has never known a fight, he murmured. It is a costume. A voice sounded behind him. You talk to armor, it said. Weird. Harry turned. A boy with bright red hair stood near the steps. He had freckles, hand-me-down robes that were a little too big, and an open face. A small group of children hovered behind him, all around his age. The boy's eyes went wide when he took in Harry's armor and the axe strap. Bloody hell, the boy breathed. Harry raised a brow. Your words, he said, are honest. The boy blinked. Sorry, the boy said. Name is Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter, Harry said. He watched the flash in Ron's expression. Recognition. Surprise. The usual mix he had seen in the hall when someone new realized they were meeting that Harry. The Harry Potter. A girl's voice cut in sharply from behind Ron. Honestly, Ronald. Do not stare. A girl with bushy brown hair stepped forward. Her robes were neat. She held them like they were almost a uniform. Her eyes moved over Harry's armor, the runes, the axe, the scars on his forearms. There was calculation there, curiosity and fear all braided neat. I am Hermione Granger, she said. You are really Harry Potter. It was not a question, but Harry answered anyway. Yes, he said. I read about you, she went on at once. In modern magical history and great wizarding events. There was nothing about you being a warrior or whatever this is. She gestured at his chest. Books seldom know the whole fight, Harry said. Ron snorted. Trust Hermione to meet a living legend and complain the book was wrong, he said. Hermione shot him a glare. I am not complaining, she said. I am pointing out a gap in information. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Ron's blunt words. Hermione's sharp reply. It sounded like the easy bickering of people who had not yet cut each other. You two share a table already, he said. They both looked at him. What Ron said. In Valhalla you would, Harry said. You talk like people who will either fight side by side or break each other's noses. Ron brightened. Yeah, I can scrap, he said. My brothers had me wrestling since I could walk. Hermione huffed. Violence is not the answer to every problem, she said. In my hall, Harry said, it is the answer to some. You should know when. You should know how to choose others too. Another boy peered around Ron's shoulder. Is that a real axe? He whispered. Can we touch it? Harry shook his head once. Only those ready to kill and die touch this edge, he said. The boy squeaked and ducked back. Hermione frowned. Is that not a bit dramatic? She said. Harry gave her a steady look. You have never had to pull steel free of bone, he said. Her face paled. Ron shifted, uneasy. You have, Ron said quietly. Many times, Harry said. I got up again. The other did not. That weight does not leave your arm. Ron swallowed. Right, he said. So you grew up where again? Not with muggles like us. Harry hesitated. Odin had told him to be careful. To show the truth slowly. Not because truth was shameful, but because people raised in fear might shut their ears if they got the full storm at once. I grew up in a hall of warriors, he said. They called it Valhalla. Hermione's eyes lit up. But that is Norse, she said. Old legend. Warriors who die in battle go there to feast with Odin and prepare for the final war. It is myth. It is home, Harry said. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. You were saying you died, she said slowly. More than once. In his mind, Harry felt again the spear, the sword, the bite of a wolf, the grip of a giant. He had fallen under all of them. He had stood back up in the hall, whole, with a mug in his hand before night ended. Death is a door, he said. I have walked it. Here, the door will close different. That is why I am careful now. Ron let out a low whistle. So you are like some kind of champion, he said. I am Dranger, Harry replied. It is different. McGonagall's voice cut through the air. First years, she called from the side door. Line up, please. We are ready for the sorting. The children jumped into a rough line. Hermione and Ron ended up near Harry by simple instinct, drawn to the biggest gravity in the hall. McGonagall's gaze swept over them, paused on Harry's armor, then moved on as if she had decided something. Remember, she said to the group, you will walk in a straight line behind me. The whole school will be watching. When your name is called, step forward, sit on the stool and put on the sorting hat. It will decide your house. Harry looked at the group. They looked nervous. Some were shaking. A small boy near the back rubbed his hands together over and over. Harry raised his voice enough for those near him to hear. You have already walked through a wall to come here, he said. You crossed a border you did not understand. That takes courage. Do not forget that. The small boy blinked at him. Ron straightened a little. Hermione gave him an odd look, as if trying to file him in the right place in her mind. McGonagall turned to the door. Follow me, she said. They entered the great hall. For a brief moment, Harry forgot to breathe. It was not as big as Valhalla, but it tried. Long tables filled the hall, 4 of them, loaded with empty plates and goblets. Hundreds of students sat on benches, all turned at once toward the line of first years. The ceiling above looked like open night sky, full of stars and drifting clouds. Candles floated over their heads. He did what he had been trained to do. He mapped the exits. Big doors at the far end. Side doors near the staff table. Windows along one side. He counted raised platforms, obstacles, paths between tables. He looked at banners, each with a different color and animal. Lion, badger, eagle, snake. The smell of food wrapped around him. The sound of whispers rose and fell like waves. Look at him. Is that armor? Is that Harry Potter? Why is he armed? The first years flinched under the attention. Harry did not. He had walked into halls full of warriors who judged if you were worth the seat you took. This was just another hall. The only difference was that these faces were young. At the far end, on a raised platform, the staff table stretched. Teachers. Robes. Sleep in some eyes, sharp interest in others. In the middle, under a banner with a lion, sat Dumbledore. Their eyes met. Harry did not look away. McGonagall led the first years to the front. A small stool sat there. On it lay a faded old hat. Harry frowned at it. It reads minds, Hermione whispered at his side, catching his look. This sorts us according to our traits. Objects should not dig into minds, Harry muttered. That is work for seers and gods, not old cloth. Ron looked nervous. What if it puts me in Slytherin, he whispered. My entire family has been in Gryffindor. Mum would lose it. Do you want Slytherin, Harry asked. Ron shook his head hard. Then tell the hat no, Harry said. Can do that, Ron asked. Can try, Harry said. You can answer back. McGonagall unfurled a roll of parchment. When I call your name, she said in a firm voice that carried through the hall, you will put on the hat. Names started. Abbott, Hannah, Bones, Susan. Each child walked forward, trembling or brave, slipped the hat on, waited. Then the hat shouted a house aloud and the table for that house cheered. Ron bounced on his toes, fingers twitching. Hermione breathed in a steady pattern, obviously doing it on purpose. Granger, Hermione, McGonagall called. Hermione squared her shoulders and walked up. She sat, put on the hat. It slid down almost to her eyes. The hall went quiet again. Harry watched her jaw move. She was arguing with it. He could tell. Then the hat shouted, Gryffindor. Hermione sagged in a mix of relief and pride. She went to the table with the lion banner, where students cheered and clapped her on the back. Weasley, Ron. Ron jerked, stumbled, then trotted forward. The hat barely touched his head before it called out, Gryffindor. Ron grinned from ear to ear as he joined Hermione. Harry felt something unwind in his chest again. It made sense. A brave house to hold both of them. Names went on. Harry half listened, half scanned the hall again. He saw a pale blonde boy at the Slytherin table with a pointed face and a smirk that tried to look confident and just came off as sneer. 2 thick boys flanked him like lesser wolves. He saw a dark-haired girl further down the same table, sitting very straight. Her face was calm and cool, but her eyes were awake and sharp. They tracked movement the way his did, always noting exits and edges. He filed her away without knowing why. Then McGonagall cleared her throat. Potter, Harry. The whisper that ran through the hall was not like the others. It felt heavier, like a wave that hit the rocks of the staff table. Harry stepped forward. He heard the scrape of benches as students leaned to watch. His boots made a steady sound on the stone. Armor plates shifted. He walked as if no eyes were on him at all. He sat on the stool. The wood creaked under the weight of his gear, but it held. He lifted the hat and set it on his head. It dropped and slid down until his vision filled with brown cloth and a few loose threads. A voice said in his ear. Well now, this is different. Harry kept still. He had been told the hat would speak. Feeling a voice inside his head was still an unwelcome thing. He let his mind tighten, like an arm ring. Do not dig where you have no right, he thought at it. The hat chuckled. You wound me, it said. I have been sorting children for centuries. I know all sorts. But you, my boy, you were something else. Valhalla, is it? Odin, Thor, Freya. Battle every day and a feast at night. Death like a game, but not quite. Oh yes, I see more than you want to show. Harry felt old kill scenes flash past in the dark. He slammed a door on them. You see what I allow, he said. You read enough to place me. You do not rip my memories apart for sport. The hat went silent for a second, then sounded almost respectful. Very well, it said. You are not like the usual frightened mind I sit on. Let us look at where to put you, then. Images slid near the edge of his thought. A lion, a badger, an eagle, a snake. Gryffindor, the hat mused. Bravery, chivalry, daring. You have courage in spades. You move toward danger, not away. You would fit there, though you are sharper than many of them. Sharp is good, Harry thought. Sharp cuts. Indeed, the hat said. Ravenclaw, then. Mind honed like a blade. You study runes and Galdr with an obsessive focus. You devour knowledge when you want it. You ask second-order questions, not just how, but why and what if. Harry thought of long nights bent over rune texts with Odin, of Freya correcting his Galdr when it went sloppy. I learn what I must to win the war, he said. Books are a tool, not a bed. The hat hummed. Hufflepuff, it said next. Loyalty, hard work, patience. You are fiercely loyal to those you claim as your own. You would die for them without blinking. You work until you fall over and then you get up again. That is true, Harry admitted. You would raise their standards, the hat said. You would bring war to a gentle house, though. I am not sure that is fair. There was a pause. Slytherin, the hat said slowly. Ambition, resourcefulness, pride. You seek power, though not for its own sake. You want to stand where no one can use you as a pawn again. You understand strategy, long games, hidden moves. You would do well there. You could change them, or they could sharpen you further. Harry remembered the pale boy with the sneer. He remembered Odin showing him Dumbledore, talking about men who used ends to justify means. I do not want a house that builds itself on snakes stacked in a pit, he said. Ambition without honor rots. You are full of opinions, the hat said dryly. I am Drenger, Harry replied. I have a code. I will not live under a banner that spits on it as sport. You think Gryffindor will not, the hat said. Some there are brave for show. They charge first and think later. Better to pull a fool back from the front, Harry said, than to try to lift a coward who never left the bench. I can teach courage. I cannot teach someone to stop loving poison. The hat laughed outright at that. Oh, you are going to make noise, it said. Harry tightened his jaw. I will not let you put me where my code will rot, he thought. I will stand where I can keep those I choose safe. I will not be where that old man can use my house as a leash. The hat sensed his thought on Dumbledore and sked. You see more than most your age, it said. You do not trust him. You are right to be wary. Still, he is not the only force here. I did not walk away from a hall of the honored dead just to sit in a corner, Harry said. Choose a banner that will let me fight and protect. The hat sighed. Gryffindor it is then, it said. You will shake them to their core. You will not always be comfortable. You will scream at their foolishness. You will love some of them anyway. Harry felt the answer settle like a weight in his chest. Felt right. Not perfect, but right. The hat shouted out the word. Gryffindor. The hall exploded into noise. The lion table roared and clapped and stamped. Ron leaped to his feet, arms thrust in the air. Hermione clapped as well, eyes bright with a mix of shock and something like relief. The Slytherin table went still. Then a low hiss of whispering started there. The pale blonde boy glared with open dislike. The dark-haired girl watched Harry with a long, steady gaze, then looked away to hide her thoughts. Harry pulled the hat off and stood. He turned to face the hall fully now, without cloth blocking his eyes. Hundreds of faces. Fear, excitement, envy, awe, hate in a few, curiosity in many. He let them look. He let them see the scars along his hands and arms, the scratches on his armor, the axe handle over his shoulder. Then he walked to the Gryffindor table. Ron shoved aside 2 students to make space. Harry, he shouted over the noise. Here. Harry slid onto the bench between Ron and Hermione. The wood creaked. Students along the table shifted to give him room, more from reflex than thought. A tall red-haired boy with a badge on his chest leaned over. Percy Weasley, he said. Prefect. On behalf of Gryffindor, welcome. You have made quite an entrance. Harry nodded. Salutations, he said. Thank you for the place at your table. Hermione frowned at his formal tone. You can just say thanks, she said quietly. I did, he said. In my way. She huffed. But there was a small smile at the edge of it. More names went on. More houses called. Harry did not pay close attention now. He ate with his eyes for a moment instead. So many people. So many soft throats and unscarred hands. So many easy smiles. He felt something heavy settle between his shoulders. Protection, not burden. This is what Odin had meant. These people were not weak because they liked comfort. They were simply unused to teeth. Dumbledore rose from the staff table once all names were done. Welcome, he said, his voice filling the hall without effort, to a new year at Hogwarts. And to those of you who are new, welcome home. Harry listened. This is your place to learn and grow, Dumbledore went on. To make friends and memories. To discover who you are. We will do our best to keep you safe and to help you thrive. Harry's mouth tightened. Safe. He watched the man hold his arms wide as if he could embrace the whole hall. He did not shout challenge. Not yet. Dranger Code demanded you test words with deeds first. So long as you keep your oaths, Harry thought. Eyes on the headmaster. Dumbledore's gaze swept the hall. When it passed over Harry, it slowed. Something like a question rested there. Harry did not blink. The feast began. Food appeared on the plates as if poured from air. Children gasped and laughed. Ron attacked a roast like he had not eaten in days. Hermione tried to keep pace in a more polite way, but ended up grabbing a second helping of potatoes with the same hunger as Ron when she thought no one saw. Harry eyed the meal. He tasted the meat, the bread, the gravy. It was good. Not as rough as the food in Valhalla, but filling. He drank pumpkin juice and decided he preferred mead. You are not eating much, Hermione said. I am measuring, he said. Measuring what, she asked. How much I will have to defend, he answered. She went quiet at that. Later, when bellies were full and plates cleared, Dumbledore gave out the usual warnings about the forest and the corridors that were off-limits. Harry listened close. Forbidden forest. Off-limit corridor. Places where trouble lived. Places that would call him like distant drums. The feast ended. The prefects gathered the first years. Follow me, Percy called out. Gryffindor first years, this way. The journey to the common room was a blur of stairs, turns, and moving portraits. Harry kept pace easily. Armor weight did not slow him. Some students puffed and dragged. Ron tripped once and grabbed Harry's arm to steady himself. Harry caught him and set him upright without effort. You are strong, Ron muttered. You are tired, Harry said. You will grow. They reached a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress. She eyed them all. Password, she asked. Caput Draconis, Percy said. Harry felt his jaw clench. What, he asked under his breath. Ron leaned close. Just some nonsense Latin, he said. You will get used to it. Changes every so often. Harry stared at the portrait as it swung open to reveal a round hole and a short passage. A house that hangs its safety on one silly word, he murmured. And a talking painting that gossip can hear. Hermione heard him. It is not perfect, she said, but it works. There are charms. Charms can be broken, Harry said. She did not know what to answer to that. They stepped into the Gryffindor common room. Warm red and gold. Sofas. Armchairs. A fire burning steady. Students everywhere. Some called out greetings. Some stared at Harry with open mouths. A pair of twins with the same red hair as Ron appeared before them like they had sprung from the floor. Well, one said. Look what the cat dragged in, the other said. You are Harry, the first said. And you look like you walked out of a saga, the second added. Fred, Percy snapped. George, do not bother the first years. Harry eyed the twins. They looked like trouble walking on two legs, but they also had the same light in their eyes he had seen in warriors about to play a trick on Thor. Tricks can be weapons, he thought. If aimed right. Name, he said aloud. Fred said one. George said the other. Harry looked between them, then shrugged. I will learn who is who later, he said. You smell of mischief. I may have use for that. The twins grinned as if he had given them a birthday gift. Nice, one said. We like him, the other said. The first years were soon herded to the dormitories. Boys up one stair, girls up another. Harry followed the group of boys into a round room with beds and trunks. Ron flopped onto the bed nearest the window. This is mental, he said. Magic food, moving stairs, armor boy from Valhalla. Harry set his axe within reach near his own bed. He knelt and ran a hand over the edge once, feeling the familiar bite. Harry, another boy said from across the room. My name is Neville. Neville Longbottom. He looked nervous and kind, shoulders hunched, hands twisting a bit. Harry Potter, Harry said again. Neville swallowed. I lost my parents too, he blurted. Well, not dead. Mind gone. People talk about them all the time. I just thought, maybe. His voice trailed off. Harry looked at him for a long moment. He saw the same weight in Neville's eyes that he saw in some warriors after a bad fight. Not the sharp edge of battle-ready anger. The dull ache of loss that never got to finish. You know what it is like when people tell stories about someone you never got to know, Harry said. Neville nodded quickly. It makes you feel like a shadow, Harry went on. Like you are just a copy of a tale that came before. Yes, Neville whispered. Harry stood, walked over, and set a hand on Neville's shoulder. Then we will write new stories, he said. Ones where we are not echoes. Ones where we stand and choose. Neville looked up at him, eyes wet. You sound very sure, he said. I have died enough times to know what is worth living for, Harry said simply. Ron pulled a shirt over his head. Right, he said. So, we are rooming with a warrior from legend who has died more than once. I am either going to have the best school year or not live through it. Harry smiled for the first time all day. It was small and rough, but real. You will live, he said. I will see to that. You share my table now. Lights dimmed. The murmurs in the room faded. Boys settled into beds with the heavy drag of sudden tiredness. Harry lay back on his mattress. It was soft. That annoyed him a bit. In the hall he slept on benches or on the floor. This felt like lying on a cloud that wanted to swallow him. He stared at the canopy above. It was red. Gold threads made patterns he did not care to trace. His hand drifted to the scar on his forehead. He thought of the hall. The roar. The clash. Thor's hand on his shoulder. Freya's forehead resting against his. Odin's eye, clear and bright. He thought of Dumbledore's smile and empty oath. He thought of the children at the tables. Laughing. Cheering. Shouting his name as if it belonged to a story and not a boy with blood on his hands. I am here, he told himself. I am Harry. I am Dranger. I will see who keeps their oaths. The war drums were far away now. In their place he heard the soft breathing of boys who had never seen a battlefield. Harry closed his eyes at last. Sleep crept up on him, slow and heavy. Hogwarts slept around him. Somewhere above, in the office with windows of star-filled sky, a headmaster sat with folded hands and thought about a boy who had not bent. Somewhere beyond the stars, in a hall of gold, 3 gods watched a red and gold bird on its perch, and listened for the first small crack in an old man's plans. Harry climbed the moving staircase with his jaw clenched and his hand wrapped around the plain wooden staff that hid the axe. Each step hummed under his boots. The stone walls around him felt too smooth, too polite. No battle scars. No smoke. No smell of blood or mead. Only candle wax and dust. The gargoyle at the bottom had slid aside after a muttered password from Professor McGonagall. She had walked him to the stair in tight, clipped silence, lips pressed thin. At the base she had turned to him. "Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you," she had said. "I expect you to be respectful, Mr. Potter." Respect. Harry could still feel the faint ache in his knuckles from driving Draco Malfoy into the floor the night before. He had not killed the boy. He had simply shown him what happened when a man hid behind status instead of strength. In Valhalla that was mercy. "I will be honest," Harry had answered. McGonagall had flinched at that in a way she had not flinched at the idea of him breaking bones. Then she had stepped back and let the stair carry him away. Now the stair clicked into place and the wooden door stood in front of him. Old dark wood. Gold handle. Subtle pressure in the air, like the pause before a shield wall charge. Hogwarts wards folded around this room. He could feel them as a faint buzz against his skin. "Enter." A calm voice called from the other side. Harry pushed the door open and walked in. The office was crowded and warm. Shelves stacked with books and spinning devices. Portraits of sleeping or muttering former headmasters along the walls. A red bird on a golden perch watched him with bright eyes and a small tilt of the head. The light from the windows cut across the room and landed on Dumbledore behind his desk. "Ah," the old man said, rising. "Harry, thank you for coming." Harry did not bow. He stepped forward until the desk was between them. The staff clicked once against the floor. He let the door shut behind him without looking back. "Your tower guards said it was not really a request," Harry replied. Dumbledore's smile was gentle. It did not reach his eyes. Those blue eyes had strange depth to them. Harry remembered Odin's single eye on the high seat, heavy with cost. Dumbledore's gaze did not have that weight. There was calculation instead. "I am afraid there has been some concern," Dumbledore said. "Reports of a rather dramatic altercation with one of your classmates. I thought it best we speak." "The boy insulted my dead parents and bragged about his blood," Harry said. "I offered him a test of strength. He failed. He lives. In Valhalla no one would complain." "This is not Valhalla," Dumbledore said softly. "I noticed." Silence stretched between them. The bird gave a short, musical note that broke it for a moment. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Please," he said, "sit. I promise no punishment is planned. Only a conversation." Harry looked at the chair. Soft cushions. Carved arms. Nothing in Valhalla looked like that. Benches there were rough and strong and meant to hold men in armor. He remained standing. "This will do," he said. Dumbledore's fingers tightened around the back of his own chair for a heartbeat, then relaxed. He sat instead and folded his hands on the desk. "Very well," he murmured. "Then let us talk as two people who both want what is best for our world." Harry did not look away. "You do not know what is best for my world," he said. "You tried to shape it before you even met me." Dumbledore's eyes flickered. He covered the reaction with a fond sigh. "You have had quite the unusual upbringing," he said. "That much is clear. I had hoped you would live a quiet life with your relatives until you were ready for Hogwarts. Circumstances changed. I admit, the news that you were removed from Privet Drive was a surprise for us all." "Do not use soft words," Harry said. "The Valkyrie carried me out of the path of your plan. That is the truth. You lost your cupboard and your control." The portraits along the walls rustled. A few of the painted figures opened their eyes and watched more closely. Dumbledore's pleasant face did not move, but a tight line appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Control," he repeated. "Is that how you see it, Harry?" "That is what it was," Harry answered. "You placed me with people who hate magic. You wrapped the house in wards that tried to cage me. You wanted a small, frightened boy when the time came. A boy who would cling to you and thank you for any scrap of truth. The All-Father saw that. He laughed." Dumbledore exhaled slowly. I placed you with your mother's sister because it was the safest option, he said. Blood wards of extraordinary strength protected you there. Lord Voldemort had many followers still at large. You were only a child. I was still a child when he died, Harry said. And you did not come to claim me when your plan failed. You did not even know where I was for years. Are you going to tell me you did your best? Oathweaver, his voice dropped on those last two words. Odin had a title like that. The one who bound fates. Harry let the comparison hang in the air. Dumbledore's gaze hardened. I understand that Valhalla teaches bluntness, he said. But you tread on sensitive ground. There are things you do not yet know, Harry. Things that must be told at the right time, for your own sake. There it is, Harry said quietly. For my own good. For the greater good. Always another reason to lie. Dumbledore flinched outright at that. The portraits began to whisper to each other. Fawkes shifted on the perch and ruffled bright feathers. Truth can harm as well as heal, Dumbledore said. I carry burdens that no child should have to bear. The prophecy, for example. The nature of your scar. These are not stories to toss at you in your first week at school. Harry tilted his head. You speak of prophecy as if fate is a thing to hide, he said. In Asgard the Norns carve every thread. We train under that knowledge from the start. To face death without knowing why is the real cruelty. Dumbledore's fingers pressed together. Prophecies are tricky things, he said. Self-fulfilling often. To speak them aloud too early is to fix paths that might otherwise remain open. Harry watched him. The excuses tasted the same as the ones Odin mocked when he spoke of cautious kings in Midgard sagas. Men who hoarded knowledge so they would seem important. Tell me this, Harry said. The night my parents died. Did you know he was coming? Dumbledore was silent. Harry took a slow breath. The Drenger code was clear. Courage in battle and in the mind. No flinching from hard questions. He stepped closer to the desk. Did you leave us there as bait? Harry asked. Did you wait for him to come so you could see how the curse behaved? So you could use the result for whatever great plan you built? Dumbledore shut his eyes for a moment. I knew there was danger, he said at last. I knew that the Potters were under threat. I urged them to stay hidden. I urged them to trust me. That is not an answer, Harry said. It is the one you will have for now, Dumbledore replied, eyes opening again sharper. I will not be cross-examined like a suspect in a duel. You are 11 years old. Harry smiled without humor. I have died more times than you have fingers, he said. Age measured in winters does not matter to a man who has crossed the field, been cut open, stood up again and charged once more. Treat me as a child if you like. I will not behave as one. Something in the room shifted. The air pressed down, thick and heavy. One of the smaller brass devices on the shelf began to spin faster, as if reacting to an unseen storm. Dumbledore seemed to feel it as well. His voice gentled again. Harry, he said, please, sit, breathe. We are not enemies. I fought for you that night. I have fought for this world all my life. Everything I have done has been with the aim of safeguarding both. The All-Father fights and pays with his eye, Harry said. He hangs himself from the tree to learn. He does not hide in safe towers while others bleed. Tell me what you paid. Tell me the whole truth. If you cannot, then we are not kin. Dumbledore's expression hardened into something that no student usually saw. Very well, he said softly. You wish for truth. I will give you some. On the night your parents died, there was indeed a prophecy. Part of it fell into the wrong ears. I knew that the Dark Lord might mark you. I knew that if he did, something older than both of us would be set in motion. I had to prepare. That is what leaders do. And you decided my life for me, Harry said. I decided to keep you alive, Dumbledore snapped. Would you rather I had left you to face him as a helpless infant without protections? The blood magic on Privet Drive was the strongest shield I could build. Harry stared at him. The anger inside him was not the wild rage of a berserker. It was cold, controlled, the way Odin had taught him. Let the fire burn under ice so that the blow would be clean. You never asked me, Harry said. You did not even check whether I wanted Midgard life. You assumed I would prefer a cupboard to a hall of warriors. You speak of safety, but the truth is simple. You wanted a weapon that would look at you and see a savior. You did not want to stand before a man who could judge you. Dumbledore's knuckles whitened on the desk. I have made mistakes, he said. Many. I admit that. But I have never once sought to harm you. Harry shifted his grip on the staff. That is not true, he said quietly. He did not raise his voice. He stayed very still. Inside, though, he let his awareness widen. The way Odin had shown him, on the balcony that overlooked the endless dining hall. See beyond the surface. Read the weave. Galder was not only thunder. It was sight, the understanding of structure. Hogwarts wards were dense, old, layered over time. In this room those layers were thicker. Protection, alarms, detection. They hummed like low voices. Harry let his magic rise just enough to taste them. They lit in his sight as faint lines of light. Some in soft gold, some in sharp blue, some in sickly green. Dumbledore's signature ran through them like a thread of pale silver. Harry followed it, in his mind, the way he would trace a rune carved into stone. There, around the desk, a ring of layered spells, meant to shield and bind. Not a surprise. A cautious leader would protect himself. Then deeper, the silver thread ran up the wall and into the air itself. Into the back of Harry's neck. Into the scar. He felt it. A cold tug at the edge of his thoughts. He had not noticed before because he had always held himself ready for battle. Always pushing forward. Now he stopped and turned his attention inward. The scar burned faintly. Not like the echo of the curse. He knew that feel already. This was different. This was a subtle pull downward. A soft weight that urged obedience. Sit. Listen. Trust the kindly old man. He almost laughed. Harry breathed in through his nose and tasted the shape of the magic. He did not have words from Hogwarts for it. In Valhalla it would have been called a weak binding. Not enough to force his will. Enough to dull it. Enough to make him hesitate before questioning the caster. Interesting, he said. Dumbledore froze. What is interesting, Harry? He asked. Harry lifted his free hand and touched his scar. You anchored it here, he said. Clever. The curse left a wound that you could reach. You wove in a spell that makes me want to trust you. That makes me doubt my anger. That makes your voice feel safe. A small thing but constant. It hides itself in the shape of the old scar, so that no healer thinks to check. The portraits erupted into noise. Some shouted protests, some gasped, some swore. Fawkes cried out, sharp and fierce. Dumbledore shot to his feet. Harry, he said, voice taut. You do not understand what you are sensing. Harry ignored the words. He let his magic tighten around the silver thread he could feel. The runes came to him almost without thought. Even without carving, even without blood or metal, the shapes lived in his mind. He imagined them closing around the binding like teeth. Athala for inheritance, he murmured. Tawaz for justice. Soilo for truth. The scar flared white-hot for a heartbeat, then cooled. The tug vanished. Something snapped. The air around Dumbledore's desk hissed as if a row of cords had been cut. For the first time since he arrived, Harry felt completely alone inside his own skull. No quiet pressure. No invisible hands reaching for his leash. He exhaled slowly. That, he said, was a compulsion. Dumbledore's face had gone pale. His right hand trembled slightly. It was a safeguard, he said. A gentle reinforcement. You have immense power, Harry. Untrained. Unstable. I needed some way to make sure you would listen to guidance until you were older. I never forced your choices. Harry stared at him. You chained the mind of a child, he said. Without consent. Without the knowledge of the parents who died to protect him. You touched the wound left by the Dark Lord and twisted it for your own comfort. That is not guidance. That is a crime. Dumbledore's voice rose. I did what I had to, he said. If Lord Voldemort returns, if the prophecy must be fulfilled, we cannot afford a boy raised by warriors who refuses to listen to anyone. The world needs you alive. It needs you careful. I cannot let you run wild with thunder inside your hands. Harry's grip on the staff tightened until the wood creaked. The urge to swing the axe and split the desk in half surged up like a wave. In Valhalla, this level of betrayal would be answered with steel on bone. The Drenger Code, though, had another rule. Justice, not blind rage. Punish according to the worth of the crime, but do not strike down a foe who cannot answer you in kind inside his own hall. That would be cowardice. He stepped back one pace instead. He rolled his shoulders once, as if shaking off invisible chains. So that is the truth, he said. You talk of love and safety, but you put a hook in my mind. You talk of fate, but you treat me as a tool. You talk of honor, but you are afraid to admit what you have done unless I tear the wards open in front of you. Harry, Dumbledore said, trying for calm again. You are upset. Understandable. But this does not change the fact that I care for you. I have watched over you for years. I have sacrificed more than you know. Then show me, Harry said. Tell me everything. Every spell. Every plan. Every prophecy. If you truly care, lay down your secrets. Stand before me as a man, not as a spider in the center of a web. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. For a moment the mask slipped. I will not reveal every piece on the board to an 11-year-old boy who thinks the world is as simple as steel and song, he said. There are powers at work that you cannot yet grasp. You may rage at me. You may resent me. I will accept that. But I will not abandon the strategy that may save countless lives because my chosen champion does not like feeling shaped. Harry laughed once. It was a flat sound. You still think I am your champion, he said. He lifted the staff. The plane would shimmered as he called his magic to it. Runes burned to life beneath the disguise. Red gold lines racing along the grain. The air tasted of metal and storm. I was chosen by the Valkyrie, he said. I was forged by Odin, taught by Thor, judged by Freya. I owe them my honor. I owe my dead companions my loyalty. You, Albus Dumbledore, are nothing but a headmaster who broke an oath. The portraits were in uproar now. Voices rose in shock and outrage. Fawkes beat his wings and launched from the perch, circling the room with a low cry. Dumbledore took a step around the desk, hand half raised as if to soothe. Harry, please, he said. Put down the weapon. There is no need for this display. Harry did not lower it. This is not a display, he said. He drew in a deep breath, felt the thunder answer from somewhere above the castle, beyond the gray sky. In Valhalla he had stood in the courtyard and howled to the storm before battle. This was quieter, but the power was the same. Northern fury flooded his veins. His heart pounded. Every hair on his arms stood on end. He aimed not at Dumbledore but at the far wall, at a cluster of delicate silver devices that ticked and hummed. Ansuz, he whispered for voice. Thurasaz for the blow. The word that came out next was not English. It was old and raw and shaped to carry power. The runes along the staff flared bright. Lightning slammed across the office. It did not come from the window. It came from Harry, from the focus of his will and the rune-etched axe hidden by the staff. A blinding white bolt tore through the air, struck the wall of devices and exploded in a shower of sparks and glass. The room shook. Books toppled from shelves. Portrait frames rattled on their hooks. The smell of burnt metal and ozone filled Harry's nose. Dumbledore staggered, shielding his face with his arm. Fawkes screamed and then glowed, a soft shield of song against the worst of the noise. When the light faded, a jagged black mark burned across the stone wall. The silver devices lay in twisted heaps, smoking. The floor between Harry and Dumbledore was untouched. Harry lowered the staff. That, he said evenly, is restraint. I could have sent that through your chest. I did not. Not because I fear you, but because the Drenger Code does not permit me to cut down an old man in his own hall when he is unarmed and unready. Dumbledore lowered his arm. His face was ashen. Blue eyes stared at the scar on the wall, then at Harry. You attacked me, he said softly. I judged you, Harry replied, and I marked this hall as a place where an oath was broken. The gods are watching now. You cannot pretend you are blameless. One of the portraits, an old witch with tight curls, spoke up over the others. Albus, she said sharply, is what he claims true? Did you place a compulsion on the boy? Dumbledore did not answer her. He only watched Harry. This school is not Valhalla, he said at last. It runs on rules and structures that have kept children safe for generations. If you continue down this path, Harry, you will break more than one old oath. You will tear the order of our world apart. Harry thought of feasts in the Hall of the Slain, of warriors laughing with blood on their faces, ready to die again at dawn, of Odin's dry voice telling him that some worlds deserved to break before they could be reforged. Then it was a weak order, Harry said. An honorable world does not need lies to stand. He shifted the staff back to his shoulder. The runes dimmed but did not vanish. His heart was still pounding, but his hands were steady. I will attend your classes, he said. I will learn your spells. I will live in your tower because some old bond forces me to stay for now. But do not call me your boy. Do not place another spell on me without consent. Do not speak of fate while you twist it in secret. Or what? Dumbledore asked. His voice was tired now. Will you strike me down? Harry shook his head. No, he said. That would be too small. Instead, I will do what Valhalla trained me to do. I will gather my own warriors. I will stand with those who are honest and brave. I will break your enemies in open battle. And when your lies crawl out into the light, I will let the world judge you without lifting a finger. The office was very quiet. Fawkes landed back on his perch, feathers still fluffed, dark eyes fixed on Harry with something like sad understanding. Dumbledore sank slowly back into his chair. His shoulders slumped for a moment. Then he straightened, pulling his dignity back around himself like a cloak. You may go, he said. Return to your dormitory. For now there will be no official punishment for the display you have just given. But understand this, Harry. Whatever you think of me, I am not your enemy. The Dark Lord still lives in some form. There are horrors you have not yet faced. Harry turned toward the door. I have died on battlefields and woken at the feast, he said without looking back. There is no horror you can show me that I have not already met with a shield in my hand. The difference is that the foes there did not pretend to love me while they bound me. His fingers tightened on the handle. He paused there at the threshold and spoke one last time. You are an oath-breaker, Albus, he said quietly. I will not forget that. Neither will the gods. Then he opened the door and stepped out into the cooler corridor air. The heavy would shut behind him with a final, dull sound. Out here the castle noises felt softer. Far below he could hear students laughing, feet on stone, portraits complaining about homework. Life went on, unaware that in the headmaster's office a line had just been drawn that would not be crossed back. Harry stood for a moment on the landing. His scar felt different now, lighter, as if someone had taken a weight off his skull. He rolled his sore knuckles once, the old ache from the fight with Malfoy reminding him that there were still ordinary enemies to deal with. He thought of Ron's easy grin, Hermione's sharp questions, the way their eyes had widened when he had spoken of Valhalla at the table. They deserved the truth as well. First allies, he muttered. Then war. He started down the moving stair, staff tapping a steady beat. Each step carried him closer to the tower and the two friends who did not yet know that their world had shifted. Inside the office above, the burn mark on the wall still smoked. Harry hit the flagstone floor on his palms and kept pushing. Arms bent, arms straight, breath out, breath in. Simple. The stone under his hands was cold and rough. His muscles burned. That was good. Burn meant they still worked. 30, Ron gasped beside him. I am going to die. You are not, Harry said. You would know if you were. Keep going. Neville wheezed on Harry's other side. His face was red. Sweat dripped off his nose and spattered the floor. Hermione finished her set first. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling of the empty classroom. This is ridiculous, she panted. We have only been at school for 3 days. 3 days in a new war, Harry said. You want to stand in it with me, you train? Ron collapsed onto his stomach. I only said I wanted to be your friend, he muttered into the stone. You did not mention morning torture. Harry sat back on his heels. His own shirt stuck to his skin. He let his pulse slow and watched them. They had come without much pressing. That had told him more than any oath. He had asked the night before, after they had all listened to Percy rant about curfews and timetables in the common room. When the others had drifted off toward their dorm beds, Harry had stayed by the fire with Ron and Hermione. Ron had been half asleep against the chair back, feet on the table. Hermione had been reading with her book on her knees, eyes already tired. "I went to see Dumbledore," Harry had said. Hermione had looked up at once. Ron had started. "I thought you were going to tell us what happened," Hermione said. "You just stomped back in, went straight to your trunk, and stared at the window for an hour. It was unsettling." "I needed to think," Harry said. "Now I am done thinking." Ron slid his feet off the table. "He shouted at you about Malfoy?" Ron asked. "Did you get detention already? That would be a record, even for a Weasley." "He is worse than I thought," Harry said. He told them then. Not everything. Not about the exact shapes of the runes he had used. Not about the feel of the compulsion breaking. But enough. He told them about the charm he had found coiled in his scar. He told them that Dumbledore had put it there. He told them how the headmaster had used soft words to excuse it. When he finished, the fire had burned low. Ron had his hands clenched in his hair. "That is not right," he said. "That is not just guiding. That is like slipping me a potion so I do what you want." Hermione had gone very still. "It is a breach of mind," she said. Her voice had sounded flat and shocked. "I read about those charms. They are forbidden. The Ministry ranks them with memory curses." Harry had nodded. "He did it," he said. "He broke the Drenger rule in the worst way. No lies, no hidden chains on the mind. He is an oath breaker now." Hermione had pressed her lips together. "He might have thought he was protecting you," she said. "I am not saying he was right. I am saying you cannot pretend he is the Dark Lord because he made one terrible choice." Harry had met her gaze. "I do not," he said. "Voldemort tried to kill me. Dumbledore tried to hold a leash. One is a knife. One is a chain. They are not the same. Both can kill if you trust them." Ron had flinched at the name, then forced himself to stay seated. "Blimey," he muttered. "You just say it, do you?" "The name," Harry said. "Yes." Hermione had shut her book. "What are you going to do?" she had asked. Harry had looked at both of them. "That depends on you," he said. "Dumbledore thinks he can shape me. Voldemort will try to kill me again. The Ministry will do whatever keeps them safe. I will not stand alone for all that. I was not trained to stand alone. In Valhalla you go to battle with a shield ring. People at your side. People you trust." Ron had snorted softly. "You are not going to get that from most wizards," he said. "People love gossip and backing away when things look scary." "Then I find the ones who do not," Harry said. "I build from there." He had leaned forward. "You sit at my table now," he said. "You share my food, my fire. That means something where I come from. It means if a spear flies at your back, I catch it. It means if someone tries to use you to reach me, I break them. But it also means this. If I go to war, you go with me. If I train, you train. If I swear an oath, you feel the weight of it too." Hermione had swallowed. "That sounds like the military," she said. "Or a cult." "It is a hall," Harry said. "A simple one. You can step out. You can say no. I do not own you. But if you stay as Drenger. You do not get to stand in the safe place while I take the blows for you." Ron had stared at the fire for a long moment. "You could have said we would get cool magic out of this first," he said. "Lead with that, mate." Harry had almost smiled. "You will," he said. "The magic comes from the code, though. Not the other way round." Ron had looked at him. "You asked what we wanted on the train," Ron said. "Remember? You asked whether we wanted to stand on the hill or hide behind it." "I remember," Harry said. Ron had sighed. "I am not a hero," he said. "I am not my brothers. But I am not a coward either. I have wanted to be more my whole life. To be worth something that is not just a name. If that means push-ups at dawn and almost dying in homework. Fine. I am in." Hermione had rolled her eyes at almost dying as a phrase, but she had nodded too. "I do not like violence," she said. I read books. I solve problems. That is what I am good at. But if you are right about the headmaster, then pretending everything is normal will not fix it. If there is going to be a war, I want to be someone who can help end it, not just write about it later. She had met his gaze squarely. So yes, she had said, I am in. But I reserve the right to tell you when you are being an idiot. That is part of the job, Harry had said. That was how they had ended up in an empty classroom at dawn, sweating on the floor. Now Ron rolled over onto his back and stared at the ceiling. So what is next? He asked. Do we fight an imaginary dragon or something? Not yet, Harry said. We build the base first. Your body is a weapon before magic is. You need to know how long you can run, how hard you can take a hit before your legs stop. Then we add the rest. Neville pushed himself up to sit, legs shaking. I am not good at this, he said quietly. I was never good at sports. My gran says I am a disappointment. Harry looked at him. Your gran is wrong, he said. Neville blinked. How do you know? He asked. Because you are still here, Harry said. You did not run when I said training. You did not say no. That is enough to start. Strength can be built. Courage is harder to find. Neville swallowed and nodded once. Hermione sat up as well, pushing her hair out of her face. You mentioned a hall, she said. A table, a shield ring. That sounds like a group. Are you planning to name us something ridiculous? I am warning you now. I refuse to be in anything called Harry's Horde. Harry snorted. No, he said. Names come later, after you bleed together. Otherwise it is just paint on a shield that has never taken a blow. Ron raised a hand weakly. I would vote for something with lion in it, he said. Or dragon. Dragons are cool. Hermione pointed at him. That is a good sign you should not be in charge of naming, she said. Harry watched them bicker and felt that strange tight place in his chest ease again. This was the price and the reward. People who could laugh after pain. People who would complain while still doing what needed doing. A soft flutter of wings broke the moment. All three of them looked up. A tawny owl sat on the windowsill. It tapped the glass with its beak until Harry crossed the room and pushed the window open. The owl stuck its leg out at once. A strip of parchment was tied there with neat twine. Harry took it. The owl hooted once and launched itself back into the morning air. He unrolled the parchment. The ink was precise and dark. The letters tall and sharp. Lord Potter, he read aloud. Gringotts requests your presence for an urgent review of accounts and wards related to your estate and magical status. Irregularities have been detected in guardian authority and mind work placed without proper goblin oversight. As holder of the Potter line and Dranger bound by the Code of Dignity, your consent and judgment are required. Present yourself at the main hall of Gringotts this Saturday. Passage token will be provided. The signature at the bottom was a set of slanting marks that made Ron squint. That looks like a cat ran across the page, Ron said. Goblin script, Hermione said. That is official. They do not send letters lightly. Harry turned the parchment over. Another small square was affixed to the back. A dull metal token lay there, pressed flat. Runic circles etched its surface, tingled under his fingers. They feel the break, Harry said quietly. Hermione frowned. The break? She asked. The compulsion, Harry said. The goblins hold vaults. They also watch the flow of magic through wards that touch money and blood. Dumbledore used my scar and my status as child of a vault holder. He did it without their consent. They call that insult. Hermione's eyes widened. Wait, she said. Are you saying Gringotts checks charms placed on people with accounts? They check anything that might affect contracts, Harry said. Dignity is not only pride. It is clean dealing. You do not touch a person's mind if that mind signs paper with you. Ron shook his head slowly. Dumbledore messed with the wrong crowd, he said. I have heard Dad say that goblins take offense very seriously. Ministry workers talk about them like they are ticking bombs. Harry ran his thumb over the token again. They think I am Dranger, he said. The letter says so. Someone there heard about how I treat them. Or they heard from people who know the code. Hermione narrowed her eyes. Did you offend any goblins on your first trip with Hagrid? She asked. You would tell me, right? Harry gave her a patient look. I greeted them as warriors, he said. They looked at me as if they were not used to that. That is all. She relaxed. Good, she said. Because we are going back. Ron sat up straighter. We are, he asked. Us. Harry folded the letter. I cannot go alone, he said. You said you wanted in. This is the next step. Gringotts will offer more than a vault check. They will want to tie me to them to spite Dumbledore. That can help us. Can also bind us if we are careless. I want both of you there to hear every word. Hermione chewed her lip. Will they even allow that? She asked. They said Lord Potter. That is you. Not us. We are just first years. Harry shrugged. They know you share my table, he said. They will understand that. Goblins believe in fighting circles too. They know no warrior stands alone in battle. Neville raised his hand again, shy. Could I come? He asked. I know I am not much use yet, but my gran says the Longbottoms have old accounts too. Maybe the goblins will tell us if something is strange there as well. Harry looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he said. You come. More ears. More eyes. Ron groaned. Mum is going to burst a blood vessel when she finds out I went to Gringotts without an adult, he said. But it will be worth it. Harry smiled. You will have an adult, he said. Just not the kind you are used to. Hermione narrowed her eyes again. That sounds ominous, she said. Harry tapped the token. Saturday, he said. We meet at the common room hearth. Wear your best robes. Goblins like to see that you respect the space. Then we see how deep Dumbledore's hands reached. Saturday came with gray sky and a steady wind that rattled the castle windows. Harry sat by the Gryffindor fire in full school robes. His armor was gone from sight, but he felt the weight of it still. His axe lay on his back beneath the plain staff disguise. Runes slept under wood. Ron arrived with his tie crooked. I am nervous, he admitted. I have been in Gringotts a few times with my family, but they always talked over my head. This feels like walking into Mum's room after breaking something. You know you are in trouble, but you do not know how yet. Hermione fixed his tie with brisk fingers. We are not the ones in trouble, she said. Not this time. Neville joined them, robes even more rumpled than Ron's. He clutched a small pouch in one hand. I brought my key, he said. Gran keeps it in the top drawer of her dresser. She thinks I do not know that. Harry nodded. Good, he said. Keep it close. Do not hand it over until I say so or until a goblin explains why they need it. Hermione frowned. Is that not a bit paranoid? She asked. It is just careful, Harry said. Respect does not mean blind trust. He took the token from his pocket and held it out on his palm. The metal warmed at once, as if glad to be used. Runes flared along its surface, lines of deep red and sharp white. Place your hands on my arm, Harry said. All of you. Do not break contact until we arrive. Ron and Neville grabbed his sleeves at once. Hermione hesitated a fraction, then set her hand on his wrist. Harry pressed his thumb into the center of the token and spoke the single word carved there. The common room vanished. The sensation was not like normal wizard travel. It felt less like being yanked through a tube and more like stepping through a door that did not exist until you were already moving. One moment they stood by the Gryffindor fire. The next they stood in the marble hall of Gringotts. The cool air hit Harry's face first. Then the smell of metal, parchment, and dragon. Tall pillars rose up around them. Goblins sat at their desks, quills scratching, eyes bright. The sound of coins clinking came from distant chambers. A few witches and wizards in fine robes turned to stare at the sudden arrival of 4 first years. Harry ignored them. A goblin in burnished armor approached. This one was older than the tellers Harry had seen last time. Scars lined his face. His armor plates were etched with symbols that were not quite runes, but close. A sword hung at his side. The hilt was plain and very well kept. He stopped in front of Harry and looked him up and down. Lord Potter, he said. His voice was dry, but there was a faint note of approval. He spoke the title as if it meant more than a pile of gold. Harry inclined his head. Warrior of Gringotts, he answered. I greet you as Dranger. The goblin's brows rose. Few wizards know that word, he said. Fewer deserve it, Harry replied. The goblin's teeth showed in a thin, sharp smile. I am Ragnarok, he said. Director, you are in my hall. You walk here as guest, not as client. That is a rare thing. We will try not to waste it. Harry gestured to the others. These are Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, he said. They share my table. They share my oaths. They are here to hear and to judge with me. Ragnarok flicked his gaze over them. The Weasleys owe us more coin than they like to admit, he said. The Longbottom vaults are old and deep. The Granger name is new to us. Hermione flushed. My parents are dentists, she said at once. They are not part of this world. Not yet. Ragnarok looked at her for a long moment. You speak cleanly, he said. You stand straight even when I name your lack. That is a good sign. He turned back to Harry. Come, he said. We will go somewhere more private. These matters are not for wandering ears. He led them past the teller desks and into a side corridor. The walls there were lined with tapestries. Not the usual wizard ones of flowers and knights. These were of battles. Goblins with spears and axes, fighting wizards in robes. The detail was sharp and unflinching. Blood poured. Bodies lay. There were no smiling heroes. Ron stared at one of them as they passed. Mum would have kittens if she saw this, he whispered. Then do not bring her, Ragnarok said without looking back. He opened a heavy door and ushered them into a chamber lit by soft lamps. A table sat at the center. Not a desk. A table. 2 long benches flanked it. Harry stopped. This looked more like home than Dumbledore's office ever had. The table was scarred with age. The benches had dents from armor. The air smelled of ink and oil and something sharp that Harry could not name. Ragnarok took a seat at the head of the table. Sit, he said. All of you. We speak here as equals as far as blood and age allow. Harry sat opposite him. Ron slid in beside him. Hermione and Neville took the other bench. Ragnarok laid out a stack of parchment. These are the records tied to the Potter estate, he said. Vault keys, guardianship papers, wards. These outlines should match the blood and will of your parents. They do not. Hermione leaned forward, eyes already scanning the top page. You have copies, she asked. How complete are they? Complete enough, Ragnarok said. We do not lose paper. Wizards do. Neville clutched his pouch tighter. What do you mean the wards do not match? Harry asked. Ragnarok tapped a line of text with one claw. This is the original directive, he said. The will of James and Lily Potter. It states that in the event of their death, the child is to be placed with Sirius Black, or if that is not possible, with other named guardians from their circle. Dumbledore is listed as magical advisor only. He is not given the right to place the child elsewhere, nor to place mind work on him without goblin review. He slid another parchment forward. This, he said, is the ministry registration of guardianship that arrived after your parents died. It was signed by Dumbledore as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. It places you with Petunia Dursley as primary guardian and names Dumbledore as magical guardian with full right to ward, bind, and direct. Harry's hands curled into fists. So he overruled their will, Harry said. Ragnarok bared his teeth. He used his titles to write his own version of it, he said. We tried to block it. The ministry declared it a matter of human law and pushed it through without us. That is their right as long as no goblin contracts are touched. It left a mark all the same. Hermione looked ill. They just ignored your parents' wishes, she said. They were dead, Ragnarok said. Dead humans are often ignored by living ones. We remember. The paper remembers. Magic remembers. He tapped another page. And now we come to the mind work, he said. After your return to Hogwarts, we felt a new thread tied to your scar. Not the old curse trace. Something else. Touched our wards. It tried to use the vault as anchor. That breaks our dignity rule. No one uses mind magic tied to gold without our consent. He fixed his gaze on Harry. You snapped it, he said. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. In the headmaster's office. Ragnarok's eyes glinted. Good, he said. We felt the cut. We sent for you. Neville sank forward a little. Does this mean Dumbledore can be charged? He asked. With something. Ragnar tilted his head. Charged by whom? He asked. The ministry he leads. The Wisengamot he chairs. The school he runs. No. Wizards forgive the sins of those who make them feel safe. Goblins do not live in that dream. So what can we do? Hermione asked. Her hands were clenched on her knees now. Harry looked at her, then at Ragnar. We can claim what is ours, he said. And we can stop him from doing it again. Ragnar nodded once. The Potter line holds old contracts with us, he said. Your ancestors treated us as partners, not as servants. They did not always like us, we did not always like them. But we respected each other. That is why the vaults still stand. He pulled out a final parchment. This is the code of dignity, he said. The first rule we use with any wizard family that wants more than a simple box of gold. It has stood for more than 5 centuries. The parchment was shorter than Harry expected. The script was clean. No loops or flourishes. Ragnar read aloud. First, he said, no deceit in speech when sitting at a shared table. Second, no oath made within these walls can be broken without price. Third, no mind shall be altered or bound by magic that touches our contracts, save with our knowledge and the consent of the one bound. He set the paper down. Your parents signed this, he said. Dumbledore signed it as witness. He broke the third rule when he touched your scar. That gives us cause to act. If you wish it. Harry felt something settle in him. Another clear line. Another weight. What can you do? He asked. Ragnar smiled without humor. We can file a formal complaint with the Wisengamot and refuse to honor any financial directive from Dumbledore that involves you, he said. We can freeze any funds he tries to move in your name. We can also open your parents' will in front of you and update the guardianship in our records to match your choice. Not his. Ron's eyes popped. You can choose your own guardian, he whispered. Can you adopt yourself? Is that allowed? Hermione swatted his arm. That is not how it works, she said. Harry put his hand flat on the table. I do not want another guardian, he said. I will not trade one master for another. I am old enough in battle years to stand for myself. Ragnar eyed him. Human law will not see you as adult for some time, he said. Goblin law is more flexible. There is one path. You can claim the title of head of house now. That requires you to take on all debts and duties of the Potters at once. You would have to sign with blood. You would not be allowed to back away when it becomes heavy. Harry thought of Valhalla, of shields handed to him when he was small, of being told to stand in the front rank anyway. Duty does not wait for birthdays, he said. Show me where to sign. Hermione stared. Think about this, she said quickly. You would be tying yourself to something you do not fully understand. There could be political implications, marriage contracts, expectations. Harry met her eyes. People already expect things from me, he said. They see the scar and they decide. I would rather choose my own weight than let them pile it on while I stand still. Neville nodded a little. I get that, he said softly. Everyone at home talks about my parents. No one looks at me. If there was a way to stand up and say I am here too, I would take it. If I were brave enough. You came here, Harry said. That counts. Ragnar slid the parchment toward Harry. This is the blood claim document, he said. You will prick your finger, press it to the seal, and speak your name and intent. Once you do, Gringotts will treat you as full adult in all estate matters. Wizards can argue all they like in their own halls. Our halls will stand by this choice. Harry took the quill and the small knife Ragnar offered. The blade bit his finger. Bright red well up. He pressed it to the empty circle on the parchment. The paper drank in the blood. Runes flared along the edge of the page in soft gold. Not Norse. Goblin. Harry spoke. I am Harry James Potter, he said. I claim the duty and burden of head of the Potter house. I will honor the code of dignity and stand by my oaths. No one binds my mind. No one uses my name as a tool without my consent. The air in the room hummed. Ragnar nodded in sharp approval. So witnessed, the goblin said. Gringotts recognizes your claim. Any future attempt from Dumbledore to act as your guardian in our system will be refused and noted as breach of contract. Ron let out a long breath. You just stood up to the most powerful wizard in Britain in front of the people who hold his money, he said. You are going to make a lot of enemies. Harry lifted his finger. The cut had already closed. I am not here to make friends with his kind, he said. I am here to build with those who will fight beside me. Ragnarok steepled his fingers. In that case, he said, there is one more matter. You spoke of allies. Goblins can be that. For a price. Hermione tensed. What sort of price? She asked. Not gold, Ragnarok said. We have enough of that. We want something rarer. Respect indeed, not only in words. He looked at Harry. You treat us as warriors, he said. You use the old word Dranger and you mean it. If we stand with you, we will ask you to hold to that even when it costs you. When the ministry tells you to sneer at us. When your friends repeat jokes. When it would be easier to stay quiet. Harry did not hesitate. Mocking an ally is breaking table law, he said. If anyone who shares my ring does it, I will correct them. If they keep doing it, they leave the ring. Hermione flushed. I have never mocked goblins, she said quickly. Words are not the only kind of insult, Ragnarok said. There is also forgetting, using, assuming. She ducked her head. I will remember that, she said. Ragnarok nodded. In return, he said, Gringotts will keep your assets beyond the reach of Dumbledore and anyone he sends. We will also watch certain flows for you. If money moves suddenly to places it should not, you will hear about it. And if you need a place to store things you do not wish other wizards to find, we have vaults for more than gold. Harry thought of Horcruxes and curses and dangerous artifacts he did not yet know but surely would meet. That is a fair trade, he said. They spoke for another hour. Neville had his own vault checked. The goblins confirmed that his guardianship papers matched his parents' will. No one had tampered. Neville nearly sagged in relief. When they finally left the private chamber, the marble hall felt different. Harry walked through it as head of house now, not as boy with a key he did not understand. Ragnarok walked them back to the token circle. One last thing, the goblin said. He looked past Harry's shoulder. Lady Greengrass, he called. Harry turned. A girl stood near one of the pillars. He recognized her at once. The dark-haired Slytherin he had seen in the Great Hall during the sorting. She wore neat robes with the green serpent crest. Her posture was perfect. Her expression was calm. Her eyes were sharp. She walked toward them with measured steps. Director, she said, dipping her head. You asked to see me after my family business was concluded. Ragnarok bared his teeth. Indeed, he said. Lord Potter, this is Daphne Greengrass. Her family holds contracts with us as old as yours. They pay on time. They listen. That is rare for purebloods. He looked between them. You share concerns, he said. You should speak. Daphne studied Harry openly. So the rumors are true, she said. Harry Potter returns in armor and lightning, calls the headmaster an oathbreaker, and walks into Gringotts to take control of his house. I thought the story had grown in the telling. It appears not. Ron bristled. You Slytherins talk a lot about us, he said. Daphne did not look at him. We watch, she said. Talking is a Gryffindor habit. Watching is ours. Hermione crossed her arms. Spying, you mean, she said. Daphne's eyes flicked to her. Information is survival, she said. You do not survive in my house without it. Harry stepped forward. You know about the compulsion, he said. Daphne's gaze returned to him. I know that Gringotts filed a formal complaint this morning, she said. I know that the Greengrass account manager looked very pleased with himself after the meeting. He smelled a shift in leverage. I know that Dumbledore will not enjoy receiving a notice of breach. Her lips curved slightly. And I know that you volunteered to carry that breach on your back, she said. That is not something most people our age would do. Harry held her gaze. Most people our age have not died on battlefields, he said. Her eyes darkened. I read the reports, she said. You vanished from Privet Drive and were declared missing. Some wrote you off as dead. The stories about Valhalla sounded like madness. Then you arrive and you use a rune word to crack the headmaster's wards. She tipped her head. Valhalla is real, she said. It was not quite a question. Yes, Harry said. Daphne nodded once. I thought so, she said. Hermione frowned. You believe him, she said. Just like that. Daphne turned her head slowly. I believe the evidence, she said. Wandless lightning. Compulsion broken. Goblins calling him Drenger. Director Ragnarok taking a personal interest. None of that fits a simple story about a neglected boy who discovered magic by accident. It fits a forged warrior. Ron frowned. Why do you care? He asked. Daphne finally looked at him. Because my family is not stupid, she said. We backed the Dark Lord at first. Then we saw what madness he really carried and we pulled back as quietly as we could. That did not save us from suspicion. If he returns, my house is in danger from both sides. If Dumbledore has no true check on his power, we are in danger as well. She went back to Harry. You are a third point in that line, she said. Not light, not dark, something else. Something bound by a code older than either side. It would be foolish not to watch you. It may be wise to stand near you when the storm comes. Harry studied her. You speak like a tactician, he said. I speak like someone who has watched her parents balance dinner tables full of knives, she said. Ron grimaced. Cheery, he muttered. Daphne ignored him. You made an alliance with goblins today, she said to Harry. They will not announce it, but the fact that you walked out of a private chamber with Ragnarok himself will spread through all the right channels. That gives you leverage. It also gives you a target. Harry nodded. I know, he said. Do you? She asked. Truly, her eyes held his steadily. Dumbledore will smile and pretend nothing is wrong, she said. He will try to win you back with warmth. The Dark Lord, if he returns, will try to break you in half. The Ministry will try to use your fame. The pure blood families will try to steer you. Goblins will test you to see if you truly honor the code. All of that at once. She let out a slow breath. Loyalty has a price, she said. You said those words in the hall, after you knocked Malfoy down. People heard. Some of us were listening. Harry felt a small spark at that. Not lust. Not yet. Recognition. You agree, he said. She gave a small, careful shrug. I was raised on old magic, she said. My father tells me stories of warriors who kept their word even when kings betrayed them. I am in Slytherin. I value ambition and survival. But there is a line. There must be, or all this is dust. She stepped closer. If I stand near you, she said, voice low now. If I share information, if I use my house ties to help you read the political field and to shield your allies from some of the knives, what do I get in return? Ron opened his mouth. A headache, he said. Hermione elbowed him hard. Harry ignored them both. You get a place at my table, he said. You get a shield at your back. You get someone who will not sell you when it is convenient. Daphne's mouth curled. Not quite a smile. And when my family's interests clash with yours? She asked. When my father wants to take one path and you take another, what happens then? Harry did not look away. Then you choose, he said. And you pay the price. Same as we all will. Her eyes flicked over his face, searching for something. You are asking a lot, she said. More than any first year has the right to ask. I am not a first year inside my bones, Harry said. Neither are you. You would not be here alone if you were. For the first time she looked the slightest bit unsettled. You are very direct, she said. Drenger, he replied. We do not play word games about oaths. Ragnarok cleared his throat. I am old, he said dryly. I do not have time to watch you two dance around this all afternoon. Decide whether you will stand together or not. My hall has other matters. Daphne shot the goblin a brief, respectful look, then straightened. Very well, she said to Harry. Here is my offer. I will not swear some flowery vow today. That would be false. I do not know you enough for that. But I will agree to this. I will not move against you in secret. I will warn you if I hear something that threatens you or your friends. I will keep what you tell me in confidence unless you give me leave to share it. In return, you treat me as ally, not as spy, until I prove otherwise. Harry considered that. That is a starting line, he said. Enough for now. He extended his hand. Daphne looked at it. For a heartbeat her mask slipped and something like surprise showed. Most pure-blood boys would demand a bow, she said. I am not most boys, Harry said. She set her hand in his. Her fingers were cool. Her grip was firm. Sparks did not fly. The hall did not shake. But something shifted. A thread tied itself between them, thin and new and real. Ron muttered under his breath. This is going to be trouble, he said. Hermione shushed him. Ragnar snorted. This will be interesting, he said. He handed Harry the token again. Use this when you need us, he said. Do not waste it on nonsense. We are not your messenger service. Harry nodded. Understood, he said. Ragnar watched him for a moment longer, then inclined his head. Walk as Dranger, he said. Walk as warrior, Harry answered. The token flared once under his fingers. The Gringotts Hall vanished. They landed back in the Gryffindor common room with a stumble. Ron caught the edge of a chair. That is never going to feel normal, he said. Hermione leaned against the table, eyes shining. That was incredible, she said. Real law, real contracts, real consequences. Harry, do you understand what you just did? You forced Gringotts to recognize you as head of house before the ministry ever would. Harry sat down on the nearest sofa. I did what needed doing, he said. The rest is noise. Neville eased down onto an armchair. My Gran is going to be furious, he said. Then she is going to be proud. Then furious again. In that order. Ron laughed. Yeah, he said. Probably. Hermione chewed the inside of her cheek. And Daphne Greengrass, she said. What do you think about her? Ron made a face. Slytherin, he said at once. You heard what Mum said about that house. What your mother said is not law, Hermione shot back. She seemed honest. In a very unnerving way. I think she means to keep her word. Harry thought of Daphne's eyes. Cold on the surface, calculating, but with that thin thread of disgust when she spoke of kings and knives. He thought of the way her hand had felt in his. He thought of her willingness to walk into a goblin hall alone at 11. She understands price, he said. That matters. Hermione watched him. You like her, she observed. I respect her, Harry said. Liking comes after people keep or break their word. Ron groaned. Great, he said. First you drag us into a private meeting with goblins. Then you make deals with Slytherins who talk like my dad after a day at the office. Next you will tell me we are going to start training in our free time. Harry raised his brows. We already started, he said. Ron threw his hands up. I was hoping you forgot, he said. Harry stood. I do not forget people who share my ring, he said. Come on. There is an old courtyard behind the greenhouses. The stones are worn enough to cushion a fall. We will start there. Neville groaned, but he stood too. Hermione fixed her robes and followed. The courtyard was quiet when they reached it. Low walls, packed dirt in the center. Stone worn smooth by years of sun and rain. A few practice dummies stood near the wall, cracked and faded. Harry ran his hand over one. This will do, he said. He turned to them. You asked what you get from standing with me, he said. Today you saw goblins, old law, Slytherin politics. You saw how quickly allies appear and enemies choose new tactics when you claim your own fate. That is one part. The other part is this. Training until your lungs burn. Ron sighed. You are not going to let that go, he said. No, Harry said. He showed them stances first. How to plant their feet. How to keep balance when someone shoved them. How to fall so their heads did not crack on stone. They took turns trying to knock each other over. Hermione surprised them by being good at it. She used angles and timing, not raw strength. Neville was shaky at first, then found a stubborn center that made him hard to move when he set himself. Ron fought like he talked, fast and messy but with a core of courage that threw him back into the drill every time he hit the ground. Sweat soaked their shirts. Hands scraped on stone. Breaths came in harsh pulls. Keep your guard up, Harry said again and again. You cannot cast if you are already on the floor. You cannot think if your head just hit the wall. As the sun slid lower, another shadow appeared in the doorway. Interesting, a cool voice said. Gryffindors training without wands. That is new. Daphne stood in the arch. She had shed her formal robe. Under it she wore simple dark clothes that fit close to the body. No jewelry. Her hair was tied back. Ron groaned softly. Of course, he muttered. Slytherin spy. Hermione shot him a look. Daphne ignored them both. She looked at Harry. Greengrass, he said. Potter, she replied. He nodded to the courtyard. Here to watch, he asked. Or to join. She looked at the practice dummy, at the scuffs on the ground, at the flushed faces of the others. For now, she said. To see if you were serious. Harry nodded once. Take a place in the line, he said. Or leave. Standing on the edge is not Drenger work. Her eyes flashed briefly. You are very quick to demand that word of others, she said. I demand it of myself first, Harry said. Ask the headmaster. She smirked, just a touch. Oh, I intend to, she murmured. Then she stepped into the courtyard. I will try your lesson, she said. If only to have a story to tell when the rest of my house brags about their dueling club. Ron glared at her. You have a dueling club already, he asked. That is not fair. Life rarely is, she said. Harry put Ron opposite her. Ron, he said, do not treat her like glass. She chose to be here. Daphne, do not aim for his throat yet. You both learn. You both stay standing. They stared at each other across the dirt. Ron shifted his weight, unsure. Daphne moved first. She did not charge. She stepped in, tested his stance with a light push. When he wobbled, she swept his leg. He hit the ground with a huff. Hey, he complained. You dropped your weight into your heels, she said. Do not center it. Harry watched. He saw it then. Not just her skill, her patience. She corrected quietly. She did not gloat. When Ron managed to keep his feet for 3 exchanges, she inclined her head and said, You are learning, Weasley. By the time the sky darkened, all 4 of them were bruised and sore and breathing like they had run up every stair in the castle twice. Harry called a halt. That is enough for today, he said. Drink, stretch, then sleep. You will feel this tomorrow. That is the point. Neville sat down hard on the low wall. I already feel it, he said. Hermione rolled her shoulders with a wince. My arms are going to fall off, she said. Do not laugh at me tomorrow when I cannot lift my wand. I will help you lift it, Harry said. Then I will laugh with you. Not at you. Ron flopped onto his back in the dirt and stared at the sky. If Mum saw me now she would drag me home by my ear, he said. But it was not all bad. Daphne stayed standing. She watched Harry for a moment, then walked over. You are serious about this, she said. Training. Oh, all of it. Yes, Harry said. She looked at the others. You will not stop when it gets hard, she said to them. It sounded like a statement and a test at once. Hermione met her gaze. No, she said. I do not plan to. Neville swallowed. I am tired, he said. I am scared, but I am tired of being scared and doing nothing. So no, I will not stop. Ron groaned, then lifted a hand. If I say yes, will you stop talking so I can breathe? He asked. Daphne's mouth twitched. She turned back to Harry. Then I will tell you what this looks like from my side, she said. I walked out of Gringotts today with my father. He had a new light in his eyes. He smells change coming. He also smells danger. He will not move until he sees where you stand. My house will watch you. Some will plan to use you. Some will plan to kill you. A few, like me, will wait to see whether you are worth standing beside. Harry held her gaze. And what do you think? He asked. She looked at his bruised knuckles, at the way he moved without a limp despite the drills, at the way he put himself between the others and the open arch without seeming to think about it. I think you are trouble, she said. But maybe the right kind. She glanced away, then back. You asked for loyalty, she said quietly. Here is a small piece of mine. There is talk already that Dumbledore will try to limit your movements. He will not confront you in the open yet. He will start with cutting off paths. No night walks, No private meetings without staff. No trips to Gringotts without school escort. Harry nodded slowly. I expected that, he said. If he does, she went on. There is an old service corridor under the Slytherin common room that leads toward the kitchens and the lower vaults. It does not appear on most maps. Filch does not know it exists. If you need a path that his wards do not watch, that is one. Hermione's eyes widened. You are just giving that away? She asked. Daphne did not look at her. I am giving nothing away, she said. I am placing a chip on the board. We will see what you do with it. She met Harry's eyes one more time. You said I had to choose when our paths clash, she said. I am not ready for that yet, but I can do this much. Do not make me regret it. Harry inclined his head. I will not, he said. She stepped back toward the arch. Do not die before I decide whether to back you fully, she said. Then she was gone, her footsteps fading down the corridor. Ron stared after her. She is terrifying, he said. Hermione rubbed her arms. She is honest in a very unsettling way, she said. I kind of like her, Neville groaned. I just want a bath, he said. Harry stood in the middle of the courtyard and listened. He heard the wind in the stones, the distant murmur of the castle, the slow, tired breaths of the three people who had chosen to stand with him even after seeing a slice of the weight he carried. He thought of Dumbledore, of the compulsion spell now broken, of the paper with blood and runes that tied him to his house on his own terms, of goblin eyes watching for any slip. He thought of Daphne's cool gaze and the warning in her voice. Loyalty has a price. He looked at Ron, Hermione, Neville. They were paying it already, in sore muscles and fear and choices that would set them against people they loved. So was he. He picked up his staff and slung it over his shoulder. Training again tomorrow, he said. Ron groaned louder. Hermione nodded. Neville sighed and pushed himself to his feet. They walked back toward the tower together. Above them, unseen, a silver instrument in Dumbledore's office lay in smoking pieces. A complaint parchment from Gringotts sat on his desk, the ink still drying. The headmaster stared at it with tired eyes and thought about loyalty, and how much it hurt when it was not his own. In another part of the castle, Daphne Greengrass sat alone in the Slytherin common room, looking into the green light of the lake, and weighed the cost of stepping away from her house when the time came. In the courtyard behind them, the scuffed marks on the stone held the memory of their first shared drill. It was not much. It was a beginning. The smell hit them first. Ron gagged and clamped a hand over his nose. What died in here? He choked. Harry breathed it in once. Steady. Garlic. Sweat. Something darker under it, old and sour, like meat left too long in a warm tent. They stood in the defense classroom. Dark wood. High windows. Dust motes in the air. A large trunk crouched at the front like a sleeping beast. Jars lined the shelves. Most were filled with pungent herbs. One had a pickled thing floating in cloudy liquid. Professor Quirrell stood at the desk in his purple turban. He twisted his fingers together as if he wanted to wring them off. Gee, good morning, he stammered. D defense against the D dark arts. W welcome. His eyes swept the class. When they passed over Harry, they snagged for a heartbeat, then slid on. Harry watched him in return. The turban reeked, not only of garlic. Under the sharp spice was that other smell. Rot. Faint, but it made the fine hairs on Harry's arms rise. Ron leaned close. If we have to smell that all year I am leaving, he whispered. Hermione nudged his ribs. Quiet, she hissed. He is trying. Harry did not answer. He kept his gaze on the professor and let his magic sit just under his skin, not flaring, just present. In Valhalla they called it battle sense, the taut place in the mind that watched for the arrow you did not see. Quirrell picked up a stack of papers and dropped them on the desk. The top one slid off and landed near Harry's feet. Tish, that will be 20 points from Gryffindor for lateness if anyone ever comes in after me, Quirrell said, voice thin. IS start on time. We must be ready. D dangers everywhere. Neville jumped at the slight bang. Ron rolled his eyes. Hermione sat up straighter, quill ready. Harry bent and picked up the fallen parchment. His fingers brushed the edge of the desk as he straightened. He felt a faint tingle there. A charm. Nothing major. Just a simple ward to keep ink from staining the wood. He set the paper back on the pile. Quirrell flinched, then gave a weak smile. Thank you, Mr. Potter, he said. Harry heard the way his voice shook on his name. Fear. Real thick fear. Not the polite kind. Fear of what, though? Quirrell turned to the blackboard. Chalk floated up and began to write by itself. Defense is knowledge, it scratched. Defense is preparation. Harry watched the professor's shoulders. The man moved slowly, like someone whose limbs did not quite belong to him. Every now and then his hand lifted toward the back of his head, as if to touch the turban, then jerked away. The back of Harry's neck prickled. He narrowed his eyes and let his focus slide, the way Odin had taught him. Not to see runes now, but to feel the flow of magic in the room. There was the low buzz of the ward on the desk, the faint shimmer of charms on the windows, the small sparks from a few students who had their wands in hand, restless. Hermione's magic sat like a tight coil, eager. Ron's was looser, more like a lazy wave. Then there was Quirrell. His magic did not sit in his chest the way most people's did. It crawled along his spine. It pooled at the back of his skull. 2 signatures sat there, not one. Quirrell's own, weak and nervous. Something else, pressed under his skin like a shadow under water. Harry did not flinch. He simply watched. There. A whisper. It was not in English. It slid along his ear like air moving through old cracks. A faint hiss. He caught one word. Blood. He did not react. In Valhalla, hunters waited. You did not throw your spear the moment you saw the grass move. You waited for the beast to show its throat. Quirrell kept speaking. We will start this year with the basics, he said, voice wobbling. How to recognize curses. How to shout for help. How to ward your bed. Ron snorted under his breath. Helpful, he muttered. When a man with a dark mark shows up, I will shout for Mum. Hermione jabbed him again, but this time her mouth was pressed tight. She had heard the same. Harry raised his hand. Quirrell jumped as if someone had clapped next to his ear. Yes, Mr. P. Potter, he said. What do you teach us when shouting help does not work? Harry asked. When you are alone and the curse is already in the air. The room went quiet. A few students turned to look at him. A Hufflepuff boy at the back swallowed. Quirrell's lips twitched. We hope it does not come to that, he said. Harry did not drop his hand. That is not an answer, he said. You are a defense professor. You know what happens out there. You can smell it in the air same as I can. People will die if all you give us is hope and tidy bed wards. Quirrell's eyes flickered. For a heartbeat, something else looked out of them. Cold. Measuring. Then the professor ducked his head. Hogwarts is safe, he said. The corridors are watched. The headmaster is powerful. You are children. You will not see real war here. Harry laughed once, without humor. War does not care where we sleep, he said. It comes when it wants. I am asking you now so that when it comes again, my friends are not at its mercy. Hermione's eyes widened. Ron sat up straighter. Even some Slytherins in the row near the front leaned forward a little. Quirrell's hands gripped the edge of the desk. That is enough, he said, voice higher now. This is not the time to frighten your classmates with tales from your travels. Sit down, Mr. Potter. He had not answered. He had tried to push it away. The hiss slid through Harry's mind again. Stronger this time. Watch him. Harry did not know if the words were for him or not. The tone was wrong. Smug. Old. It tasted like the curse that had marked his scar. He sat, slowly. Very well, he said. We will make our own lessons then. Quirrell's shoulders flinched. He went back to the blackboard. The chalk scratched out notes on non-harmful jinxes. The class copied them. Hermione wrote fast. Ron doodled a broom in the margin. Harry wrote the words, but his mind stayed on the smell under the garlic. On the second signature at the back of the skull. On the way Quirrell's magic crawled rather than flowed. Something was inside the man. Something that hissed about blood. He glanced at the turban. Valhalla had taught him this too. You did not always strike as soon as you saw the serpent. Sometimes you watched where it slithered. Sometimes you saw whose boot it curled around. He would talk to the others. Not yet. After potions. After they got through the next test. For now he wrote down the words and waited. I hate him, Ron said, slamming his book down on the table at lunch. Which him? Harry asked. Quirrell or the one watching through his skin? Ron stared. That is not funny, he said. Hermione set her fork down carefully. You think something is in him? She said, voice low. Harry nodded once. Yes, he said. I saw 2 magic flows. 2 sets of sparks. One is his. One is not. The second smells like the curse that hit me as a baby. I told you before, in the office. The Dark Lord left a trace. This feels like that. Rotten. Neville swallowed. You think he is back? He whispered. Harry looked at the high table for a moment. Dumbledore laughed at something Flitwick said. His eyes twinkled over the rim of his goblet. McGonagall sat stiff and alert. Snape leaned in to mutter something to Quirrell. The defense professor flinched, then nodded quickly, fingers plucking at his sleeves. I think he is looking for a way in, Harry said. Maybe through the scar. Maybe through other doors. That thing at the back of Quirrell's skull is a path. Hermione pressed her lips together. If that is true, she said, then we have a defense professor with a piece of the Dark Lord in his head. In a school, which headmaster thinks is safe, Ron said. Brilliant. Harry watched Dumbledore again. The headmaster knows something is wrong, he said. You can see it in the way he watches Quirrell when he thinks no one notices. He will not tell us. Not after what I did in his office. He will keep his plans close. Ron stabbed at his potatoes. What do we do then? He asked. We are 11. We do not have old magic and vaults and whatever else you have. Harry looked at him. You have eyes, he said. You have ears. You have simple spells and legs that can run. That is enough to start. Hermione leaned over the table. What are you thinking? She asked. Nothing yet, Harry said. Thinking is later. Right now we watch. We map where he goes, who he talks to. When the smell is stronger. We do not act until we know what he is hunting. Hermione exhaled. All right, she said. Fine. We watch. But we have another problem before that. Potions. Ron paled. Oh no, he said. I forgot. Double class with Slytherin. First one. With Snape. He hates your father. He hates my family. We are going to die. Neville made a small sound. I spilled soil on my shoes last transfiguration, he said. My gran says if I get a bad report in potions she will write to the headmaster and ask him to move me to Hufflepuff. She says Gryffindor is wasted on someone who cannot stand straight. Harry reached across and set a hand on Neville's arm. Breathe, he said. We do not die in potions. It is just another battle. Different weapons. Same rules. You watch, you listen, you do not panic. Ron gave a small shaky laugh. You say that like it is easy, he said. It is not easy, Harry said. That is why most people fail. Hermione sat up straighter. I read his book, she said. Snape wrote the standard text. His notes are very sharp. He values precision. If we follow the instructions exactly, he cannot fault us. Ron looked at her. You still think that after meeting him at the feast? He asked. She hesitated. Fair point, she said. Harry kept his eyes on the head table. Snape poured himself more tea. His profile was sharp. Hooked nose. Sallow skin. Greasy hair. His eyes slid over the hall and paused on the Gryffindor table. On Harry, there was old hate there. Not the wild kind. Cold hate that had been fed for years. Harry lifted his goblet and drank without looking away. Snape did not blink. So, Harry said quietly, we walk into a room with a man who hates me for the face I wear and sits in the same staff circle as the one with a serpent in his skull. Ron groaned again. Why do you always list things like that? He asked. It makes everything sound worse. Because you need to see the whole board, Harry said. Even if it is ugly. Hermione took a breath. Fine, she said. Whole board. We have a biased potions master. We have a possessed defense professor. We have a headmaster who does not like you very much right now. We have goblins watching. We have a Slytherin girl with a secret corridor. We have you who can call lightning. And we have us three, who are trying not to fail our homework. Ron grinned weakly. When you say it like that, he said, it almost sounds exciting. Hermione gave him a look. It is terrifying, she said. Eat your carrots. We are going to need you alive. The potions classroom was in the dungeons. Felt like walking into a stomach. The air was cool and damp. Stone walls sweated. Rows of tables stood ready, each with 2 stools. Shelves on the walls held jars. They were not tidy herbs like in Defense. Things floated in these eyes, roots, something that might have been a small tentacle. Neville swallowed hard beside Harry. I do not like it down here, he whispered. It feels like a cellar where you lock things you do not want to see. That is exactly what it is, Ron muttered. Snape included. Hermione shushed them, but her own eyes were wide. Slytherins were already seated on one side of the room. Daphne sat near the front with a dark boy Harry recognized as Blaise Zabini. Draco Malfoy held court near the middle, flanked by his 2 pieces of muscle. He wore a smug look that made Harry's fingers itch. Snape swept in from a side door. His robes billowed behind him. He moved like a shadow. The room went quiet at once. There will be no silly wand waving in this class, he said, voice low and cutting. I expect you to understand the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. There will be no foolish wand tricks, no babbling on about fame. If you are not here to work, leave now. He stopped at the front and let his black eyes pass over them all. As you are here, he said, I can only hope that some of you will rise above your usual house standards. His gaze rested on the Gryffindor side as he said that. Ron clenched his jaw. Hermione glared. Neville stared at the floor. Then Snape's eyes landed on Harry. Ah, he said. Our new celebrity. Harry held his gaze. My name is Harry Potter, he said. Not celebrity. Snape's lip curled. Detention if you take that tone with me again, he said softly. We will see if Valhalla teaches you manners. A few Slytherins snickered. Draco smirked openly. Harry did not look away. Valhalla teaches respect for skill, he said. Not for cheap insult. Snape's hand twitched. For a moment he looked like he wanted to strike. He did not. 10 points from Gryffindor for arrogance, he said. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Harry moved to the second row with Ron and Hermione. Neville ended up behind them with Seamus. Snape prowled along the front. Potter, he said suddenly, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot into the air at once. Harry did not raise his. You call that a question, Harry said. There are at least 3 answers. It depends on quantity, on order of addition, on temperature. You could brew a mild sleeping draught. You could brew something closer to the draught of living death. You could make a poison that looks like a sedative. Snape's eyes narrowed. Which one do you think I mean? He asked. You want to see if I read the book, Harry said. You mean the draught of living death. Slow and deep, hard to wake from, asphodel to cool, wormwood to draw the subject under. Stirring pattern is crucial. Wrong direction and you get clumps that can kill on their own. Hermione's mouth fell open. She lowered her hand slowly. Snape stared at Harry. Where did you learn that? He asked. Harry shrugged. Valhalla, he said. We do not use many sleeping draughts. We use battlefield ones. To keep a man under while you pull out an arrow. To make sure a prisoner wakes exactly when you want him to. You should not use a potion you do not understand. So they taught us. Snape's jaw tightened. 1 point, he said, for not being entirely clueless. Hermione bristled. I had the exact answer ready, she hissed at Harry under her breath. Word for word from the book. You just had to go and show off. I did not, Harry said quietly. He chose me, I answered. That is all. Snape turned away. We will begin with a simple cure for boils, he said. Even you lot should manage that without blowing yourselves up. Instructions are on the board. Work in pairs. No mistakes. I dislike the smell of burnt flesh. He flicked his wand. The board filled with steps. Hermione moved at once, gathering ingredients. Ron stared at the list. I do not even know what half these things look like, he said. Harry checked the shelves. I will fetch them, he said. You two set up the cauldron. Hermione, you start the water. Ron, you light the fire. Even heat. No more than a slow bubble. Ron gulped. Right, he said. Harry moved between tables. He picked up dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, horned slugs in a jar. The slugs left slime on the glass. It smelled faintly of wet earth. As he turned back, he caught Daphne watching him. Her face was calm, but her eyes were alert. We had this in our reading list, she said softly. Cure for boils. Standard first-year work. How do you already know second-year potions? Harry set his ingredients down. If I tell you, will you keep it to yourself? He asked. She considered that. For now, she said. In the hall we learned how to mix herbs and blood and runes, Harry said. You call them potions. We call them simple binding. Different name. Same work. She looked at his hands, at the way he moved without checking the instructions twice. You are going to drag this school forward by its hair, she muttered. Or burn it down. Both need strong arms, he said. She almost smiled. Watch Malfoy, she added, voice low. He wants to get you back after that corridor incident. If he does anything to your cauldron, I did not see it. But I also did not warn you. That is warning, Harry said. Thank you. She went back to her own work. Harry returned to their table. Hermione had the water simmering. Ron had managed the flame. His face shone with the tight focus of someone terrified of making a mistake. Crushed fangs first, Harry said. Clockwise stir. 3 times. Then nettles. Keep the heat steady. Hermione measured carefully. This is more fun than I thought, she said. There is a rhythm to it. Harry watched the surface of the potion. It shifted from clear to a pale green. Good, he said. Now the slugs. Drop them in one at a time. Neville's cauldron, 2 rows back, bubbled. Seamus waved his hands in panic. Turn the heat down, Harry called quietly over his shoulder. Neville, stir slower. Do not dump all the nettles at once. Neville did as told. The bubbling settled. Snape's eyes narrowed at the far corner as if he had wanted the cauldron to explode. Harry ignored him. They worked in silence for a while, broken only by the soft clink of spoons and mutters of students. Then, just as Hermione lifted the jar to add the last bit of crushed fangs, Harry saw it. A hand in the corner of his eye, pale, slim, reaching for their cauldron. Something small gleamed between the fingers. Draco. He had moved along the back row under cover of checking his own ingredients. Now he leaned in as if to scratch his nose. Harry did not think. He moved. His hand shot out and caught Draco's wrist before the boy could let the powder drop. The room froze. Do you want to kill Ron? Harry asked quietly. Or just scar his face? Draco tried to yank his hand back. You are hurting me, he snapped. Harry tightened his grip just enough to make the point. What is that? He asked. Draco glared. Nothing, he said. Harry twisted his wrist slightly. A pinch of dark powder spilled onto the floor. It hissed where it hit the flagstone. The stone blackened. Hermione gasped. That is not part of the recipe, she said. Boomslong skin, Daphne called from the front. Her voice was cool. Dried. Ground. Very unstable if added to the wrong brew. My father once told me a story about a boy who did that as a prank. He lived. His partner did not. Snape appeared beside them like a shadow. What is going on here? He said. Harry did not let go of Draco's wrist. Malfoy tried to add an ingredient to our potion without consent, he said. In battle that is called sabotage. In a hall it is called a coward's attack on the table. Snape's eyes cut to Draco. Is this true? He asked softly. Draco flushed. I was just testing him, he said. See if the Valhalla Wonder Boy really had reflexes. It was a joke. Funny, Ron muttered. Harry turned Draco's wrist slowly, so that Snape could see the marks his fingers had left. I stopped him before he could do damage, Harry said. But I will say this once. No one touches my work unasked. Not in class. Not in the hall. Not anywhere. I do not care if you think it is a joke. Draco tried to pull free again. Let go, he hissed. You have no right. Harry looked him in the eye. You insulted my dead parents the last time, he said. You tried to hurt my friend today. That is 2 lines crossed. In Valhalla that would be enough to take a head. Snape's jaw clenched. Release him, Potter, he said. Now. Harry did, slowly. Draco snatched his hand back and cradled it, glaring at Harry with pure hate. Snape turned the glare on Harry. 10 points from Gryffindor, he snapped. For manhandling another student. Hermione's mouth dropped open. He tried to poison the potion, she burst out. Sir, that is dangerous. He could have hurt us. Snape rounded on her. 10 more points for speaking out of turn, he said. Mr. Malfoy will receive his own punishment from his head of house. That is not your concern. Harry felt heat climb his neck. No, he said quietly. That is wrong. The room held its breath. Snape's eyes went flat. Excuse me, he said. Harry stepped out from behind the cauldron. You just told the class that your house students can sabotage dangerous work and you will look the other way, he said. You punished the ones who caught it. That tells every Gryffindor here that they are not safe in this room. 20 points from Gryffindor, Snape said. His voice was almost calm now. That was worse. Harry did not stop. In Valhalla, he went on, the hall belongs to all. You do not favor one table over another when lives are at stake. You want respect in here. You are the master of this craft. Fine. Show it. Teach us. But if you think I will let someone try again and stay silent, you are wrong. Snape's hand slammed down on the table. A jar rattled. You dare lecture me in my own classroom, he said, voice low and dangerous. Harry met his gaze. Yes, he said. When you forget the first rule of a hall. The one Odin drilled into me until my ears rang. No one spills blood at the table. Arguments, fine. Words, fine. But no hidden blades in the porridge. You look the other way now and in a year you have a dead child on this floor. For a heartbeat something flickered over Snape's face. Not anger. Pain. He covered it at once. You think you know anything about dead children, he said. Get out. All of you. Class dismissed. Gasps broke out. But sir, Hermione protested. Our potions. Triples, Snape snapped. You can thank Mr. Potter for that extra work. Out. Students scrambled to pack up. Ron sloshed their brew into a sample vial as fast as he could before Snape could vanish it. Neville almost knocked his cauldron over in his haste. Harry did not move. Snape glared. That includes you, he said. Do you not know what get out means? Harry nodded. I know, he said. I wanted to leave you with this. Next time you decide to punish the wrong people, remember that there is a hall in the sky where warriors judge such things. They are watching. So am I. Then he walked out, Ron, Hermione, and Neville at his heels. Hermione grabbed his sleeve as soon as they were in the corridor. You are mad, she said. Utterly mad. You just made Snape your enemy for life. Ron looked half terrified and half impressed. More than he already was, he said. Did you see his face? I thought he was going to hex you on the spot. Neville trembled. I do not want to go back in there, he whispered. Ever. Harry exhaled. He will not forget what I said, he said. Good. He should not. He hates me already because I look like my father. Now he has another reason. One that belongs to me. Hermione rubbed her temples. You keep pushing adults into corners, she said. Dumbledore. Snape. Who next? Filch. McGonagall. Harry shook his head. McGonagall keeps her oaths, he said. She is strict, but she stands in front of her students when it counts. I will not pick a fight there. Ron glanced back at the closed door. You spoke about dead children, he said. That hit something. Did you see his face? For a second I thought he was going to cry. Harry nodded once. He has ghosts, he said. I can smell them. People whose deaths he carries. That does not excuse him. It explains some things. Hermione looked at him. You are not going to let this go, are you? She said. You are going to keep calling out every unfair thing you see until the staff either change or throw you out. Harry met her gaze. That is the price of the code, he said. If I stay silent when the hall is wrong, then I am part of the rot. I will not be. Ron sighed. Well, he said, if they throw you out, I am leaving too. There is no way I am staying in a school where my best friend gets kicked for telling the truth. Neville nodded shakily. Me too, he said. Gran will be furious, but she will forgive me eventually. Maybe, Hermione huffed. I do not want to be expelled, she said. I like learning. I like books. I like magic. But I am not going to stand there and smile if someone throws poison in my cauldron. So I suppose I am with you as well. Harry felt his throat tighten for a moment. Thank you, he said. Hermione rolled her eyes. Do not get sentimental, she said. We still have essays to write. That night, the common room hummed with excitement. News of the potions incident had spread. Gryffindors asked Harry to repeat the story. Fred and George mimed Snape's face when he saw the scorch mark on the floor from the spilled powder, complete with flailing hands. You are our hero, one second-year girl said, eyes wide. Harry shook his head. I am no hero, he said. I am someone who refuses to drink from a poisoned cup. That is all. Still, a warmth sat in his chest as he watched the younger students cluster closer to Ron and Neville in the corridor to the dorms, trusting that no one would shove them into walls while Harry was near. Respect and expectations were already forming around him like armor he had not asked for. He would carry it anyway. Later, when the noise had faded and lights dimmed, he lay awake in his bed. The room was dark. Boys snored. Ron mumbled something about spiders. Neville whimpered once and rolled over, clutching his pillow. Harry stared at the canopy. The day replayed in his mind. Quirrell's crawling magic. The hiss in his ear. Snape's cold anger. The moment of raw pain when Harry mentioned dead children. He closed his eyes. Valhalla came to him as it always did when he let his guard down. Not in a dream. In memory. He stood in the courtyard again, snow under his boots. Warriors wrestled near the gate. Thor laughed as a small man threw a giant. Freya watched from the balcony of her own hall, a slight smile on her face. Odin sat on the steps of the high seat. No throne now, just stone under him. He looked at Harry as if he had been waiting. It begins, Odin said. Harry nodded. They are tangled, he said. Their oaths and their secrets. It is like walking through a web with knives hanging from every thread. Odin snorted. You wanted Midgard, he said. This is what it looks like when gods do not rule openly. Men build their own little towers. They forget to look up. Harry walked closer. Snape let Malfoy try to poison my work, he said. He punished me for stopping it. I called him on it. He hated me already. Now he hates me more. That one, Odin said. He wears his guilt like armor with the inside lined in thorns. Every move hurts him. He thinks the pain pays for old sins. It does not. It only makes him bleed on everyone else. Harry considered that. He is not useless, he said. He knows his craft. He watches. He hates Dumbledore almost as much as he hates himself. Odin's mouth twitched. You see pieces, he said. Good. Keep watching. The man of potions will matter later. His choices will cut deep. And Quirrell, Harry asked. There is something in him, old and wrong. It smells like the curse that hit me. The scar burned when I was near him. Odin's single eye darkened. The serpent still writhes, he said. It cannot yet coil high, so it slithers under skin. It looks for cracks. Tasted you once. It will try again. Harry felt his hand go to his scar even in the memory. I will not let it, he said. Not with words alone, Odin said. You must know the shape of the threat. Watch who Quirrell speaks with. Watch where he goes at night. Do not play hero in your first term. You are not ready to strike that head. Not yet. Harry wanted to argue. Valhalla had taught him to charge, to meet danger with steel. But it had also taught him patience. The last mistake you made on a field tended to be the one that killed you. I will watch, he said. I have help now. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and a Slytherin girl who sees more than she says. Odin's mouth curved. Daphne Greengrass, he said. Blood like cold iron. House with knives on its own throat. She will test you. You will test her. Do not expect her to become a lion. She is a serpent who has learned that biting everything leads to being crushed. She is looking for another way to live. Harry thought of her standing in the courtyard, calm and tired and honest. I will not force her, he said. I will give her a place at the table. She can take it or not. Odin nodded once. Good, he said. Do not make of others what they are not. That is Dumbledore's mistake. He wants every piece to play the tune he writes. Harry frowned. He will come at me sideways now, he said. Not with open chains. He will close doors, set rules, try to cut paths, then find other paths, Odin said simply. You already began. Goblin vaults, hidden corridors, training rings. Midgard is a maze. You are good at mazes. Harry let out a breath. It feels like the fight wants to be everywhere at once, he said. Classes, politics, old magic. I am 11. Some of them still cannot tie their own ties. Odin's gaze softened. Just a touch. You are young, he said. Do not forget that. It will keep you from growing brittle too soon. Laugh, eat, kiss when you want to. War is not the only thing that fills a life worth living. Harry thought of Ron's grin, Hermione's eye roll, Neville's shy thanks, Daphne's amused smirk. I am trying, he said. Good, Odin said again. Valhalla did not forge you just to throw you back into constant death. We sent you to Midgard so you could learn what you are actually fighting for, not just what you are fighting against. The courtyard faded. Harry opened his eyes in the dark dormitory. His chest hurt in a familiar way, not from bruises, from the weight of too many lines pulled tight at once. He rolled onto his side. Ron snored louder. Neville muttered a spell name in his sleep. Harry listened until his breathing matched theirs. Then he let sleep come again, this time without visions. The next morning brought proof that Dumbledore had felt the threads jerk. At breakfast, the headmaster rose as usual for announcements. Before we all rush off to enjoy our new timetables, he said. A few words. First, the forest on the grounds is not safe for students. It has never been safe. Do not go there. Second, the third-floor corridor on the right is out of bounds. You have already heard this. I repeat it now for those of you who think rules are only gentle suggestions. They are not. His eyes flicked very briefly toward the Gryffindor table. Harry felt Ron tense beside him. He is looking right at us, Ron muttered. He knows. Hermione scoffed softly. We have not gone anywhere, she said. We just went to Gringotts with a goblin token. That is hardly illegal. Harry kept his gaze steady on Dumbledore. There is one more matter, the headmaster said. Due to certain recent events and for the continued safety of all our students, some new guidelines are in place. No first year may leave their common room after 8 in the evening unless accompanied by a prefect or teacher. Visits to Hogsmeade are restricted to years above 3rd. Any private meeting between a student and a staff member must be approved by the relevant head of house. He smiled, eyes twinkling. These are small changes, he said. I am sure we will all adjust. Safety first. The hall buzzed. Safety first, Fred said under his breath. More like chains first. George nodded. New rules always mean someone did something interesting, he said. What did you do, Harry? Harry did not look away from the head table. I broke a mind chain, he said. And then I refused to let an old man smile as if nothing had happened. Fred and George exchanged a glance. We like you more every day, Fred said. Even if you are going to give Mum a heart attack by the end of term, George added. Percy sniffed. These are sensible precautions, he said. We live in uncertain times. The headmaster is right to tighten things. It is only until he feels the school is secure again. Harry turned to him. When will that be? He asked. Percy blinked. What? He said. When will he feel the school is secure? Harry repeated. After he casts more chains on minds. After he keeps more secrets. Safety should not mean silence. It should not mean cutting every path until we are all sitting in towers like birds in cages. Percy flustered. The headmaster knows what he is doing, he said. He fought you-know-who for years. Harry shrugged. He did not win, he said. The curse bounced off a baby. Do not hang all your hopes on one man. Hermione sighed. Can we not start another argument at breakfast? She said. I would like at least one meal without tension. Ron grinned. Welcome to Hogwarts, he said. Harry's eyes went to the Slytherin table. Daphne sat in her usual place. She met his gaze and gave a tiny nod in the direction of the floor, under the long table. Harry understood. Paths close. Paths open. He would need that corridor sooner than he thought. They tested it that evening. Not at night. Not yet. During the time between last class and dinner, when corridors hummed with people going every way at once. Daphne met them near a side statue in the lower levels. The stone knight above the plinth had a dent in his helm. Walk like you belong, she said. Do not try to sneak. People notice sneaking. They ignore confidence. Ron looked skeptical. You sound like Fred, he said. Your brother is not completely useless then, Daphne replied. Hermione frowned. I still do not see how this helps, she said. If Dumbledore warded the main routes, will he not ward secret ones too? Daphne shrugged. Some of the old paths are goblin work, she said. Some are from founders who did not like being watched. Wards are layers. Old ones sit under newer ones. If the headmaster does not know a corridor exists, he is less likely to bother reinforcing it. Harry listened as they walked. He felt the magic in the stones. Here and there a pulse where a ward sat. A faint hum where a charm sank into a banister. The deeper they went, the more he felt older textures. Magic that felt like his runes. Solid. Heavy. Cold. Daphne stopped by a blank stretch of wall. This is it, she said. Ron stared. There is nothing there, he said. Exactly, Daphne said. She placed her palm flat on the stone and whispered a word Harry did not know. Old and small. The kind you use when you speak to things, not people. The stone rippled. A narrow opening appeared, barely wider than a grown person's shoulders. Ron gaped. That is brilliant, he said. Hermione leaned in. Is it safe? She asked. Daphne gave her a look. Define safe, she said. No one has used it to kill anyone in at least a decade, so I suppose yes. Harry stepped through first. The corridor beyond was tight and dim. The air felt cooler. Torches flickered to life as they passed, as if waking from a nap. He heard his friends squeeze in behind him. Ron grumbled as his shoulders scraped the wall. Hermione hissed when Neville stepped on her toe. Quiet, Harry said softly. Sound carries. They walked. The floor sloped gently downward, then turned. The magic here felt old indeed. It had the same flavor as the runes he carved on the training field. A straight honesty. This corridor had been cut for a purpose, not for show. Where does it come out? Neville whispered. Near the kitchens, Daphne answered from the back. There is a junction there. One path goes up toward the main hall. Another cuts toward an old store. She broke off. Harry stopped. What is it? He asked. Daphne moved around Hermione and Neville until she was beside him. The air, she said. It smells wrong. Harry breathed in. There, under the stone and dust. That faint rot again. Garlic. Sweat. Something else. Coral. He lifted his hand in a fist. Ron bumped into him, then froze. Harry listened. Voices ahead. Two. One was Coral's stammer. The other was clear. Snape. Do not seem to understand, Snape was saying. You are in danger of ruining everything. Coral's reply came with a tremble. Why, you are the one who keeps creeping around, he said. I cannot get a moment to myself. You have more than enough moments to tremble in your classroom, Snape said. His voice dripped contempt. I am talking about the job you agreed to do. The headmaster will notice if you continue to be so clumsy. He already notices, Coral snapped back. For once there was a hard edge under the stutter. He watches everything. We are both on his list, Severus. There was a pause. Harry could imagine Snape's expression. We do what we must, Snape said at last. You may be content to let the Dark Lord scrape crumbs from the table. I am not. Harry felt every hair on his arms rise. The Dark Lord. Ron's hand tightened on his sleeve. Hermione stiffened. Neville swallowed loudly. Daphne's eyes were wide in the torchlight. Coral laughed. A harsh sound. You think you still have a choice, he said. You think your double life fools anyone. You think you can glare and scowl and hide how badly you want forgiveness. They will never give it to you. Not the headmaster. Not the ministry. Not him. The hiss slid through the corridor again. Stronger. Harry heard words this time. You are a fool, Severus. Snape hissed back. Do not call me that, he said. Not you. Not anymore. Or what? Quirrell asked. You will hurt me. You cannot. He would not permit it. Another voice spoke. Not out loud. Inside Harry's skull. Cold and thin. Quiet. Harry ground his teeth. He had heard enough. He turned to the others and mouthed. Back. They shuffled backward as silently as they could. Neville tripped once, but Harry caught his arm before he hit the wall. When they were far enough that the voices faded to muffles, he let out a slow breath. Ron whispered first. Please tell me I misheard, he said. Please tell me Quirrell did not just talk about the Dark Lord like he is in the next room. Hermione looked pale. He said you think you can hide how badly you want forgiveness, she said. To Snape, he sounded like he knows him very well, like he has known him a long time. Neville shivered. And there was that other voice, he said. I could not make out the words. Felt wrong. Daphne hugged her arms around herself. I heard it, she said quietly, like someone whispering cold water into my ear. I do not like it. Harry leaned back against the wall. Sweat ran down his spine that had nothing to do with the tight corridor. So, he said, now we know. Quirrell is working for the Dark Lord. Snape is playing some kind of double game. The headmaster knows at least some of it. And we are in the middle. Again, Hermione swallowed. We should tell someone, she said. McGonagall. Flitwick. Anyone. Harry closed his eyes for a moment. And say what? He asked. We were in a secret goblin corridor we are not supposed to know about. We listened in on teachers plotting. We heard whispers in our heads. They will say it is stress. They will say we imagined it. Or they will ask how we got there and we throw Daphne and the old paths under the broom. Daphne nodded once. My house would turn on me at once, she said. They do not forgive someone who shows Slytherin secrets to Gryffindors. They already watch me. I will not hand them a knife. Ron rubbed his face. So we do nothing, he said. Again, Harry shook his head. No, he said. We do not tell. Yet. We use this. Hermione stared. Use it how? She asked. Now we know that Snape is not simply a bully with a grudge, Harry said. He is tied to whatever game Dumbledore and the Dark Lord are playing. That explains why he did not go further in potions. He cannot afford to draw too much clear blood. Now we know Quirrell is not just a nervous mess. He is an agent. Maybe he is controlled. Maybe he is eager. Either way, he is a path to the serpent. Neville shivered again. I do not like being near him, he murmured. You will not be alone near him, Harry said. He looked at Daphne. You took a risk telling us about this corridor, he said. We repay it. If Snape or Quirrell ever corner you, ever try to use you as leverage, you send word. Goblin token. Stone in a window. Anything. I will come. She stared at him. Why? She asked. You hardly know me. Because you placed a chip on my board, he said. Because you stood in a ring with us and let me order you to throw Ron. Because you have already paid some price for standing apart in your house. That is enough. Her throat worked as she swallowed. You are strange, she said. Most Gryffindors like loud speeches. You deal in simple statements that feel like chains and gifts at the same time. Ron sniffed. He does loud speeches too, he said. You missed the one about poison and tables. Hermione gave him a small shove. We should get out of here, she said. If Quirrell and Snape come this way, we are done. They made their way back up the corridor, slower now. Harry's mind raced even as his feet moved. He had wanted Midgard. He had wanted a real war. He had wanted to stand where oaths meant something again. He had that. It came with teachers who hid serpents and ghosts in their own heads. With friends who were just learning how to stand in a fight. With secrets that could tear a school apart if shouted in the wrong hall. At the top of the stone steps, near the dented statue, Hermione touched his arm. Harry, she said. He looked at her. This is bigger than us, she said. You know that. I know you want to carry everything. Please remember you do not have to do it alone. Ron nodded. We are here, he said. All of us. Even if we grumble. Neville gave a shaky smile. I am tired of being afraid, he said again. I am in this, even if my legs shake. Daphne folded her arms. I am not making any dramatic declarations, she said. They would not suit me. But I will not pretend I did not hear what I heard. I am not blind. That will matter later. Harry looked at each of them. He felt a line draw tight between them. Not like a chain but like a cord on a ship. Something that held against the pull of the sea. He nodded once. Then we stand, he said. We watch. We train. We learn. And when the time comes, we strike where it matters. Ron groaned. I knew you were going to say train, he muttered. Hermione smiled despite everything. Later, she said. For now I have a charms essay that will not write itself. They headed up toward the light. Behind them, in the dim of the hidden corridor, the torches dimmed again. The magic in the stones settled, listening. Further below, in a forgotten chamber near the third floor, something large shifted against its chains and snorted. It smelled new scents in the castle air. Valhalla steel. Goblin ink.
Serpentrot.
Up in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat at his desk, the Gringotts' complaint still open. A silver instrument that measured mind charms lay in pieces. Fawkes watched him with dark eyes as he rubbed his forehead. In a small bedroom off the defense office, Quirrell knelt before a mirror with trembling hands. He unwound his turban with jerky fingers. The reflection showed sweat and pale skin. It did not show the face that whispered behind him. You are too slow, the cold voice said. The boy sees more than you. Quirrell gritted his teeth. I will handle him, he muttered. He is just a child. The voice laughed softly. He is no longer just a child, it said. And he is no longer yours to shape, Albus. Far away above the clouds, in a hall of gold, 3 gods watched the boy in the hidden corridor through a mirror pool. Thor laughed once, bright and sharp. He will give them all headaches, he said. Freya smiled, slow and proud. He will make them choose, she said. For once, Odin's one eye stayed on Harry's face as he stepped back into the light of the main hall. The first serpent has shown its shadow, he murmured. Now we see who pretends not to see it. In the corridor, Harry did not feel the god's gaze. He only felt the stone under his boots, the breath of his friends at his side, and the weight of his axe on his back as the war in Hogwarts shifted one step closer to open flame. Harry knew he was dreaming before he opened his eyes. Valhalla never came to him by accident. When the hall called, there was a weight in the air, a taste of cold iron on his tongue. Even in sleep, he stood on stone that was not Hogwarts stone. It thrummed under his boots, heavier, older. Mist curled around his ankles. There was no roof, only a sky full of slow-turning stars and the dark outline of a vast tree whose branches cut across everything. Yggdrasil. At its roots, 3 figures sat by a pool that shimmered like polished steel. They were smaller than the giants Harry had fought in training, smaller than Odin on his high seat, but the air around them was sharper than any spear point. The Norns. One was old, with hair like snow and hands lined like river beds. One looked around Harry's own age, with eyes that kept flicking to his face and away again, as if watching a storm. The third was younger and older at once, her gaze tilted toward something far past him, past everything. Urdur, Verdandi, Skuld. Harry walked toward them. His footsteps made no sound. He stopped at the edge of the pool. Say it, he said quietly. If you dragged me out of a warm bed in a cold tower, it had better be important. Verdandi smiled a little, like someone hearing a familiar joke. Urdur did not look up from the threads in her hands. Skuld watched him. Her eyes were pale and strange, like frost caught in morning light. Harry felt them slide over him, not in a way that undressed him, but in a way that weighed every scar and every choice and every word he had thrown at Dumbledore. You are impatient, Skuld said. Her voice did not echo, yet it filled the space. And you are young. Harry shrugged. I am alive, he said. In Midgard that usually comes with both. Urdur's fingers moved. She pulled a thread that glowed faintly gold, smoothed it, and let it run into the weave at her feet. Your line has been knotted since before your birth, she said. The wolf, the serpent, the wand, the hall. Now the old wizard has tugged at it again. The pattern strains. Harry frowned. You mean Dumbledore, he said. The mind chain. The stone he is hiding. The way he keeps playing with children as if they are chess pieces. Verdandi dipped her fingers in the pool. Images rippled across the surface. Harry saw himself at 11 with a wooden axe in his hands, facing a wall of laughing warriors. He saw himself in the great hall of Hogwarts, raising his goblet while candles floated overhead. He saw Ron grinning, Hermione scolding, Neville shaking but standing anyway, Daphne on a training ring of blue light, hair damp with sweat, eyes steady. He saw Dumbledore's face as the chain snapped in the office. That brief flash of real anger under the twinkle. Then something else. Stone corridors in darkness. Flames licking from broken portraits. Blood on the marble. A body on the floor with red hair streaming over a cracked tile. Harry's stomach clenched. Stop, he said. Verdandi lifted her hand. The image stilled. Skuld's gaze did not soften. This is one of the roads, she said. Not carved yet. Not fixed. But close enough that a careless footfall can send you sliding. Harry set his jaw. Who is that? He asked, voice flat. You know, Urger said. You would rather not speak it. He did. He just did not want to picture it. You show me this now, he said. Because the headmaster is about to make it more likely. Or because I am. You pull at threads without seeing the knots above your reach, Skuld said. You break chains. Good. Chains rot. But when you snap one, the tension runs elsewhere. Dumbledore tightens rules. The Dark Lord stirs through his puppet. Others move in the shadows of both. Harry thought of Quirrell's smell. The hiss in the corridor. Snape's face when Harry spoke about dead children. You are saying every choice I make has a cost, he said. Urger snorted softly. That is not news, she said. Every breath has a cost. You of all people should know. How many times did you fall with an axe in your hands, only to rise again when the feast horn blew? Harry remembered. Valhalla, the clash of steel, the screams, the brief, sharp shock of a sword through his ribs, then darkness, then a jolt of cold and the roar of the hall as he woke at the table again. You do not have that in Hogwarts, Verdandi said. She watched him carefully. This time death stays, not only for you, for the ones who walk at your side. Harry had known that in words. Seeing the red hair on the stone drove it into his chest. Then tell me, he said, is it fixed? Do I just walk like a good little puppet and wait for the moment the blade falls? Or do I get a say? You call this the loom. Looms make patterns. Are there any I can change? Skuld's gaze sharpened. There is always one thing, she said. Urger holds what was. Verdandi holds what is. I hold what may be. The end of the line is set. The world burns and is born again. The wolf eats the sun. The serpent breaks the sea. You die. Everyone dies. That is the story. Harry did not flinch. I am not arguing with the end of the world, he said. That seems a bit big to punch. I am asking about the space between now and when my lungs stop. Do I fall on my knees and beg for mercy? Do I take a few monsters with me? Do I stand in front of a boy I promised to protect and let the spell hit me instead? That is choice. Skuld tilted her head. The way you walk, she said softly. The manner in which you hold your axe. Yes, that is the part that belongs to you, and to those who choose to walk beside you. So if I accept that I am going to die, Harry said, I get to decide whether I die with my friends safe behind me or not. Urger smiled with the slow satisfaction of someone hearing the right answer at last. Spoken like one of ours, she said. Verdandi's fingers hovered over the pool again. The trouble, she said, is that you are not only ours now. The wand prophecies cling to you. Midgard has its own little seer, mumbling in a tower. Her words have teeth here. They pull on threads we do not fully spin. Harry's mouth twisted. You mean the prophecy you have not told me about yet, but everyone seems to think belongs to me, he said. The one that made Dumbledore pick up a baby and put him on a doorstep like a parcel. The one Voldemort tried to answer with a curse. Skuld's eyes narrowed. Which is worse? She asked. An old man who uses your name to hold his world together, or a god who pulls you from your cradle so you can die gloriously at the end of all things? Harry looked at her. Trick question, he said. They are both terrible. The god is at least honest about it. Erder gave a rusty chuckle. Odin will be pleased you said that, she said. He already knows, Harry said. He sees everything I do when I remember him. That is sort of the point. Skuld studied him. You stand between two kinds of fate, she said. The small circle of British wizards and their fears, and the wide circle of worlds burning. You cannot break either. You can only choose how you carry them. That is what you needed to understand. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. So that is the whisper, he said. Not a spell. Not a warning of one exact moment. Just this. Except the end. Own the road. Verdandi nodded. Your friends will not like it, she said. They will hear you speak of your own death like a weather report. It will disturb them. They can be disturbed, Harry said. Better that than lied to. Skuld leaned forward a little. And the girl, she said. The serpent who is tired of venom. What will you tell her? Harry thought of Daphne in the training ring. The way she had stood with her shoulders back even when Ron knocked the breath out of her. The way she had warned him about Malfoy without pretending she was only doing it for them. I do not know yet, he said honestly. If she steps onto this road, I will not pretend it is safe. I will not promise a happy ending just because it sounds nice. I can promise to stand in front of her if I can. That is all. Skuld's stare was unreadable. That answer will hurt, she said. It will also be the only true one. Erder flicked her fingers. The glow of the pool dimmed. You should wake now, she said. There is porridge in the hall and letters from mothers and homework and boys who snore. All the little things that make a life worth bothering to die for. Harry nodded. He looked at Skuld one more time. Thank you, he said. For what? She asked. For not telling me I could slip out of this, he said. It would have been a lie. I prefer knowing where the cliff is, even if I still fall off it in the end. Skuld gave him the smallest of smiles. Walk well, Harry of the Hall, she said. The mist rose. The stars smeared. The tree faded. He woke with a sharp breath, back in his bed in Gryffindor Tower, heart pounding like he had just run up every stair in the castle. Seen one roster, hidden Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus in the dormitory. The hangings were dark. Someone in the next bed snored like a broken bellows. Ron muttered something about broomsticks and turned over, blankets wrapped around his leg. Harry lay still and listened. His chest ached. Not in a way Madame Pomfrey could fix. This was something else. A tightness that came from seeing two roads at once and knowing both ended in the same wall. He pushed the covers back and sat up. Cold air bit his skin. His scar prickled faintly, but not with the sharp heat that came near Quirrell. This was more like an echo. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, found the floor with his feet, and stood. Ron's voice came out of the darkness. Harry, he mumbled. You all right? Harry froze. I am fine, he said. Go back to sleep. Ron poked his head out from behind his curtain. His hair stuck up in all directions. You are not fine, he said. You are doing the thing. What thing? Harry asked. The thing where you talk like one of those old warriors in the stories Dad reads, Ron said. His voice was low but awake now, all dramatic and quiet. Whenever you do that, something weird has happened. Harry sighed. I will tell you in the morning, he said. Properly. After food. Ron blinked. Is it about Dumbledore? He asked. Or Quirrell? Or both? Bigger, Harry said. Bigger than a headmaster and a half-possessed teacher, Ron said. Brilliant. Cannot wait. He yawned, then flopped back onto his pillow. You better not die without telling me first, he added, already drifting again. That would be rude. Harry huffed out a short laugh in spite of himself. I will keep it in mind, he murmured. Neville rolled over in the bed by the window. His hand groped for his blanket and tugged it up. Harry watched them for a moment. He thought of the pool of red hair on stone, of Skuld's cool gaze. Then he lay back down. He did not sleep again, but he rested, eyes on the faint cracks in the canopy overhead, counting breaths until the sky outside the window shifted from black to gray. Scene 2 roster: hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville at the Gryffindor table, other Gryffindors nearby, staff at the high table. Breakfast at Hogwarts looked ordinary. Owls swooped in with letters. Sausages smoked on platters. Students argued about homework and Quidditch and who had stolen whose toast. Harry pushed food around his plate more than he ate it. Ron noticed. Ron always noticed when someone went near food and then failed to actually put it in their mouth. "You are worrying me," he said. "And I do not like being worried before I have had at least 3 pieces of bacon." "Spill." Hermione poured pumpkin juice and eyed Harry over the jug. "You look tired," she said. "Did you have another vision?" Neville flinched at the word. "Not in the way you mean," Harry said. "Not a snake voice. Not Quirrell. Valhalla." Hermione blinked. "They can reach you in your sleep from that far?" she asked. Harry nodded. "They are not sending letters by owl," he said. "When they want to talk, they talk." Ron leaned in. "Who was it?" he asked. "Odin. Thor. The big guys." Harry swallowed a mouthful of porridge to buy time. "The Norns," he said. "The ones who deal with fate. Urger. Verdandi. Skuld." Hermione's eyes lit up despite everything. "I read a bit about them when I looked up Norse myths," she said. "They sit by the roots of the world tree and weave the threads of lives. They decide who dies when. That is what the book said." "The book made it sound neat," Harry said. "It is not neat. It is threads and knots and people trying to drag the pattern into shapes they like." Neville's hands tightened around his mug. "What did they say about you?" he asked. His voice was small. Harry looked at his friends. "I asked them if I could dodge it," he said. "All of this, the prophecy Dumbledore is hiding, the fight with Voldemort, the whole end of the world thing. They said no." Ron stared. "They just told you you are going to die," he said. "Yes," Harry said. Hermione set her fork down with a sharp clink. "That is a horrible thing to tell an 11-year-old, she said. "They cannot do that." Harry shrugged. "They did," he said. "They were also clear about the rest. The end is fixed. How I walk to it is not. That part is mine." Neville swallowed. "So you were just," he said slowly, "all right with that?" Harry met his eyes. "I accept it," he said. "The difference matters. I am not happy about it. I am not throwing a party. But pretending I can live forever if I just try hard enough is stupid. People die. Warriors die. Children die. I saw enough of that in Valhalla, even if they got back up after." Ron shivered. "You keep saying that," he said. "About dying and getting up. About falling with an axe and waking at a feast. That does not happen here." "I know," Harry said quietly. "That is why I am taking this more seriously, not less." Hermione shook her head. "You talk about your own death like you are choosing socks," she said. "It is unsettling." "I talk about it like a fact," Harry said. "It is coming whether I look at it or not. The only thing I can change is who else falls with me and why." Neville's eyes were shiny. "I do not want you to die," he blurted. Harry's chest tightened. "I would prefer not to," he said. "If there is a way through this where I live and Voldemort does not, I will take it. But if the world gives me a choice between me and you, I know which side I stand on." That is what Skuld pushed at. The shape of the choice. Hermione pressed her lips together. "So what do we do with that?" she asked. "Walk around waiting for you to drop." "No," Harry said. "We train. We watch. We make it as hard as possible for anyone to hurt the people we care about. We treat this like a battle with a long lead up, not like a story where someone swoops in at the last minute and saves us because the author likes us." Ron huffed out a breath. "You know you just ruined every fairy tale Mum ever read us," he said. "Sorry," Harry said. "I am not," Ron said. "They always made it sound like being brave meant standing still and shouting your name and somehow everything worked out. This sounds more like what Bill told me about curse breaking. Half the job is not setting off the trap before you know what it does." Hermione glanced toward the staff table. "Do you think Dumbledore knows?" she asked. About what the Norns told you. Harry followed her gaze. The headmaster looked as he usually did. Twinkling eyes, bright robes, a plate full of funny-looking sweets. He laughed at something Professor Flitwick said. He did not look like a man who had just had his grand plan questioned by a god. He knows his own prophecy, Harry said. He trusts that more. He probably thinks the Norse stuff is old superstition or something he can shape. Either way he will use it. That is what he does. Neville hunched his shoulders. He is the headmaster, he said. He is supposed to keep us safe. Gran always says so in her letters. She writes his name in big letters like that makes it true. Harry's spoon scraped the bottom of the bowl. Keeping us safe and keeping his idea of the world safe are not the same, he said. He will protect the big picture, the school as a symbol, maybe even the idea of children being mostly happy here. Individual faces, individual bodies, those are smaller to him. Hermione flinched. That is a terrifying way to think, she said. It is how a lot of leaders think, Harry said. Odin does it too. He just talks openly about the fact that he is recruiting bodies for the last battle. Dumbledore uses words like light and love and greater good. It feels nicer, so people swallow it. Ron stabbed a sausage. You are making me feel sick, he said. And I was hungry a minute ago. Harry sighed. Sorry, he said again. Ron shook his head. Do not apologize for telling the truth, he said. Just maybe tell it after I eat next time. Hermione looked at Harry sideways. You mentioned a girl, she said. In what Skuld said. You said a serpent who is tired of venom. Harry grimaced. I did not mean to let that slip, he said. Ron's eyebrows shot up. Is this about Daphne? He asked. You know, small and scary. Likes runes. Pretends not to care about anything but talks more when you push. Harry gave him a flat look. You noticed that much, he said. Weasley eyes, Ron said. It is a gift. Also she keeps looking at you like you are a puzzle she wants to solve. Neville fidgeted with his fork. Do you like her? He asked. Like her. Harry took a breath. I like that she does not lie to herself about what her house is, he said. I like that she stepped into the training ring even when she knew she might lose. I like that she warned me about Malfoy without pretending she did it out of kindness. Is that enough of an answer? Hermione folded her arms. It is not a no, she said. Harry looked down at his plate. Skuld asked what I would tell her, he said quietly. If she chose to stand on this path. I said I would not pretend it was safe. That I could only promise to stand in front of her if I could. Neville stared at him. That is the most romantic and the most awful thing I have ever heard, he said. Ron rubbed his face. So if you do start snogging Slytherins in secret corridors, he said, we should expect to get dragged into some prophecy mess for it. Harry snorted. I am not planning to drag anyone anywhere, he said. If she comes, it will be because she decided her own house is not giving her enough tools to survive. And if she wants to keep her distance, that is her choice too. Hermione watched him for a moment. You know, she said slowly, normal boys your age worry about homework and Quidditch and whether their ears stick out. You worry about battlefields and goddesses and whether you will get your friends killed by walking near them. Harry shrugged. I can worry about more than one thing, he said. I still have to finish my essay for McGonagall. Ron groaned. Do not remind me, he said. Neville gave a small laugh, shoulders loosening for the first time since the start of the meal. All right, he said. We will try to live long enough to hand in all our homework. That is as good a target as any. Harry smiled back. Good, he said. It means I get to annoy Snape a bit longer. Hermione rolled her eyes. Please do not get us all expelled before winter, she said. No promises, Harry said lightly. They all knew he meant it. Scene 3 roster, hidden Harry, Daphne, later joined by Ron and Hermione. The old training classroom was quiet. Harry had claimed it after the first week, when he realized that the official dueling club he wanted did not exist yet. It had high ceilings, a scuffed floor, and just enough space to swing an axe without taking someone's head off by accident. Today there was no axe, only chalk, a scrap of parchment with old runes, and Daphne Greengrass watching him from a few paces away with her arms folded. You look worse than usual, she said. Did someone finally manage to hex you in your sleep? Harry drew a line on the floor. He wrote the first rune carefully, feeling the tug of its shape in his fingers. No, he said. The Norns dragged me into a conversation. It was not soothing. Daphne raised a brow. Norns, she said. As in the three-path women from the old sagas. Yes, Harry said. You say that like other people say yes to toast, she said. Harry straightened and met her eyes. In Valhalla the stories are not stories, he said. They are neighbors. That is part of the problem. Here people think of fate like a bedtime tale. There, it is a woman at your table who tells you she has already seen where your blood will fall. Daphne's mouth tightened. And what did they say about you? She asked. That I die, Harry said simply. Still, no change. The only thing that moves is how I get there and who I take with me. She did not look away. How can you say that so calmly? She asked. If someone told me the exact day I die, I would spend the rest of my life trying to prove them wrong. They did not give me a date, Harry said. Just the end of the line, and I already knew it. Everyone dies. Warriors just tend to have shorter lines. I made my peace with that when I took my first fall in the hall. Daphne stepped closer. There was a crease between her brows. You keep talking like that, she said. And one morning your friends are going to wake up and find you gone and tell themselves they should have seen it coming, that they should have tied you to the bed or something. Harry looked down at the chalk in his hand. I would have broken the ropes, he said. That is not the point, she said sharply. He looked back up. All right, he said. What is? She held his gaze. If you walk around already half dead in your own head, she said. You make it easier for everyone else to accept losing you. You make it easier for yourself to step in front of a curse without looking for any other way. That might be noble. It is also stupid. Harry felt a flicker of annoyance. You think I enjoy this? He asked. Waking up with images of people I care about bleeding out on Hogwarts stone because some old seer once muttered a line about me. You think I like knowing that both gods and wizards expect me to be their shield and their sword? No, Daphne said. I think you are trying to carry it all at once and pretending that means you have already fallen. There is a difference between accepting death and handing yourself over to it early. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it. He breathed out slowly. That is what Skuld said, he admitted. In more words, that the way I walk matters as much as where I fall. Daphne relaxed a fraction. Good, she said. At least the cosmic forces have some sense. She glanced at the chalk line. What are you drawing? She asked. Harry crouched and added another rune. Something that might help, he said. A ward knit with runes instead of Latin. Hogwarts is layered with old magic. Some of it feels close to what I trained with. I want to lay a ring you can trigger even if I am not there. Daphne's eyes sharpened. A ring, she said. Like the one we used before. Similar idea, Harry said. Different purpose. That one was for training. This is for protection. If someone you do not trust corners you, you step into the circle and speak the name we choose. It will do the rest. She moved closer and knelt on the other side of the chalk. Her skirt brushed the floor. Strands of her dark hair slipped over her shoulder. You are making me my own panic button, she said. How charming, Harry snorted. I am making you a way to keep breathing, he said. I do not like the idea of Quirrell or even Snape thinking they can lean on you in corners because you know things. Daphne picked up a second piece of chalk. So show me, she said. If you are going to carve a magic circle for me, I am going to understand it. Harry smiled despite the weight in his chest. All right, he said. First rune is Algize, protection. It looks like a man with arms raised. That one anchors the ring to you. The next is Isa, stillness. It slows anything that crosses it like ice under a boot. Then I was. That one bites back. Daphne drew the shapes as he spoke, her lines neat and precise. This is old magic, she said quietly. Older than Hogwarts. Yes, Harry said. Older than wands. It does not care about bloodlines or exam marks. Cares about intent and balance. He guided her hand once when she angled a stroke too far. His fingers closed over hers, warm and steady. For a moment they stayed like that. Daphne's gaze flicked up to his. There was no blush, no flutter. Just an awareness, sharp as the edge of a blade. You do realize, she said slowly, that if anyone from my house finds out a Gryffindor from another world is teaching me how to carve Valhallan wards, I will never hear the end of it. They already do not trust you, Harry said, because you do not hand them every secret you see. This will not make it worse. It will just make you harder to hurt. She laughed once, short and dry. You have a way of making treason sound reasonable, she said. It is not treason, Harry said. It is survival. If anyone in your house cared about that more than about image, they would do the same. She finished the last stroke of the rune and sat back on her heels. All right, she said. Suppose I accept this gift. What do you want in return? Harry blinked. I did not ask for payment, he said. Everyone asks for payment, Daphne said, even if they pretend they do not. Favor with teachers, information, a reputation. No one gives power away for free. Harry thought about that. I want you alive, he said at last. That is it. She stared at him. That is a terrible bargain for you, she said softly. It is the only one that makes sense to me, he said. Something passed over her face. A crack in the smooth mask. You are going to end up with a lot of ghosts, she said. If you keep talking like that and giving people rings of runes, I already have more than I like, Harry said. One more or less will not change the weight. She reached out and flicked his forehead with 2 fingers. Idiot, she said. He rubbed the spot, more surprised than hurt. Ouch, he said. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. If I am going to walk near you, she said, I refuse to do it as some tragic figure you decided to save against her will. If I step into that circle, it will be because I chose to, not because you pushed me toward it. Do you understand? Harry nodded. Yes, he said. Good, she said. They finished the runic ring in silence. The chalk circle glowed faintly when Harry murmured the activation word under his breath. Step in, he said. Daphne did. The air inside the circle felt thicker. She lifted her hand and met resistance a few centimeters from the chalk line, like pressing through water. It will slow curses, not stop them, Harry said. It will give you a heartbeat to move or call for help. It will sting anyone who tries to cross without your consent. Daphne stepped out again. Useful, she said. Thank you. You are welcome, Harry said. Voices in the corridor reached them before the door opened. Ron stuck his head in first. There you are, he said. We looked in 3 wrong classrooms before this. Hermione followed, parchment in hand. You missed charms practice, she said. Flitwick wondered where you had vanished to. Harry gestured to the runic ring. I was working on something more urgent, he said. Ron eyed the chalk. Is this going to explode if I poke it? He asked. Yes, Harry and Daphne said at the same time. Ron jerked his hand back. Right, he said. Not touching that. Hermione circled the ring carefully. These are runes, she said. Actual spell structure in Norse runes. That is advanced work, Harry. It is simple compared to some of the bindings I saw in the hall, he said. You start with a small shield before you build a fortress. Daphne glanced at Hermione. He made it for me, she said. So I do not get cornered alone by someone who thinks a quiet girl is an easy target. Hermione's expression softened. That makes sense, she said. No one should have to rely only on teachers for protection. Ron nodded. Especially when some of the teachers might be planning things with the Dark Lord in secret corridors, he said. Daphne flicked her eyes toward Harry. You told them, she said. They were there, Harry said. We heard the same words. She thought about that, then nodded. Fine, she said. As long as you did not share the path without asking. Hermione blinked. We have not told anyone about the corridor, she said. We are not stupid. Ron shrugged. Fred and George keep making comments about secret maps, he said. But I think that is just them bragging. Neville's head popped around the door frame hesitantly. Are we allowed in? He asked. Or is this some Slytherin Gryffindor summit I should not disturb? Harry smiled. Come in, he said. We were just finishing. Neville slipped inside and closed the door behind him. He stared at the glowing ring. Is that safe? He asked. Safe enough, Harry said. Do not step on it and you will be fine. Neville edged past, keeping a careful distance. He looked between Harry and Daphne. You two were bent over that for a while, he said. Were you talking about anything we should know? Daphne glanced at Harry. Fate, she said. Death. Bad bargains. You know. Light topics. Neville winced. Do we have to talk about death again? He asked. Harry shook his head. Not in detail, he said. Only this. I spoke to the Norns. They confirmed what we already guessed. Things are coming. Big things. We might not stop them all. But we can prepare. This ring is one way. Training is another. Watching Quirrell is a third. Hermione drew herself up. Then we make a plan, she said. We already know Quirrell and Snape are in some sort of game over whatever Dumbledore is hiding. We know the third floor is out of bounds. We know the headmaster does not want us involved. We also know that if we leave it entirely to them, people will probably get hurt. Ron scratched his ear. I vote for not dying, he said. Just in case anyone was wondering. Neville nodded quickly. Seconded, he said. Daphne rolled her eyes. Brave Gryffindors, she said dryly. Harry looked at all of them. Skuld's words echoed in his head. The way you walk. All right, he said. Here is what we do. We train together. Not just me and Ron. All of us. Runes, wand work, dodging. We keep an eye on the staff without stepping into the open fight yet. We set up more of these circles in places that matter. And we keep talking. No secrets inside this group. Hermione frowned. What about the gods? She asked. Do you tell them everything? No, Harry said. They already know enough. Odin sees most of what I do. I do not need to run every choice past him. That is how you end up as a pawn. Daphne gave him a long look. I wondered when you would say that out loud, she said. Ron grinned weakly. So we are what? He asked. An unofficial little war band now. With a Slytherin and a boy from the sky and a half-trained lot from Gryffindor. Harry felt something settle in his chest. Yes, he said. We are. Neville squared his shoulders. Fine, he said. If we are going to be a war band, can we at least work on my aim? I still hit my own shoe when I try to hex. Hermione smiled. We will fix that, she said. Step away from the circle and we can start. They moved the desks back and cleared a space on the floor. As they practiced simple disarming charms and shield spells, as Neville stumbled and then steadied, as Ron joked to hide the tightness in his jaw and Hermione counted their timing, Harry caught Daphne watching them. There was something like hunger in her eyes. Not the greedy kind. The kind that came from seeing a table you had never been invited to and realizing there might be a seat with your name on it after all. Later, when the others had gone ahead to dinner and Harry lingered to put the desks back, Daphne stayed. She stood by the ring. Its glow faded now to a faint memory. So, she said. So, Harry echoed. If I step into this with you, she said quietly. If I agree that this little group matters, that we work together and watch each other's backs, you do not get to decide alone when to throw yourself off a cliff. You hear me? You do anything that final without giving us a say and I will haunt you. Harry's throat felt tight again. Deal, he said. She nodded. Good, she said. Then, very quickly, before either of them could overthink it, she leaned in and pressed a brief, cool kiss to his cheek. It was not soft in the way romance novels described. It was more like a seal placed on a pact. Her hair brushed his jaw, and he smelled something sharp and clean, like winter air. She stepped back at once, face calm. That is not a promise of anything, she said. It is a mark. You are not the only one making oaths here. Harry lifted a hand to his cheek. I understand, he said. See that you do, she said. She walked to the door, paused with her hand on the handle, then glanced back. Try not to die before our next study session, she said. I do not want to waste all this rune work on a replacement. A slow smile pulled at his mouth. I will do my best, he said. She snorted and left. Harry stood alone in the empty classroom for a moment, listening to the echo of her footsteps in the corridor. He thought of Skuld and her loom, of Erdur's steady hands, of Verdani's watchful eyes. He thought of the red hair on the stone and of the way Daphne's mouth had set when she told him not to walk off any cliffs without her input. The end was fixed. The road was not. He picked up the chalk and started drawing a second ring. Scene 1 roster hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, other Gryffindors and Slytherin's staff later. The castle felt restless that night. Harry noticed it first in the way the torches along the corridor guttered when they passed. The flames leaned away from the wall, as if something had moved through ahead of them and pulled the air along. Ron was talking about Quidditch. Hermione was listing homework out loud. Neville kept rubbing his wrist where his last attempt at a shield spell had gone wrong and bounced. Daphne walked a step to Harry's left. Her expression was neutral, but he could tell she was listening to everything the way a fighter listened before a duel. "I am telling you," Ron said. "If what makes us get up any earlier I am going to die on the pitch and you lot can just drag my body off the grass." "You will not die from running laps," Hermione said. "You will die from not stretching first and pulling something." Neville snorted. "I already pulled everything," he said. "Twice." Harry was only half listening. There was a sound under the chatter. A faint hiss. Not words exactly. More like stone scraping against stone far away. "Do you hear that?" he asked quietly. Daphne glanced at him. "Hear what?" she said. Harry frowned. The hiss faded. "Never mind," he said. "Maybe the castle is settling." Hermione gave him a sharp look. "You have that face again," she said. "The one you had before the troll in the story you told about Valhalla. The one that means something bad is coming." He did not get a chance to answer. They turned the corner. The corridor beyond was packed. Students huddled along the walls, whispering. The air smelled of damp stone and something acrid, like cleaning potion and old water. "What is going on?" Ron muttered. They pushed forward in a small knot. A few older Slytherins sneered at Harry and Daphne as they passed, but no one tried to stop them. Curiosity was stronger than house lines. At the center of the crowd, a space had opened. Mrs. Norris hung stiffly from a torch bracket, her body stretched out, eyes wide and glassy. Water pooled on the floor beneath her and dripped from the stones. Underneath, in jagged red letters, someone had written on the wall, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the air. Beware." Ron swore under his breath. Hermione went very still. Neville's knuckles went white on the strap of his bag. Daphne's jaw clenched once. Hard. Harry looked at the cat. He looked at the words. His stomach turned. This was not a duel in a hall where you woke up again with a cheer and a fresh cup of mead. This was a message written in something that looked too much like real blood on Real stone, with a Real animal hanging like a warning sign under it. The hiss in his ears came back, sharper now. He forced his voice to stay level. "Back," he said. "All of you. Move away from the wall." A few Gryffindors frowned at him. An older Ravenclaw laughed uneasily. "Who put you in charge, Valhalla boy?" he said. Then Professor McGonagall's voice cut across the noise. "Out of the way," she said. "All of you. Back from the wall this instant." The crowd shuffled. Feet scraped. Harry and his friends were pushed off to one side, against a stone pillar. Dumbledore arrived a moment later, robes bright even in the dim light. His face was pale. Filch came running behind him. His breath came in sharp gasps. When he saw Mrs. Norris, he made a sound Harry had heard in war halls when someone realized the body in front of them wore a familiar shield. "No," Filch choked. "No, no, no. My poor cat. My sweet girl. Murderers. You have killed her." "She is not dead," Dumbledore said quietly. "She is petrified. We can fix this." Filch rounded on the nearest group of students. It happened to be Harry and the others. "You," he spat. "You were here. You did this. You freaks and your tricks." Harry met his glare. "I did not," he said, voice flat. "And if I had, the wall would not need to say beware. They would already be on the floor." Daphne shot him a quick sideways look. There was a flash of approval in it, sharp and brief. "Argus," McGonagall said sharply. "That is enough. We will investigate. For now these children will go back to their common rooms." Dumbledore looked at Harry. For once there was no twinkle. "Mr. Potter," he said slowly, Where were you before you arrived here? In the corridor by the stairs, Harry said. With Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne. We heard noise and came to see. We were not the first ones here. Snape appeared at the edge of the group, cloak whispering over the floor. His eyes were darker than usual. How convenient, he said softly. The boy who brings war into our halls happens to be here when an old war chamber is named. Harry lifted his chin. I did not write on the wall, he said. I do not attack cats. I pick enemies who can fight back. Snape's mouth thinned. Dumbledore raised a hand. Enough, he said. Severus Minerva, please escort the students back to their houses. We will move Mr. Filch and his companion and take samples from the writing for Madame Pomfrey and the staff to examine. Ron leaned close to Harry as they were herded away. What is the Chamber of Secrets? He whispered. And why did you sound like you were swallowing nails when you read it? Harry stared at the floor as they walked. Old story, he said. I will explain when we are alone. Daphne walked beside him. Her face had gone from pale to carefully blank. I will help, she said quietly. It is our house problem as much as yours. Hermione listened, eyes bright and frightened. Neville kept looking back over his shoulder at the wall until the corner hid it. Scene 2 roster, hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne in the unused classroom. The old training classroom felt smaller that night. Harry had shut the door and put a simple muffling charm on it. Hermione had checked it twice. Daphne had traced a rune at the base of the frame to make sure sound did not leak. Neville sat on a desk, hands twisted together. Ron paced. Hermione stood by the window, chewing her lower lip. Daphne leaned against the wall near the chalk ring Harry had made for her in the last chapter. His faint mark was still on the stone. So, Ron said, Chamber of Secrets. Snape calling it an old war chamber. Someone putting messages on walls. Explain. Harry rubbed his eyes. In the old stories of the school, he said, there were 4 founders. You know that. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin. Hermione said at once. I read the book on them. Right, Harry said. One of them got tired of sharing. Salazar decided that Muggle-born students were a danger. He argued. The others refused to close the school to anyone with magic. So he built a hidden room under the castle and left a monster in it for whoever his heir would be. A weapon for the future. A secret chamber. Neville swallowed. That is a bedtime story, he said weakly. Something Gran used to scare me into being careful in the corridors. Daphne shook her head. In my house, she said. They do not tell it as a story. They tell it as a promise. They say the heir of Slytherin will one day clean the school. That is the phrase they use. Clean. As if people are dirt. Ron grimaced. My father talks about that lot all the time, he said. Pure blood crowd. The Malfoys. Some of the older families. They treat the chamber like a funny old legend that might be useful one day if it is real. Hermione's hands clenched. So someone has decided to make it real, she said. To scare everyone. To make Muggle-born students feel like targets. Harry met her eyes. They are targets, he said quietly. That message was not for cats. It was for you and the others with non-wizard parents. Whoever wrote it is willing to hurt animals and children to make a point. Neville shivered. That is disgusting, he said. Even Death Eaters are not supposed to attack students inside Hogwarts. Gran always said the school is sacred ground. Daphne gave a short, bitter laugh. Sacred until someone wants leverage, she said. Then it becomes a message board. This is not about the cat. This is about power. Fear. Showing who can act and get away with it. Harry thought of Valhalla, of feuds declared over the bodies of fallen kin, of men and women standing up in the hall to name those they would challenge. It was ugly sometimes, but it was open. You knew who hated you and why. This is not even a proper feud, he said. In the hall, if someone vows blood, they stand up in front of everyone and say it. They do not sneak around writing half-threats on walls and hurting pets. This is coward work. Ron nodded sharply. Yeah, he said. If Malfoy has a problem with anyone, he can say it to their face. I will happily knock his teeth out. Hermione shot him a look. That will help, she said dryly. Start a nice little war in the corridors. Very clever. It is already a war, Harry said. They just want to fight it on terms that make you small and scared. He moved to the center of the room and put his hands on the old chalk lines. Dranger Code says something simple, he went on. You protect your hall. You protect the ones who share your fire and your table. If you do not, you are nothing. The Norns told me the end is fixed, but they also told me the road is mine. On my road, anyone who uses the name of Slytherin to hurt children is declaring a blood feud with me. Neville stared at him. A blood feud, he repeated. What does that mean? In Valhalla, Harry said. It means I treat them as enemies of my kin, not just people I dislike. People I will hunt when they move against us. I will not let them choose soft targets. If they want to spill blood, they can try mine first. Hermione swallowed. That is a heavy thing to say, she said. It is lighter than leaving you to walk past that wall with a message on it and no one willing to stand in front of you, Harry said. Daphne pushed off from the wall. You realize, she said, that if you declare a feud with whoever calls themselves heir, you declare one with half my house, at least in their heads. They will see it as you taking sides against all Slytherins. Harry looked at her. I am not against your house, he said. I am against anyone who thinks blood makes them better and that fear is a good tool. If they want to stand apart from that, I will stand with them. Daphne held his gaze. And if I stand with you, she asked quietly, against people who share my name and table, what does that make me? Braver than they are, Harry said. And in more danger. Which is why we do this together or not at all. Ron stopped pacing. We do it together, he said at once. You think I am going to sit back while some snake heir stalks the castle? No chance. Hermione set her shoulders. Me too, she said. Not because of your code or your gods. Because this is my school as much as theirs. I worked too hard to get in. I am not letting someone scare me out of it with nasty writing. Neville took a shaky breath. I am useless at dueling, he said. I can barely hit a target. But I can learn. I can watch. I can warn people. And I can stand next to you when it matters. I am not hiding in the dormitory while other people bleed. Daphne exhaled slowly. You realize this makes us a target, she said. Not just for whoever opened the chamber. For the staff if they decide students meddling is a problem. For my family if word gets out. Harry nodded. I know, he said. She stepped closer. Then say it properly, she told him. You are Valhalla raised. You know the weight of oaths. Do not throw the word feud around like a threat in a corridor. Make it clear. Make it clean. Harry thought of the Norns. Of Skuld's cool gaze. Of Odin at the high table listening when warriors spoke vows. He looked at each of them in turn. Ron with his stubborn jaw. Hermione with ink on her fingers and fire in her eyes. Neville with his hands shaking but his feet planted. Daphne with the serpent badge on her chest and the faint chalk mark of the ring by her boots. He set his forearm over the old chalk circle and drew a line on the skin with his nail, just enough to sting. Blood welled up, bright red. By the hall that raised me, he said, voice steady. By the shield wall I have stood in, by the gods who watched me die and wake, I call blood feud on any who use this chamber to hunt children in this school. My kin are those who stand with me in the ring. Anyone who strikes at them strikes at me. I will answer. Ron went pale. Hermione's breath hitched. Neville made a small sound. Daphne did not flinch. She stepped forward, took his wrist, and smeared a streak of his blood across the chalk line. By the old families who remember what honor used to mean, she said. By the greengrass line that kept its word even when it cost us, I stand in this feud. Anyone who uses Slytherin's name to hunt children is no heir of ours. They are prey. I will help hunt them. Ron swallowed and pushed his sleeve up. I am not sure my family has any grand words, he said. We have a shed full of old curse bits and a lot of hand-me-downs. But my mum taught us one thing. You do not let bullies win. I am in. Anyone who wants to hurt my friends can go through me first. He scratched his own arm enough to draw a thin line of blood and let it drip onto the edge of the ring. Hermione hesitated for a heartbeat. Then she lifted her chin. I do not have an ancient house, she said. I have parents who fix teeth. They still matter. They worked themselves half to death so I could come here. I am not letting anyone treat that like dirt. I stand in this with you. Her blood joined theirs. Neville took the longest. His hand shook as he drew the line, but he did it. Gran always says I am not like my parents, he whispered. She is right. I am not. I am me, and I can choose. So I choose this. I would rather be scared and standing than safe and cowering. The ring drank their blood. The chalk lines flared a dull red, then faded. Harry felt a pull in his chest, not heavy like a chain, more like the tightness in his hand when he gripped an axe too long. It was done. He wiped his arm on his sleeve. That is it, he said. No speeches to the whole school. No banners. Just us. We keep our eyes open. We protect who we can. We do not start fights we cannot finish. But if they come for us, we do not run. Hermione sighed. That is the least reassuring plan I have ever heard, she said. But it is better than waiting. Daphne touched the runes at the base of the door again. Then we start with information, she said. My house has more stories about this chamber than most. I will find what I can without drawing too much attention. You lot research the creature. If the old tales are true, there is a beast down there. We need to know what it is. Harry looked at her. You think the monster is real, he said. She nodded once. In these stories, she said, the monster is always real. Scene 3 roster, hidden Harry, Hermione, Neville in library, Madame Pants nearby, other students at distant tables. The library smelled of dust and ink and old leather. Hermione had dragged them there straight after breakfast the next day. Ron was stuck in detention with Filch, which Harry suspected was Filch's way of lashing out at anyone near the corridor scene. Daphne had gone back to her house with a calm face and a promise to listen. Hermione had already stacked a pile of books higher than Neville's head on their table. Creatures of legend, she murmured, flipping pages. Founders and their legacy. Salazar Slytherin and the Second Age. They do not make these titles easy. Neville lowered his voice. Do you think Dumbledore is actually going to do anything? He asked. About the chamber. The writing. Harry scanned the shelves. He will do something, he said. Whether it is enough or the right thing is another question. He is juggling his own plans. We are not his only problem. Hermione looked up sharply. Harry, she said, you cannot just say things like that about the headmaster. I can if they are true, he said. He left an old nightmare under the 3rd floor to guard a stone and hoped no one would trip over it. He hired a man with a possessed skull. He thinks in big pieces. We are smaller pieces. Neville shivered. I liked it better when I thought teachers always had the answers, he muttered. Hermione sighed. So did I, she said. But we do not have time to wait for them to remember we exist. Listen to this. She turned the book so they could see. Salazar Slytherin was said to have a unique gift, she read. He could speak to snakes. He kept a personal familiar of unusual size beneath the school. A serpent born from an egg hatched under unnatural forces. Harry felt the hairs on his neck rise. A basilisk, he said. Hermione nodded. That is the most likely, she said. A giant serpent that kills with a glance. They are bred in secret because they are banned. They live for hundreds of years. Neville made a strangled noise. You are saying there might be a basilisk under the school, he said. Right now, while we sit here. Yes, Hermione said. If the stories are true. Harry exhaled. That hiss I heard, he said slowly. In the corridor before we saw the wall. That could have been it moving in the pipes. Neville grabbed the edge of the table. You can hear it, he said. How? Harry frowned. I do not know, he said. Maybe the scar. Maybe Valhalla changed something. Maybe because I have killed things bigger than me before. I do not like any of those answers. Hermione tapped the page. Direct eye contact is deadly, she said. So we do not look at it. Reflections or not at all. Mirrors. Water. Polished shields. Harry thought of the training hall in Valhalla. Shields lined the walls. He had watched opponents in their metal surfaces more than once. I can work with that, he said. If we can get close enough. Neville stared at him. Listen to yourself, he said weakly. You are talking about getting close to a monster that can kill us just by looking at us. That is not sane. Harry looked back at him. War is not sane, he said simply. It is necessary. Sometimes the only choice is whether you stand up or lie down. I know which one I can live with. For as long as I have. Hermione closed the book with a soft thump. We are not going hunting on our own yet, she said. We need more information. Where the entrance is. How it opens. Whether anyone else knows when it is coming. Neville nodded quickly. Good, he said. Because if you tried to drag me into a pipe tonight, I would probably faint. Madame Pants shushed them from the far end of the row. Harry lowered his voice. Daphne said she would listen in her house, he said. If anyone knows family lore about the chamber, it will be Slytherin parents. They love their secrets. Hermione bit her lip. Are we sure we can trust her? She asked. Neville frowned. She stood in the ring, he said. She bled with us. That has to mean something. Harry nodded. It does, he said. If she wanted to hand us over, she could have done it already. She is scared. That is reasonable. But she is not a coward. I will bet on that. Hermione sighed. All right, she said. We trust her. For now. Neville shifted on his chair. So we wait, he said. For more writing. For another attack. Harry's hand tightened on the back of the chair. I hate waiting, he said. Scene 4 roster: hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne in the training classroom. 2 days later, Daphne walked into the training room with her shoulders square and her face set. Harry felt it before she spoke. The air around her was sharp with restrained anger. Ron was juggling cushions with a weak levitation charm. Hermione was correcting his wand flick. Neville was practicing a shaky shield that kept stuttering. They all stopped when they saw her. What happened? Harry asked. Daphne shut the door behind her and put the rune on the frame again. Her fingers trembled once, then stilled. They are laughing, she said. Her voice was flat. That scared Harry more than if she had shouted. In my house, she went on. On my couches, in front of first years. They are laughing because a Hufflepuff boy is in the hospital wing, petrified in the corridor with his books scattered. Because the writing on the wall keeps everyone jumping and they like the power. Neville went white. Who? He asked. 5th year lot, Daphne said. Flint, Warrington. Some from older years who were here during the last war. They talk about the air like he is doing holy work. They do not know who it is. That is clear. They are just riding the fear. Hermione's hands curled into fists. Hufflepuff, she said. They never hurt anyone. That is why they were chosen, Daphne snapped. Soft target. No one expects a fight from them. It sends a message. If they can get to the safe ones, they can get to anyone. Harry's chest burned. Name of the boy, he said. Justin Finch Fletchley, Daphne said. He likes Muggle stories and talks too loud in the library. He did nothing wrong. Ron swore louder this time. So we have one petrified cat and one petrified boy, he said. And no one knows when the monster will strike again. Great. Daphne looked at Harry. There is more, she said. The older Slytherins started talking about blood law, about how the ministry never punished the old families properly after the war, how there are debts owed in blood. They called this a correction. Neville swallowed. Blood law, he repeated. Gran hates that phrase. It is what Death Eaters use to justify their attacks. Harry breathed in through his nose and out again. That is it, he said quietly. Ron frowned. What? He asked. The moment the feud becomes real, Harry said. Talking in lounges about correction is one thing. Using a monster to attack children in corners and calling it balance is another. They are declaring war on everyone who is not them. On our kin. Hermione stared at him. What do we do? She asked. We cannot just march into the common room and hex them all. We would be expelled before we finished our first spell. We find the chamber, Harry said. We stop the monster. Once the weapon is gone, the threats lose bite. Even cowards think twice before writing promises they cannot keep. Daphne nodded grimly. I try to get more details, she said. The only thing they said that was new is this. One of the older boys mentioned pipes. He did not mean it. It slipped out. He said he could hear things in the sinks late at night. A hiss, a scrape. Hermione's eyes widened. The pipes, she said. Of course, a basilisk could move through them without being seen. That is how it gets around. Neville stared at the floor. That means it could be under any bathroom, he said weakly. Any tap. Ron made a face. This is why I never liked plumbing, he said. You never know what is going to come crawling out. Hermione ignored him. There is a ghost in one of the bathrooms, she said slowly. The one no one uses. She is always moaning and splashing. What if she saw something? Or what if the entrance is there? No one would notice strange noises over her crying. Harry nodded. The second floor, he said. The one with the broken sign. I walked past it once. Felt wrong. Heavy. Daphne frowned. I have never been in there, she said. Most girls avoid it. Myrtle throws water at you if you look at her the wrong way. But that makes it perfect. No one watches it. No teachers. No prefects. Ron swallowed. So we go down into a bathroom with a sad ghost and try to find an entrance to a monster's lair, he said. On purpose. Yes, Harry said. Hermione rubbed her temple. I hate that it makes sense, she said. We need mirrors. Polished metal. Something to see by without looking directly. Daphne glanced at the ring on the floor. We also need to get there without half the school watching, she said. If we leave during dinner, no one will notice 5 students missing for a while. They will be too busy arguing about the writing. Neville licked his lips. And if we find it, he said. If we actually find the chamber. Harry met his eyes. Then we do what we always do, he said. We stand together. We use every trick we have. We do not freeze. If the choice is between us and another petrified kid, I choose us. Neville nodded slowly. Right, he said. Bathroom it is. Daphne stepped closer to Harry. Just to be clear, she said quietly, your feud vow does not mean you get to throw yourself in front of every strike while we watch. If you try that, I will hex you myself. Harry gave a thin smile. I will keep that in mind, he said. She held his gaze a moment longer, then looked away. Good, she said. Scene 5 roster, hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, moaning Myrtle, basilisk later. The second floor bathroom was as miserable as Hermione had promised. The tiles were cracked. One of the sinks dripped constantly, leaving a slick patch on the floor. The air smelled damp and cold. A faint, endless sobbing echoed off the walls. Ron shivered. This is worse than I remembered, he muttered. And I only walked past once. A gray girl in thick glasses floated above one of the cubicles. Her hair hung around her face. What are you doing here? She wailed. This is my bathroom. No one comes here. They all laugh at me. You are going to laugh at me too. Hermione took a step forward, hands raised. We are not here to laugh, she said. We need your help. Someone is hurting students. We think something in the pipes is part of it. Myrtle sniffed. Everyone only talks to me when they want something, she said. They never visit otherwise. I am sorry, Hermione said. That is wrong. You deserve better. Myrtle blinked. No one says that, she said. They just tell me to stop flooding the place. What do you want to know? Daphne watched Harry. Ask about the night she died, she murmured. That is what matters. Harry nodded. Myrtle, he said gently. Do you remember how you died? She drew herself up. Of course I do, she said. It was awful. I was in my stall. I was crying because Olive Hornby had laughed at my glasses again. I heard a boy's voice. He was speaking a strange language. Then I opened the door and told him to go away. I saw 2 yellow eyes and then everything went black. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. A basilisk, she whispered. Harry felt the hair rise on his arms. Where? He asked. Where was the boy? Where did the voice come from? Myrtle pointed at the bank of sinks. There, she said. By the middle tap. He said something. The sink opened. I thought it was very rude. Daphne moved to the sinks at once. Her eyes scanned the metal and porcelain. Hermione stepped beside her, checking each tap. Here, Daphne said. She pointed. A small, faint rune was scratched around the pipe of the central tap. It looked like a snake twisted into a knot. Harry leaned close. That is not Norse, he said. That is some mix of old script and carving. Slytherin's work. Ron shifted nervously by the door. We are sure we want to do this now, he asked. We could go back. Tell McGonagall. Hand it over. Hermione looked at Harry. If we tell them, she said, they will lock the castle down. They will send us home. They will leave the beast under the floor and call it contained. The attacks might stop. Or the person could find another way. Neville swallowed. I do not want to go down there, he said honestly. I really do not. But I do not think I could sleep knowing we walked away. Daphne's hand brushed the tap. Harry, she said, if you can hear snakes, now would be a good time. Harry's mouth went dry. He had not told her that. Not outright. She had simply watched enough to put pieces together. He stared at the snake mark. The hiss in his head rose, louder now. It sounded like stone on stone, like a breath drawn through teeth. Open, he whispered. The word came out warped. Not English. The rune flared bright green. The sink trembled. The basin twisted away, spiraling down into darkness. A wide pipe yawned where the tap had been. Myrtle screamed and shot up toward the ceiling. Ron backed up until he hit the door. Brilliant, he said faintly. You actually did it. Hermione stared at Harry. You speak its language, she said. Apparently, he said. Add that to the list of things Dumbledore did not tell us. Neville peered over the edge. That is a long drop, he said. Harry stepped forward. I will go first, he said. If there is something waiting at the bottom, better it hits me. Stay close. Keep your eyes on the walls, not straight ahead. Use mirrors if you have them. He pulled the small polished plate he had taken from the kitchens earlier from his pocket. Hermione had a compact. Daphne had a bit of burnished metal from her runes kit. Ron and Neville had borrowed tiny shield fragments Harry had carved for training. Ron swallowed. On 3 then, he said. 1, 2, 3. Harry jumped. The pipe was slick. Cold stone bruised his sides as he slid. Air rushed past his ears. It smelled of mold and something faintly rotten. He landed hard on damp rock and rolled to his feet, knees protesting. His heart hammered. He moved aside fast. Ron thudded down next, swearing. Hermione followed, then Neville, then Daphne, who landed in a controlled crouch despite the chaos. You all right? Harry asked. Ron winced and rubbed his hip. I will live, he said. I think my leg will complain at me for a week. Hermione brushed slime off her robes with a look of deep disgust. I am never complaining about muddy shoes again, she said. Neville clung to his little metal fragment like a lifeline. Daphne straightened and scanned the tunnel. Forward, she said. Before we talk ourselves into climbing back up. The tunnel stretched ahead, lit only by their wand tips. Broken bones crunched underfoot. The air was thick and stale. Every sound echoed. Harry kept his mirror in front of him, angled slightly so he could see down the passage without looking straight. The hiss came again. Closer. He raised a hand. Stop, he said softly. They froze. Something massive slid along stone ahead. A heavy drag. The sound of scales on rock. Hermione's breath picked up. Neville's teeth chattered. Daphne's face was pale, but her wand hand did not shake. Ron swallowed audibly. Tell me when not to look, he whispered. The tunnel widened into a high chamber. Columns lined the walls, carved with snakes. A huge stone face loomed at the far end, mouth open. Harry did not look up. He watched the reflection in his plate. A vast dark shape uncoiled from the mouth and poured onto the floor. The basilisk. Its scales were a sickly green. Its head was broad. Its eyes, even in reflection, were bright and wrong. Venom dripped from long fangs and sizzled where it hit the stone. Harry's throat tightened. He had fought giants, wolves, men with axes bigger than his torso. He had never fought something that could kill him with a look. He set his feet. All right, he said quietly. Remember, do not look up. Aim for the body. We bleed it, slow it, drive it back into the mouth. Hermione, you and Neville stay near the wall. shields and distractions. Ron, Daphne, with me. Daphne nodded once. Ron took a deep breath. Right, he said. Let us kill a snake. Harry stepped forward into the chamber. Mirror held out, wand ready. The basilisk hissed. That is not words, Harry muttered. That is hunger, he shouted. Stupefy. The spell hit the creature's side in a bright flash. The basilisk shuddered but did not fall. The scales were thick. Venom sprayed as it snapped forward. Harry dove sideways. Stone shattered where the fangs hit. Chips flew. One sliced his cheek open. Blood ran down his face, hot and sticky. Ron fired a series of curses at its neck. Spells that would have taken a man off his feet broke on the serpent's hide like rain on stone. Hermione shouted a blinding spell at its head. The basilisk roared. Light flared around its eyes. It swayed, stunned for a moment. Neville raised a shaky shield just in time to block a chunk of falling stone. Daphne moved like she had in the ring, fast and precise. She slashed her wand and shouted an old greengrass charm. Vines erupted from the cracks in the floor, thick and thorny, wrapping around the serpent's lower body. Thorns dug into the scales. Venom dripped onto the vines and burned them, but they held long enough to slow the creature. Harry felt his lungs burning. He could hear his own pulse in his ears. He needed more than school spells. He needed Valhalla. He dropped to one knee and slapped his free hand onto the cold stone. Galdra rose in his throat. Not a song with words. A sound that connected his chest to the bones of the earth. The runes he had etched into his skin during long nights in the hall prickled. Shield of the old ones, he growled under his breath. Spear of the sky. Hear me. The stone under his palm warmed. A faint red glow spread in a circle. The basilisk lunged again, snapping at the air where his head had been. Ron yanked him back by the collar. Do not die now, Ron gasped. I will never hear the end of it from your gods. The circle of light rose into a vertical plane between them and the serpent. The basilisk struck it. Its head slammed into the invisible barrier. The impact sent a shock up Harry's arm. Pain shot through his shoulder. The shield held. Cracks spread across the stone ceiling. Dust rained down. Hermione coughed, eyes streaming. We cannot stay like this, she choked. The roof will fall. Daphne cursed under her breath. She grabbed Neville and hauled him closer. New plan, she shouted over the noise. Harry, you keep the shield. Ron, aim for the mouth. Hermione, hit the ceiling above the beast, not above us. Bring it down on its back. Neville, when it is stunned, we make sure it does not get up. Neville stared at her. How? He shouted. With whatever we have, she snapped. You have plants. Use them. Harry dug his fingers into the stone. The runic shield flared brighter. His arm shook. He felt like he was holding up part of the sky. Do it, he gritted. Ron fired a spell straight into the gaping mouth once the serpent drew back for another strike. Reducto. The spell exploded against one of the fangs. It shattered. Venom sprayed everywhere. Some hit the shield and hissed. Harry yelled as the magic bucked. Hermione pointed her wand at a weak point in the ceiling above the basilisk's body. Bombarda, she shouted. The stone cracked. Chunks fell. The basilisk reared up in pain as rocks crashed onto its back. Twisted, thrashing, pinned for a moment under the rubble. Neville raised his wand with both hands. He thought of every plant that had ever wrapped around his ankles in the greenhouse, every vine he had cursed while untangling it. Constrictus, he shouted. Thick roots burst from the cracks in the floor and walls, wrapping around the basilisk's neck and middle. They squeezed, creaking, sap spraying where venom burned through bark. The serpent thrashed harder. Harry roared. He poured everything he had into the runic circle. Every fall, every rise, every cheer from the hall. The shield brightened until it hurt to look at even in reflection. The basilisk struck one more time. The shield shattered. The force threw Harry backward. He hit the ground hard. Pain shot through his ribs. His mirror skidded away. The basilisk lurched forward, slowing now, injured. Blood poured from its mouth. One eye was a mess of mangled flesh where falling stone had hit it. It fixed its remaining eye on Harry. He saw the glow even without looking straight. In that moment he knew he would not be fast enough to move. His legs felt like lead. His hands were numb. Then something gray and silver flashed in front of him. Daphne. She stood between him and the serpent, arm outstretched, mirror scrap in her hand. "Look at me then," she shouted at the beast. "If you must look at someone." Harry's heart stopped. "Daphne," he rasped. She did not look back. The basilisk lunged. The mirror caught its gaze for a fraction of a second. The reflection bounced the killing look back. The serpent shuddered. His body froze mid-strike, crashed to the ground, lifeless, the impact shaking the chamber. Dust billowed. Everything went quiet except for the sound of their ragged breathing. Daphne swayed on her feet. Harry dragged himself up and grabbed her before she fell. Her skin was ice cold. "Are you blind?" he asked hoarsely. "Say something." She blinked slowly. "I can see," she whispered. "Barely. Spots. But I can see." Hermione staggered over, coughing. "We need to get out," she said. "Now. Before anyone notices we are gone. Before this place collapses on our heads." Neville leaned against a column, panting. His face was streaked with dust and sweat. Ron wiped blood from his lip. "We did it," he said weakly. "We actually killed a basilisk. First years are going to tell this story for decades." Harry looked down at the massive body. Blood and venom pooled around it. Smelled foul, sharp and thick. He felt no triumph, only exhaustion and the slow, heavy weight of the choice they had made. "We stopped a monster that was hunting children," he said. "That is all. The feud is not over. Whoever opened this stays alive. For now." Daphne leaned against him. Her fingers dug into his sleeve. "You are not allowed to die," she said quietly. "Not before I yell at you properly for that shield stunt." He huffed out a laugh. "You jumped in front of a killing look," he said. "You do not get to talk." She turned her head enough to look at him. Her pupils were still wide. Her eyes were wet. "That is what a feud looks like," she said. "Shared risk. Shared blood. You brought me into this. I chose to stand in front of you. Do not dare make that choice for me next time." His throat tightened. "Next time," he echoed. She swallowed. "I think we both know there will be one," she said. Hermione tugged at his sleeve. "Harry," she said. "We really have to go." He nodded. They navigated around the basilisk's body, careful not to touch venom or look at its dull eyes. At the base of the stone face, Harry paused. He pressed his bloody hand to the rock. "I claim this kill for the children of this hall," he said under his breath. "Not for Slytherin. Not for Bloodlaw. For the ones who almost died so someone could play heir." He felt nothing answer. That was fine. He did not do it for gods. He did it for himself. They climbed back through the tunnel, up the pipe, into the bathroom. Myrtle floated near the ceiling, eyes huge. "You are all still alive," she squeaked. "Barely," Ron panted. "And this whole place smells worse now." Hermione checked Daphne's eyes again. "You will need Madame Pomfrey," she said. "Whatever that glance did, it almost took your sight." Daphne nodded once. "Tell them I was in the wrong place at the wrong time," she said. "Do not mention mirrors, or basilisks, or blood circles." Harry frowned. "Someone has to know," he said. "Someone has to understand what was hunting them." "They will see the body when they go down to dismantle the chamber," Hermione said. "Dumbledore will know. He always does. Let him carry that part." Neville looked at Harry. "And the feud?" he asked quietly. "What now?" Harry met his gaze. "It stands," he said. "The beast is dead. The message on the wall will not scare anyone once word gets around that the chamber has been cleared. But the one who opened it is still out there. They have tasted power. They will try again. When they do, we answer. Together." Ron grimaced. "Can we answer after a nap?" he asked. "I am pretty sure my legs do not work." Harry gave a tired smile. "Yes," he said. "We can answer after a nap." Scene 6 roster: Hidden Harry, Daphne, Hermione, Ron, Neville in hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore later. The hospital wing was bright and smelled of potions and clean sheets. Daphne lay in a bed near the window, eyes bandaged. Madame Pomfrey fussed over her. muttering about foolish children and dangerous magic. Hermione sat on the next bed, pretending to read, though her eyes kept drifting to Daphne. Ron and Neville shared a bench at the foot of Harry's bed. Harry had his ribs wrapped and his cheek cleaned. Every breath hurt. Dumbledore stood by the far bed where Justin slept petrified. His face was lined. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. He turned when Harry shifted. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly, "I hear you and your friends found something under the school." Harry met his eyes. "We found a monster," he said. "We killed it. You are welcome." Ron coughed to hide a laugh. Hermione shot him a warning look. Dumbledore studied Harry. "I do not approve of students placing themselves in mortal danger," he said. "But I am not blind to the fact that you removed a threat that should never have been placed there in the first place." Harry did not look away. "You left it there," he said. "Or you left the possibility there. You did not dig. You did not ask how deep the bones went. You built your school on top and hoped no one would knock on the wrong stone." Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "There are many things I hoped," he said. "Few of them survive contact with reality. That is on me, not on you." He glanced at Daphne. "I also hear Miss Greengrass stood in front of a very old and very deadly creature for you," he said. Harry's chest hurt in a new way. "She stood for the school," he said. "For the children who would have died if we ran. For our feud." Dumbledore raised a brow. "Feud," he repeated. Harry did not back down. "Someone used an old chamber and an old belief to attack students," he said. "They wrote on the wall in blood and called it law. I called feud. You can wrap it in school rules if you want. It does not change what it is." Dumbledore sighed. "You are your own kind of trouble," he said. "Different from the trouble I expected. Perhaps that is good. Perhaps not. We will see." He looked older again. "For now," he said, "rest. You have done enough for one day. Madame Pomfrey will keep you here until she is satisfied you will not fall over in the corridor." He turned to go. "Professor," Harry called. Dumbledore paused. "Yes," he said. "If you know who opened the chamber," Harry said, "and you decide to keep it to yourself, that is your choice. But understand this. If they strike again, I will not wait for permission." For a heartbeat, something like respect flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Dranger Code," he murmured. "Always forward." He left. Ron let out a long breath. "You just told the headmaster you will ignore him," he said. "In a hospital bed." Harry stared at the ceiling. "Yes," he said. "I did." Neville shook his head. "You are going to give Gran a heart attack," he muttered. "And then she will give me one for being near you." Hermione closed her book. "We are in this now," she said. "All of us. We cannot pretend to be normal students anymore. Not after this." Daphne shifted under her bandages. "Normal," she said, voice dry. "I do not remember what that is." Harry turned his head toward her. "How are your eyes?" he asked. "Burning," she said. "Blurry. Madame Pomfrey says it will fade. She says I was lucky." "You were not lucky," Harry said. "You were reckless and brave." "Potter," she said quietly. "Harry." He fell silent. "Next time you feel like standing alone in front of something that wants to kill you," she said, "remember this. You are not in Valhalla. You do not get up at the feast. If you fall here, you stay down. We are not ready to bury you." His throat felt tight again. "I will try," he said. She made a soft sound that might have been a laugh. "Try harder," she said. Ron snorted. "If you two are done flirting with death and each other," he said, "some of us would like to sleep." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Honestly," she said, "you almost die and you still make jokes." Neville smiled faintly. "It is that or scream," he said. "I prefer jokes." Harry closed his eyes. The weight of the shield still lingered in his arm. The image of the basilisk falling, of Daphne standing between him and the killing look, burned behind his lids. The feud had risen. The beast was dead. The war was not over. He breathed in, slow and careful, feeling the sting in his ribs and the ache in his bones. He was alive. For now that was enough. Scene 1 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Dumbledore, McGonagall. 2 years after the basilisk, Hogwarts felt colder. It was not the weather. It was the guards. Dementors stood at the gates like rotting statues. They hovered near the lake when the wind picked up. Long shapes bent over the water. The air around them turned sharp and thin. Laughter died when they drifted close. Harry watched one from a high corridor window, jaw tight. Down in the courtyard, a group of younger students hurried across the stones. Heads ducked. A Dementor drifted along the wall and the light seemed to drain around it. Ron came up beside him with a sandwich in one hand. "Still there," Ron muttered. "As if we needed a reminder that someone mad is after you. After me, after you. After anyone they can use to look important," Harry said. "They are not guards. They are a message." Hermione stopped on his other side, arms full of books. "That is not fair," she said. "The Ministry is scared. They think Sirius Black is going to break in and murder people. They are overreacting, but they are not trying to hurt us." Harry did not answer at once. "Have you ever stood near one?" he asked. Hermione hesitated. "I was on the train," she said quietly, "when it came in. I do not like remembering it." Neville joined them, face pale as he looked out. "I fell off my seat," Neville said. "It felt like every bad thing I ever heard was happening at once." Gran said they were not supposed to get that close to students. Daphne arrived last. She glanced out the window and went still. Her hands clenched around the green scarf at her throat. "They should not be here," she said flatly. "Dementors are weapons. You do not park weapons next to children and call it safety." Harry nodded. "That is the first insult," he said. "The second is this." He pulled a folded bit of newspaper from his pocket and held it out. Ron leaned in to read over his arm. Hermione shifted her books and peered at the page. Neville kept his eyes on the window. The article headline shouted about Sirius Black. "Mad killer, betrayer, mass murderer." Hermione frowned. "This is old," she said. "Everyone has read about him." "Read the middle," Harry said. She scanned the column. Her eyes caught on a line and widened. "There was no trial," she whispered. Ron blinked. "What?" he said. "That cannot be right. You always get a trial. Even dark wizards." Hermione read again. "It says he was taken straight to Azkaban on the word of Aurors and Barty Crouch," she said. "No formal trial. No Wisengamot hearing. Nothing on record." Neville swallowed. "No trial," he repeated. Daphne let out a slow breath. "In my house," she said, "we have a lot of horrible old stories. None of them are this stupid. Even the worst families made a show of trials. They needed the theater. They knew what it meant to skip it." Harry folded the paper again. "In the hall," he said quietly. "When someone breaks an oath, there is judgment. You hear them. You weigh what they say. If they are guilty, you make it clean. If they are not, you stand between them and any blade that comes anyway. You do not throw a warrior into a cage without hearing his words." Hermione nodded slowly. "I agree," she said. "It is wrong. Completely. But what do you expect us to do? We cannot march into the Ministry and demand a retrial." Ron gave a weak grin. "Harry probably wants to," he said. "He is making that face." Harry did not smile. "He fought with my parents," he said. "Every record says so. He was my father's friend. My godfather. They say he betrayed them without hearing him speak. That is not just wrong. That is cowardice." Neville shifted. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Harry looked away from the window. "Ask the man who runs this place why he let it happen," he said. Dumbledore's office smelled of lemon sweets and old parchment. Harry stood in front of the desk with his shoulders back. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Daphne lined up beside him. Fawkes watched from his perch, head tilted. Dumbledore rested his hands on the polished wood. "To what do I owe this visit?" he asked. "I do not usually have a whole cohort of students in my office at once unless a Quidditch team has broken something important." Ron muttered under his breath. "Give it time." Hermione elbowed him. Harry did not sit. "I want to know why Sirius Black never had a trial," he said. Dumbledore's eyes lost their faint cheer. "Ah," he said. "That is not an answer," Harry said. "That is a sigh. I do not accept sighs in place of reasons. You were here. You were Chief Warlock. You knew my parents. You knew him. Why did you stand aside while they threw him into a cell without hearing him? McGonagall, standing near the fireplace, stiffened. Potter, she said. Mind your tone. No, Harry said. I am minding it very well. I am speaking as someone who has stood in a shield wall with men and women who trusted the person on their left and right with their lives. If someone claims that warrior turned on his kin, you do not just nod. You demand proof. You listen to his words. You fight for him if he is innocent. That is the code. Dumbledore sighed. At the time, he said slowly, the evidence was overwhelming. 13 dead muggles. One finger of Peter Pettigrew. Sirius laughing in the street. He was their secret keeper. The spell was his to hold. The conclusion seemed clear. Seemed, Harry echoed. So you did not know. You believed. You guessed. You trusted gossip and one story and threw a man into a living grave. Neville ran a hand over his face. Hermione bit her lip hard. Ron's ears were red. Daphne watched Dumbledore like she was seeing him for the first time. The war was raw, Dumbledore said quietly. People needed closure. There was pressure from the ministry. Barty Crouch was intent on swift justice. I argued for hearings where I could. I lost more than I won. Harry narrowed his eyes. Did you argue for him? He asked. For Sirius. Did you stand in front of the Aurors and say no? Did you tell them you would not allow a sentence without a trial? Dumbledore hesitated. Silence was a kind of answer. Harry's stomach turned. In the hall, he said, voice low. They have a word for someone who looks at a wrong and lets it stand because it is easier for the crowd. Oathbreaker. Not for promises they speak. For duties they choose not to carry. McGonagall stepped forward. That is enough, she said sharply. You will not speak to the headmaster like that. He is the one who taught you this place stands for justice, Harry said. I am just asking him to prove it. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. You are right, he said quietly. Sirius should have had a trial. I regret that he did not. Deeply. But regret does not give me the power to change what happened that night. I cannot simply march into Azkaban and remove him. Harry's jaw clenched. You found me in another world, he said. You sent letters across realms. You bend rules when it suits some plan I have not seen yet. Do not tell me you are helpless when it comes to a man in chains. Dumbledore's eyes hardened. You think this is simple, he said. You think I can pluck Sirius from his cell and put him in front of the Wisengamot and they will nod and say how wise I am. The ministry is terrified. The public is raw. They have placed dementors at my school against my stated wishes. Do you think they will welcome my interference in a case they put to rest more than 10 years ago? I think if you do not at least try, you admit you care more about your standing than about a wrong that still stinks, Harry said. McGonagall spoke through tight lips. Potter, she said. You are a child. Harry looked at her. I am a warrior the gods pulled out of death to stand in front of something worse, he said. From where I stand, that matters more than the age on my sheet. Hermione reached for his sleeve. Harry, she said softly. He took a breath. Fine, he said. You will not act now. Then hear this. If it turns out that Sirius Black is innocent and you stood aside while he rotted, I will not forget. Drengar Code does not forget when leaders leave their warriors to drown. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. And what will you do? He asked. If that day comes, Harry met his eyes. I will stop treating you as a commander and start treating you as a man who failed an oath, he said. That changes how much weight your words carry. McGonagall looked like she wanted to say something, then bit it back. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. Leave me now, he said. All of you. Classes will begin soon. Do not be late. Harry turned without bowing his head. The others followed. On the stairs down, Ron blew out a breath. That went well, Ron muttered. Hermione rubbed her forehead. You basically called the headmaster a coward, she said. In his office. He had the chance to deny it, Harry said. He did not. Daphne's voice was soft. What do you think will happen? She asked. Harry looked down at his hands. Something will break, he said. It always does. Threads like this do not hold forever. Scene 2 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Pettigrew, Snape enters later. The night the thread finally snapped, the sky over the grounds was clear and cold. Harry's lungs burned as he ran. The path to the Whomping Willow was rough under his boots. The trees creaked in the wind. Lupin, in his wolf form, had lunged for him on the hill a minute earlier, eyes wild. Sirius as a dog had slammed into the wolf and dragged him away. Now they were underground. The tunnel smelled of earth and fur and old dust. Ron limped ahead, clutching his leg. Hermione supported him. Neville stumbled behind, pale with effort. Daphne was at Harry's side, wand ready, every line of her body tight. "You sure this is a good idea?" Ron panted. "Following a mad dog and a mad professor into a creepy shack." "No," Harry said, "but it is the path we have. We do not leave friends behind. Even if we are not sure they are friends yet." Daphne shot him a look. "That is the most Gryffindor sentence I have ever heard," she said. He almost smiled. They reached the door at the end of the passage. Creaked as Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was battered. Broken furniture, torn curtains, dust in the air. At the far side, Sirius Black stood with a wand in his hand and a gaunt face turned toward them. His hair hung in tangled strands. His eyes were bright and strange. He looked like someone who had spent years in a place that ate hope and still refused to let go. Lupin, back in human form, stood near him, breathing hard. Sweat ran down his face. He looked at Harry with a strange mix of guilt and relief. On the floor between them, bound and gagged, lay Peter Pettigrew in his human shape. Small, plump, hair thinning, eyes darting. Ron swore. "That is my rat," he said. "That is Scabbers. That thing has been sleeping on my pillow for years. That thing helped kill my parents," Harry said quietly. Pettigrew squirmed. Sirius's voice was rough, like stone dragged over stone. "Shut up, Pete," he rasped. "You have squealed enough for one lifetime." Hermione stared. "This is insane," she breathed. "Professor Lupin. You knew he was alive." Lupin flinched. "I suspected," he said. "I hoped. I did not know for certain until I saw the map tonight. I wanted to be sure before I did anything. Too many mistakes were made the first time." Daphne moved closer, eyes on Pettigrew. "He played dead," she said slowly. "Let everyone think he died a hero. Left Sirius to carry the blame." Sirius laughed once, without humor. "Clever girl," he said. "That is exactly what he did. I woke up in a cell with no wand and a story everyone already believed. I screamed that he was alive. No one listened." Harry's stomach twisted. Lupin's hands shook. "I should have," he said quietly. "I should have asked more questions. I should have trusted my friends over the whispers of a war." He looked at Sirius. "I am sorry," he said. Sirius met his eyes. "You were scared," Sirius said. "We all were. I do not forgive you for everything, Moony, but I forgive you for enough. We can fight about the rest later. Right now, we have a rat to deal with." Pettigrew made a muffled plea. Harry stepped forward. He looked down at the man who had destroyed his family for a scrap of safety. "What do you think should happen?" he asked softly. Ron blinked. "And you are asking him," Ron said. "Not us." "I want to hear his fear," Harry said. "Then I will decide what the code demands." Lupin removed the gag. Pettigrew gulped in air. "Harry," Pettigrew babbled at once. "Harry, it was not like that. Your parents trusted me. They made me secret keeper. I had no choice. He was too strong. You have to understand. You are just a boy. You do not know what it was like." Harry crouched so they were at the same level. "I was a boy when the gods dragged me into a hall of dead warriors and told me I had to stand in front of the end of the world," he said. "Do not tell me what I understand." Pettigrew's lips trembled. "I was weak," he whispered. "I was scared. He would have killed me. So you chose to die later with your master instead of maybe die early with your friends," Harry said. "You chose the hand that held the biggest stick." Pettigrew started to cry. "It was not fair," he said. "Everyone loved James and Sirius. No one noticed me. This was my chance to matter." Daphne's mouth curled. "You mattered," she said. as proof that cowardice leaves more bodies behind than courage ever does. Harry looked at Sirius. You spent more than 10 years in a cell for this man, he said. Without a trial. Sirius's jaw clenched. Yes, he said. I did. Harry stood up. He felt something steady settle in his chest. In the hall, he said. If someone betrays his shield brothers for fear or jealousy, there is one answer. You do not hide him. You do not excuse him. You put his name on the board of shame and you send him to the gods with his lies burned away. But this is not the hall. This is a world that pretends to follow laws. Hermione nodded quickly. We need him alive, she said. If we can bring him in, if we can prove he is guilty, then Sirius can have a trial. A real one. Neville swallowed. Will they listen? He asked. They will have to, Hermione said. He is proof. Daphne looked thoughtful. They will try not to listen, she said. They will call it confusion. They will call it a stunt. But even cowards in power feel the ground move when a ghost walks into the room and says he is not dead. Sirius's eyes went wet. You believe me, he said. Harry met his gaze. I believed you the moment I saw how you looked at him, Harry said. A man who betrayed his kin looks for a way out. You looked for a way to tear his throat out even after years in a cage. That is not a guilty man's eyes. That is a wronged warrior. Sirius choked out a laugh. You do talk like James sometimes, he said. And like no one I have ever met. Harry shrugged. I had good teachers, he said. Snape burst through the door then, wand raised, eyes blazing. The room froze. Expelliarmus, Snape shouted. Sirius's wand flew out of his hand and into Snape's. Step away from them, Black, Snape snarled. I knew it. I knew you would come for him. I told the headmaster. Harry stepped in front of Sirius without thinking. Snape's eyes widened. Potter, he snapped. Move. No, Harry said. Ron groaned. Here we go, Ron muttered. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. Neville held Pettigrew's bonds tighter. Daphne's wand stayed up, steady. You are pointing a wand at the wrong man, Harry said. The one on the floor is the traitor. The one behind me is the one you were supposed to stand beside. You failed that once. Do not fail it again. Snape's face twisted. You have no idea what you were talking about, he hissed. You did not see the bodies. You did not see what he became. I see him now, Harry said. I feel the weight on him. It is not guilt. It is rage and grief. If you cannot tell the difference, that is on you. Lupin stepped between them. Severus, he said. Listen to me. Peter is alive. He has been hiding as a rat. He faked his death. Sirius is innocent. Snape stared at him. You expect me to believe that? He asked. You and Black, old friends, covering for each other as always. Pettigrew squeaked. Severus, Pettigrew stammered. Tell them. You know how dangerous he was. You know what he did. Snape's wand trembled. He looked at Pettigrew, at Sirius, at Harry. Enough, Harry said. We are wasting breath. Snape, tie Peter up and come with us. We are taking him to the castle. If Dumbledore has any spine left, he will call the ministry and demand a trial now. You can stand there and listen as your old story cracks. Snape inhaled sharply. He flicked his wand. Ropes tightened around Pettigrew again. Fine, he said. But if this is some trick, I will see you all in chains. Harry nodded. Then you will see the truth instead, he said. Scene 3 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Pettigrew, Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Fudge, a small group of Aurors Dementors outside. They came out of the tunnel near the Whomping Willow and made their way back to the castle in a tight knot. The night air felt sharp. The moon hung low. By the time they reached the entrance hall, the place was full of people. Dumbledore waited on the stairs. McGonagall beside him. Fudge in his green hat, sweating. A cluster of Aurors by the doors. Harry recognized Kingsley Shacklebolt from pictures in the papers. Tonks stood near him with bright hair and a tense jaw. A few Dementors drifted beyond the open doors, held back by an invisible line at the threshold. Voices echoed off the stone. Bring them forward, Fudge said. Where is Black? Has anyone seen him? Sirius stepped out from behind Harry. I am right here, he said. Wands snapped up. Do not move, an aura shouted. Pettigrew whimpered where Neville held him bound. Dumbledore raised a hand. Lower your wands, he said. All of you. There is more to this than you know. Fudge's face was a blotchy red. Albus, he said. You assured me your school was secure, that the Dementors were an extra precaution. Now the black case is marching through your entrance hall. Harry stepped up onto the single step below Dumbledore. He made sure his voice carried. Sirius Black is innocent, he said. The traitor is this man. He dragged Pettigrew forward. Gasps went through the hall. Snape stared like he had been hit. That is impossible, Fudge snapped. Peter Pettigrew died. Everyone knows that. Pettigrew shook his head wildly. It is not me, he squealed. They forced me to change. Black is mad. He will say anything. Lupin lifted his wand. Reveal yourself, he said. He murmured a small spell Harry did not recognize. The magic peeled the rat scent from Pettigrew like smoke. For a heartbeat, his features blurred. Then they sharpened into the face everyone remembered from old photographs. McGonagall's hand flew to her mouth. That cannot be, she whispered. Kingsley's eyes widened. Tonks swore. Fudge went very still. You see him, Harry said. Alive. Not a finger in a street. A full man. He framed Sirius and you never checked. Fudge's jaw worked. There must be an explanation, Fudge said. Polyjuice. Glamour. Someone using his name. There is, Harry said. The explanation is that you were so eager to look strong after the war that you threw the first man you could find into a cell without asking any questions. You wanted to show you were not soft. So you were weak instead. Murmurs rose. Dumbledore watched Fudge, not Harry. Cornelius, Dumbledore said. This is a chance to correct an old wrong. Let us take Peter into custody. Let us question him. If he confirms Sirius's innocence, we can give the man a trial and the public a better story. One of justice, not of haste. Fudge shook his head. I will not be made a fool of, he said. Not here. Not in front of students. Not in front of my own Aurors. This is madness. Black is a murderer. He has been for years. This is some trick of his and of your boy here. He has always been trouble. Harry stared at him. Your pride weighs more to you than a man's life, he said. Good to know. Fudge jabbed a finger at him. You, he said. You are the other problem. Foreign training. Dangerous magic. You throw yourself into every crisis like you own the place. You make my guards look weak. You humiliate my Aurors with your stunts. Do you think that goes unnoticed? Harry felt his friends shift behind him. Ron bristled. Hermione went rigid. Neville's breath came quick and shallow. Daphne's fingers brushed his wrist once. Steady. What I do, Harry said, is stand between monsters and children when you park those monsters at our gates. What I do is drag truth into your hall when you would rather leave it buried in a cell or under a rat's skin. If that embarrasses you, perhaps you should ask why. A cold breath blew through the doors. One of the Dementors drifted closer, pressing against the invisible line. Harry's scar burned. Fudge backed away from it. I will not be lectured by a boy raised in some barbarian war cult, Fudge snapped. You are not a proper wizard. You are a weapon, and weapons belong in hands that can control them, not in a school full of children. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. Cornelius, he said, voice sharp. Careful. No, Fudge said. I have been careful too long. I see it now. You brought him here knowing he had strange training. You set him loose on my society without proper oversight. Now he stands in my entrance hall and accuses my ministry of crimes. I will not have it. He turned to the Aurors. Kingsley, Fudge said, take Black into custody. Prepare the Dementors. We will carry out the kiss at once. I will not risk another escape. Take Potter as well. He is to be held for questioning on interference, illegal magic, and possible collusion. Tonks froze. Kingsley's jaw tightened. Minister, Kingsley said slowly, we have no warrant for the boy. We have no evidence of collusion. He is a student. He is a danger, Fudge snapped. Look at him. Look at the way everyone listens when he speaks. He is already building his own little army. Do you think I am blind? Harry felt anger coil in his chest. You will not touch him, Sirius said. He moved to stand at Harry's shoulder. Aurors raised their wands. The Dementors pressed harder against the invisible line. The air in the hall turned icy. Breath turned white. Students at the edges of the hall huddled together. Hermione whispered. Harry, she said. This is getting out of control. Harry thought of Skuld's calm eyes, of threads in her hands. He stepped forward until he stood between Fudge and the rest of his group. You are making a choice, Harry said to Fudge. Right now, you can choose to fix a wrong, to show that your ministry cares about truth more than saving face. Or you can prove that you are exactly the kind of small man who is terrified of anyone who refuses to kneel. Fudge's face twisted. I choose to protect my world from you, he said. Aurors, take them. The Dementors surged through the doorway. The cold hit like a hammer. Harry's breath vanished. For a moment the hall blurred. Screams echoed in his head that were not in the room. A green flash. A woman's voice. He had known this would happen. He had trained for worse. He dragged air into his lungs. Ron, he shouted. Hermione, Neville, Daphne, shields now. Circle. They moved on reflex. Ron stumbled into place on his right. Daphne on his left. Hermione and Neville covered their backs. Sirius and Lupin stepped in behind them. Snape hovered near Pettigrew, torn. Harry raised his hand. Runes burned along his skin, bright and sharp. Shield, he growled. The air around their knot thickened. The first wave of Dementor cold hit an invisible line and slid off like water over stone. Students gasped. One of the Aurors fired a spell. Harry heard it sizzle against the shield. Stop! Dumbledore shouted. Cornelius, this is madness. Stand aside, Albus. Fudge snapped. You have lost control. The Dementors drew closer. Faces under their hoods were empty hollows. Their presence dragged every warm thing out of the air. Hermione shook, teeth chattering. Neville clutched his wand so hard his knuckles went white. Ron's hands trembled. Daphne's jaw was clenched so tight Harry could see the muscles jump. Harry, she whispered. You cannot hold this forever. I do not need forever, he said through his teeth. Just long enough. He thought of Freya's training, of the way she had stood on a battlefield of ghosts and told him that death was not the enemy. Forgetting was. These creatures ate memory and joy. They were a greater insult than any blade. He took a step forward, dragging the shield with him. Back away from this hall, he shouted at the Dementors. These children are under my protection. You will not feed on them. The Dementors did not have faces to sneer with. They moved closer. Harry set his feet. Fine, he said. Then we do it the hard way. He thrust his hand out. Northern fury surged through him. The rune for life, bright and stubborn, flared along his forearm. The rune for protection burned hot. Light burst from his palm. It was not a Patronus. Not in the usual form. No silver stag or animal. Just a wave of raw, bright force that felt like every shout in the hall of the dead rolling together. It slammed into the Dementors. They recoiled with a sound like sucking air backward. The nearest three were ripped away from the doorway and flung out across the lawn. Frost melted off the threshold. Students cried out. Aurors stumbled. Fudge shrank back. Dumbledore stared at Harry. What have you done? Fudge whispered. You attacked ministry guards. They attacked my people, Harry said. I pushed them back. If you want to bring your hounds into my hall, do not be surprised when someone kicks them. Kingsley looked between Fudge and Harry. Minister, Kingsley said quietly, we should stand down. The Dementors have crossed lines we agreed they would not. We have seen Pettigrew. We can no longer claim certainty. Fudge rounded on him. I gave an order, Fudge shouted. You are my Auror. Kingsley's voice stayed calm. I am an Auror of the law, he said. Not of your fear. The words hung in the air. Something inside Harry eased for a second. At least one adult remembered what duty meant. Fudge trembled with rage. This is treason, he said. All of this. You, Albus, with your secret training and your pet warrior. You, Potter. You dare to strike my guards. You threaten my ministry. I will not stand for it. He jabbed his finger again. You are hereby named a threat to the stability of the wizarding world, Fudge said. An unregistered war mage raised in a foreign realm. Effective immediately, you are under arrest. If you resist, you will be stunned and restrained. Ors, act. Harry laughed once, short and sharp. There it is, he said. The unraveling thread. Dumbledore stepped down 2 stairs. Cornelius, he said. You cannot do this. I just did, Fudge said. Dumbledore looked at Harry. For a moment, Harry thought the old man might finally stand in front of him the way a commander should. Then he saw it. The flicker of calculation in Dumbledore's eyes. The way his gaze slid to the watching students. To the reporters near the doors. To the fragile piece he had been trying to hold. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Please, come with us. We can fix this if we do not escalate. Harry felt something crack. Fix it like you fixed Sirius, he asked. Like you fixed the lack of trial. Like you fixed the chamber by hoping it would not open. Dumbledore flinched. This is bigger than you, Dumbledore said. Bigger than me. We have to think of the world. I am thinking of the world, Harry said. I am thinking of what kind of world it becomes if you let men like this decide that warriors who stand in front of their people are threats to be caged. The gods did not drag me out of death, so I could bend my neck every time someone waves a badge. He looked at Fudge. You want to throw me in a cell without trial, Harry said. You will have to earn it. Daphne touched his arm. Harry, she murmured. Choose your ground. He exhaled. She was right. He could break a few oars here. He could send Dementors screaming back into darkness. He could maybe drag Fudge down the stairs and make him feel what Sirius had felt for one night. And then what? More oars. More Dementors. More fear. More talk of the mad Valhallan boy who attacked the ministry. Strategic retreat. The code did not forbid it. Running from a fight you could win was shameful. Shifting to better ground when the odds were wrong and the goal unclear was not. He lifted his chin. You want me, Harry said. You know where I am. But you will not put your chains on me while I stand here. This hall is not yours. It is mine and theirs and every child who walks through it. I will not let you stain it with a mock arrest. He turned to his friends. Circle, he said softly. We are leaving. Ron's eyes were huge. Leaving where? Ron whispered. Anywhere that is not under his thumb, Harry said. Hermione's face was white. Harry, if we run, they will call us criminals, she said. They already are, Harry said. The only difference will be how far we get before they act on it. Neville swallowed. I am scared, he said. So am I, Harry said. Come anyway. Daphne met his gaze. Always, she said. Sirius stepped closer. You are not doing this without me, Sirius said. I have spent enough years in cages. I am not letting you fill the next one alone. Lupin nodded. Someone has to keep you from doing anything too stupid, Lupin said. Snape made a low sound. You are all mad, Snape said. Probably, Harry said. But we are mad together. He raised his hand again. Runes flared. This time the shield was not a wall. It was a dome. It snapped up around their small group in a sudden rush of air. Spells hit it at once. Red, blue, yellow. They burst and skidded away. The closest students screamed and ducked. Harry did not move. Move with me, he said. They walked. The dome slid across the floor with them like a soap bubble. Horror spells trailed behind it. The Dementors, already shaken, did not move forward. Stop them, Fudge shouted. Albus, do something. Dumbledore watched Harry walk past him. You are making this choice harder than it has to be, Dumbledore said softly. No, Harry said. You are. He kept walking. They reached the great doors. For a heartbeat, Harry remembered his first step into this hall. The way the ceiling had shocked him. The way the ghost of his mother's voice had seemed to echo in the candles. He did not stop. They walked out into the cold night. The shield faded once the doors swung shut behind them. Harry's knees almost buckled with the strain. Ron grabbed his arm. Hey, Ron said. Do not you dare fall over now. It will ruin the dramatic exit. Harry huffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. Priorities, he said. The Dementors were gone from the courtyard, scattered by his earlier blast. Harry took that as a small sign. "What now?" Neville asked. "We just walk to the gate, past guards who have orders to arrest us." Daphne scanned the grounds. "We do not use the gate," she said. "We use the tunnels. The ones Fred and George showed me, so I could reach the library after curfew without being noticed." Ron stared at her. "They showed you the tunnels and not me," he said. "I am offended." Daphne shrugged. "I asked nicely," she said. "Also, I bribed them with information." Harry nodded. "Then we move fast," he said. "Before Dumbledore and Fudge decide to chase us out here. We will not be harder to catch if we stay. We will just be tired." They ran. Scene 4 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin. The Honeyduke's cellar smelled of sugar and stone. They tumbled out of the hidden passage in a heap. Boxes rattled. A jar of sweets toppled and rolled across the floor. Ron groaned. "My back hates you," he told Harry. "You followed me," Harry said. "Do not blame your back now." Hermione picked herself up and brushed off her robes with sharp flicks. "We just walked out on the headmaster and the minister with half the school watching," she said. "We are fugitives." Neville sat down hard on a crate. "I think I might throw up," he said. Daphne checked the cellar door. She pressed her ear against it. "Some noise upstairs," she said quietly. "Shop closed, but some voices. If we keep it down, we can slip out the back without anyone seeing us." Sirius looked around with a strange half-smile. "James always wanted to use this tunnel to rob the place blind," he said. "We only ever nicked a few chocolate frogs. It is good to see it finally getting used for something dramatic." Lupin closed his eyes for a second. "Do not make me nostalgic right now," he said. "I am trying to work out how to keep you all alive without the entire Auror office on our heads." Harry leaned against a stack of boxes. His arm shook with delayed strain. He forced it still. "We need to think like a war band," he said. "Fast. Clear. No panic. First question. Can anyone track us directly from the castle?" Hermione frowned. "Dumbledore knows the tunnels," she said. "He could guess. The castle itself has protections. Outside it is different. They still have magic to find underage casting, but you barely use a wand." "That helps." Lupin nodded. "They will have our general direction," he said. "People will have seen us leave. But they will also be arguing about what to do. The ministry loves meetings." Daphne sat beside Neville. "We cannot go home," she said softly. "None of us. They will be watching your house, Ron. They will seize Hermione's parents to use as pressure. They will lean on the Longbottoms. My family will be under orders to hand me over or be suspected themselves." Neville swallowed. "Gran will be furious," he said. "She will be more furious if you are in chains," Harry said. "We need somewhere they cannot follow. Somewhere that does not answer to Fudge or his people." Sirius straightened. "The goblins," he said. "Gringotts. They do not take orders from the ministry. They barely take polite requests." Hermione frowned. "They are not safe," she said. "They have their own rules." "Exactly," Sirius said. "Rules that do not change because Fudge gets scared. I have money sitting in vaults they froze when I went in. If we can reach them, we can negotiate. We can ask for sanctuary. For a time." Daphne looked at Harry. "You already have contacts," she said. "From the work you did after your first year." Ron blinked. "You have goblin contacts," Ron said. "Of course you do. Why am I even surprised?" Harry shrugged. "We talked once about respect and payment for services," he said. "They like warriors who treat them as equals. They hate ministries who use them and then blame them when things go wrong." Hermione chewed her lip. "London is far," she said. "We cannot just walk through the country with you blasting runes and expect no one to notice." Lupin rubbed his face. "I can get us to the village," he said. "From there to the nearest safe transport point. There are old lines that the ministry does not watch as closely. You will still leave a trace, but not a clear one." Harry nodded. "Then that is the plan," he said. "We get to London. We go into the bank. We stand in front of the goblins and speak plainly. Offer them work. Offer them future contracts. In return we ask for a hall where we can gather and train. Somewhere we can stand while the world decides how scared it is of us. Ron made a face. Train for what? Ron said. You say that like we are not already tired out of our minds. For the war that is coming whether we are ready or not, Harry said. The gods did not send me back to Midgard to win school fights and then hide in a nice house. Ragnarok is still coming. Voldemort is still out there. Fudge is just a loud symptom. Neville sighed. When you say it like that, running away to join your war band almost sounds sensible, he said. Hermione looked between them. We will be leaving everyone else behind, she said quietly. The other students, the younger kids, they will be stuck with Dumbledore and Fudge and Dementors. Harry met her eyes. We are not abandoning them, he said. We are stepping back so we are not chained when the real fight starts. From outside we can choose when to strike. Inside we would be weapons in someone else's hand. Or trophies in a cell. Daphne nodded. We become a separate hall, she said. Not loyal to the ministry. Not loyal to my house. Loyal to each other and to whatever oath we choose next. Ron stared at her, then at Harry. You are serious, Ron said. We are actually doing this. Sirius snorted. Always, he said. Ron rolled his eyes. That joke was too easy, he said. Someone had to make it, Sirius said. The tension in the room eased by a fraction. Harry pushed off the crates. Right, he said. Move. Before someone decides to buy sweets late and finds us here. Scene 5 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Griphook, a senior goblin, a few silent goblins. Gringotts was quieter at night. The marble hall still gleamed. Torches burned in brackets. The chained dragons deep below shifted and rumbled now and then. A low echo under the floor. The tellers at the front desks watched as the group approached. Most wizards who came in this late were rich, important, or desperate. Harry knew which category they were walking under. Griphook met them halfway. His sharp eyes flicked over Sirius, over Lupin, over the students. You choose interesting times to visit, Griphook said. The bank has heard noise from the ministry this evening. Something about a boy raised in Valhalla, walking out of Hogwarts with a wanted man and a wolf. Harry did not flinch. I will not insult you by pretending we are here by chance, he said. We need a hall, a safe place. In return, we offer you something few wizards can give. The senior goblin near Griphook tilted his head. And what is that? He asked. Harry met his gaze. An honest war, Harry said. Ron muttered. That sounds like the worst bargain pitch I have ever heard. Hermione elbowed him again. The senior goblin's mouth twitched. Explain, he said. Harry took a breath. The ministry treats you like tools, he said. They use your vaults and your metal and your curses. Then they blame you when dark wizards hide things in your tunnels. They call you servants. They twist laws to take your work without fair pay. You hate them. You always have. But you stay because gold is not enough reason to burn everything down. The goblin gave nothing away. You sound like you have been listening at doors you were not invited to, he said. I listen everywhere, Harry said. The gods did not give me another life so I could be deaf. Here is my offer. We are building a war band. Small now. Not enough to break a ministry, but enough to cause problems. You want a better future for your people. That needs more than curses on vault doors. It needs warriors who do not answer to men like Fudge. The senior goblin's eyes narrowed. What do you think you can give us that we do not already have? He asked. Proof that not all human warriors think you are beneath them, Harry said. Contracts written in runes and blood that do not vanish when someone in a high seat gets nervous. A seat at a battle plan instead of a slot in a ledger. When the war with Voldemort comes, we will not be able to hold on without allies who know how to fight under stone. Griphook glanced at the senior goblin. He speaks plainly, Griphook said. He speaks like someone who has never been to a ministry meeting, the senior goblin said. Which is to his credit. Daphne stepped forward. Her Slytherin badge glinted. My house knows your worth, she said. We use your craft and pretend we do not. We count your curses and pretend we could build them ourselves. When this war comes, the old families will try to lean on you without paying the price. or they will try to seize your halls. Better to choose where you stand before that. Hermione cleared her throat. We are not asking for charity, she said. We have vaults. Sirius has vaults the ministry wants. Harry has money and knowledge. We can pay rent. We can work. We can help design protections. We can stand at your doors when the ministry comes asking who you shelter. Neville nodded. I am not as clever as they are, he said. But I know plants. If you have any cursed gardens or nasty roots in your tunnels, I can help. Or I can at least keep us fed. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. I am good at chess, he said, and at hitting things with curses. I am not sure that sells well, but you can have me if you want. Sirius barked out a laugh. He means he will stand in front of anyone who threatens his people, Sirius said. He is a Weasley. They come with that setting built in. Lupin added quietly. And I can teach, he said. You know as well as anyone that most wizards who sit on their gold have forgotten what real combat looks like. If we build a hall here, I can turn the lot of them into something that can hold a line. The senior goblin studied them for a long moment. Finally he nodded. Follow me, he said. The hall they led them to was carved deep in the rock. It was not large. Not yet. But the ceiling was high enough for a thrown axe and the walls were thick. 2 tunnels led in, both easily warded. A small stream of cold water ran along one side, channeled from some deeper vein. There were no windows, just stone and space. Felt like a place meant for training. Harry felt something in his chest ease. This will do, he said. It is not a gift, the senior goblin said. You will work for it. We will draw up agreements. You will not drag your school feuds into our halls. You will not break our wards without warning. In return, no ministry warden steps into this hall without our permission. Harry nodded. That is fair, he said. The goblin looked at Sirius. As for you, he said, Black, your vaults have been frozen for years. The ministry has often hinted that we should hand them over. This gives us a reason to keep refusing. Pleases me. Sirius grinned, tired and sharp. Glad I can brighten your day, he said. Griphook stepped closer to Harry. You stand on interesting ground, Griphook said. Between gods and goblins and governments. Most men in that place fall in the crack. You seem determined to turn it into a road instead. Harry shrugged. Roads are just long scars on the land, he said. Someone has to decide whether they lead toward a feast or a grave. That is a grim way to put it, Ron muttered. It is honest, Daphne said. Hermione sat on the floor with a thump. I think my legs have given up, she said. They have filed a protest. Neville slid down beside her. My stomach filed one 3 hours ago, he said. I am ignoring it. Harry smiled faintly. Rest, he said, for a little while. Then we talk about what we are now. Scene 6 roster, hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin. They sat in a rough circle on the stone. Sirius leaned against the wall with his knees drawn up. Lupin sat cross-legged, eyes closed, listening. Harry looked at each of them. We need to be clear, he said. No half measures. No pretending we are still just students who had a bad day. Ron snorted. I think we left that behind when you threw Dementors across the lawn, Ron said. Hermione rubbed her eyes. We are still students, she said. We still want to learn. We still want to live. I do not want to spend the rest of my life hiding under a bank. Neither do I, Harry said. This is not a hole to crawl into forever. This is a hall. A base. A place we can build from. That means rules. Daphne nodded. Drenger Code, she said. But written for this world. Neville swallowed. Can we make them short? He asked. My head is full. Harry thought of the board in Valhalla where warriors scratched their oaths. He spoke slowly. We protect our own, he said. That is first. No one gets left behind. Second, we do not strike first at those who have not broken an oath. Aurors following orders they hate are not our enemies unless they choose to be. Third, when someone in power uses fear to hurt those under them, we answer. Not by burning everything, but by cutting the right thread. Ron blinked. You made that sound almost noble, Ron said. I just do not want us to become the thing we fight. Harry said. Easy power. Quick revenge. That is how you get men like Fudge and Voldemort. Hermione nodded. And we study, she said. Magic. Laws. History. If we want to change things, we have to know how they were built. Neville raised his hand halfway. And we train, he said. So next time we face Dementors or Basilisks or anything else, we do not almost die doing it. Daphne gave a small smile. I can help with tactics, she said. My house is very good at that. We usually use it for awful things. I would like to see it used for something better. Sirius cleared his throat. You know they will call you terrorists, he said. They already fear you. Running will confirm it. Working with goblins will double it. Harry nodded. Let them talk, he said. Words are wind. Deeds matter. When people tell stories later, I want them to say that when it came down to it, we were the ones who stepped in when everyone else hesitated. Even if they spit our names first. Lupin opened his eyes. I will train you, he said. Properly. Defense. Strategy. How to hold a line and how to retreat without turning your backs. It will hurt. You will hate me some days. Already do, Ron said under his breath. Lupin smiled faintly. Good, he said. That means we are starting with honesty. Harry looked around the circle again. Then this is what we are, he said. A hall under stone. A war band made of students and one wrongly caged man and one tired professor. It does not sound like much, but it is more honest than most armies. Hermione exhaled. Can I still complain about homework? She asked. You can complain about whatever you like, Harry said. Just do the work too. Ron stretched his legs. We should send a message, Ron said. To my family. To the others. Let them know we are not dead in a ditch. Daphne frowned. We have to be careful, she said. Any owl they can trace is a risk. But I agree. If they only hear the ministry's side, they will think you have been brainwashed by your war hall. Hermione rubbed her temples. I can draft something, she said. Short. Clear. No details. Just enough so they know we left because we could not watch the ministry throw more people into cages without proof. Neville stared at his hands. Gran is going to be so angry, he murmured. Harry leaned forward. I will speak to her when I can, he said. Face to face. I will tell her it was my call. That you followed me. She can aim her anger at me instead. Neville looked up, then nodded. I would appreciate that, he said. Ron yawned loudly. This is all very noble, he said. But I am about to fall over. Can we talk about war and codes after we sleep? Harry smiled. Yes, he said. We can. Scene 7 roster, hidden Harry and Daphne. The hall was quiet later. Ron snored softly on one side of the room. Hermione had fallen asleep on a pile of folded blankets with a book on her chest. Neville curled under his cloak near the water. Sirius and Lupin sat talking in low voices near the tunnel mouth. Harry sat with his back against the far wall, knees drawn up. Daphne walked over and sank down beside him. Her shoulder brushed his. For a while they sat in silence. The only sounds were distant goblin footsteps and the murmur of the stream. You did it, she said finally. Did what? He asked. Tore the thread, she said. Whatever you and the Norns keep talking about. You ripped it out of Dumbledore's hands and threw it in Fudge's face. Harry stared at his scraped knuckles. It did not feel heroic, he said. It felt like walking away from a hall that still had children inside it. Daphne rested her head back against the wall. You did not light the match, she said. They did. You just refused to let them shut the door with you inside the fire. He huffed out a breath. You make that sound cleaner than it was, he said. I saw your face when the Dementors came in, she said. You were one breath away from ripping them apart. You chose to push them back instead. You chose to retreat instead of starting a war on their terms. That is not clean. That is hard. He turned his head to look at her. Her hair was loose around her shoulders. Her eyes looked tired and sharp at the same time. You left your house, he said quietly. You turned your back on your family name. For this. For you, she said. He blinked. She met his gaze. For all of you, she added. But you are the one who made the circle. You are the one who called feud. You are the one who made me believe I could be more than a greengrass doing what the old families wanted. He swallowed. I did not ask you to do that, he said. I know, she said. I chose it. That is why it matters. She shifted closer. You keep talking about kin, she said. About halls and tables and who you stand with. You dragged that word into my life and now it will not leave. So listen to me, Valhalla boy. I am not just here for the magic and the fights. I am here because you looked at me, a Slytherin pure blood, and said I was braver than the people I grew up with. No one has ever done that. Harry felt heat rise in his face. I just told the truth, he said. She smiled. You are terrible at taking credit, she said. They sat like that for another long moment. Do you regret it? He asked. Leaving, she said. Picking this path. Running under a bank with a boy the minister just called a weapon. Yes, he said. She thought. I regret that it was necessary, she said. I do not regret choosing you. That simple sentence hit him harder than any spell. His chest felt tight. He reached for her hand before he could think better of it. Her fingers curled around his. Back in the training room, he said quietly. When we bled into the chalk, I thought that was as far as it would go. A small circle in a bigger war. I did not think it would pull us out of the school and into this. Daphne squeezed his hand. Threads rarely stop where you expect, she said. You of all people should know that. He looked at their joined hands. I am not good at this, he said. Feelings. Words. In the hall we just fought and drank and shouted. If we liked someone, we stood next to them in battle, and that was that. She laughed softly. I have noticed, she said. It is all right. I am good enough for both of us. She turned her head and kissed him. It was not like the quick, startled brush on the cheek from months before. It was slow and careful and very real. For a second, Harry froze. Then he leaned in. His heart beat hard. The stone under him felt very solid. The world did not tilt or flare. There were no gods watching from rafters. Just the taste of her breath and the warmth of her mouth. When they pulled back, she looked at him with a small, fierce smile. Dranger code covers this too, right? She said. Standing with someone in every kind of fight. He let out a shaky breath. Yes, he said. It does. Good, she said. Then we are covered. She rested her head on his shoulder. He leaned his cheek against her hair. For the first time since they had walked out of the castle, he let his eyes close without forcing himself to stay ready. The war was still coming. The ministry would howl. Dumbledore would scheme. Voldemort waited somewhere in the dark. But for this small slice of night, in a hall under stone with his warband sleeping nearby and Daphne's hand in his, Harry let himself feel something simple. They had chosen their ground. They would stand it together. Scene 1 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Griphook watching once, a few silent goblins at the edge. The training hall tasted of iron and dust. Harry stood in the center with a wooden staff in his hand. The runes along his forearm glowed faintly with a slow, waiting pulse. Sweat ran down his neck. His shirt stuck to his back. Again, Lupin said. His voice carried from the edge of the chalk circle he had drawn on the stone. Ron groaned where he stood just outside the circle. We are going to die before the ministry even finds us, Ron said. You are actually trying to kill us, Professor. Lupin raised an eyebrow. I am trying to make sure you do not die the first time a real fight lasts longer than a minute, he said. Circle formation. Harry calls. You answer. On his mark only. If you move early, you run a lap round the hall. Hermione wiped her forehead with the back of her wrist. We are already running on anxiety and sugar, she muttered. I am not sure we have laps left. Neville nodded so fast his hair flopped. My legs agree, he said. Daphne rolled her shoulders and shook out her hands. Stop whining, she said. If we are going to make the minister think twice before sending Aurors down here, we need to be more than tired students with good intentions. Harry tapped his staff on the floor. Positions, he said. They moved into place. Ron and Neville took the front line with shields. Daphne and Hermione flanked. Harry at the center. Sirius behind them with a wand in each hand. Lupin watched, arms crossed. For goblins stood near the wall, silent and sharp-eyed. Griphook was among them. He had agreed to watch the training once a day and give a verdict in his dry way. Harry took a breath. "Remember the pattern," he said. "We are not 5 separate fighters. We are one ring." Ron huffed. "Tell that to my bruises," he said. Lupin flicked his wand. A spray of red, stinging curses shot toward them from one side. A line of blue followed from the other. A hex Harry did not know jolted along the floor like a crack in stone. "Shield!" Harry snapped. Ron and Neville snapped their shields up as one. The red curses hit and flared, light spilling across the chalk. The blue ones arced, then slid away as Hermione reinforced with a quick charm. Daphne cut the floor hex in half with a sharp slice of magic. "Step," Harry said. They moved one pace to the left together. Lupin changed angle, sent 3 curses straight at Harry. "Cover!" Harry called. Daphne's spell snapped up in front of him. Ron shifted his shield. The shots hit and scattered. "Strike!" Harry said. Hermione and Neville fired stunning spells at the same time. They hit harmlessly on the far wall, but the timing was better than last time. Lupin circled. "Better," he said. "Again. Faster. Harry, you are late on the second cue. You wait until the curse is in the air. You need to feel it before that." Harry gritted his teeth. "I cannot see through stone," he said. "Yes, you can," Lupin said. "You just call it runes instead of instincts. Use your skin. You have been banging on about threads since you arrived. Let them work for you." Harry straightened. He let his fingers brush the carved marks on his arm. The rune for sight warmed. The rune for warning throbbed once. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat and listened. There was the scrape of Lupin's boots, the quiet breath of the goblins, the drip of the water along the wall, the soft whine of magic as Lupin gathered his next attack. It flared to Harry's left. "Shield left," Harry said, already turning. Ron and Neville moved before the spells were visible. They threw their shields up. The curses hit, splashed. Hermione and Daphne answered with twin blasts that would have knocked a person off their feet. Lupin lowered his wand. "Good," he said. Again. They went through it until Harry's shoulders shook and Ron's arms trembled with the weight of his shield and Hermione's hair stuck to her face. At last, Lupin dropped his wand. "Break," he said. Neville sank down on the floor at once. "I have turned into jelly," Neville announced. "Please roll me somewhere safe." Ron flopped down beside him. "You are not jelly," Ron said. "You are mush. There is a difference." Hermione perched on a low stone block and massaged her wrist. "I can feel muscles I did not know I owned," she said. Daphne walked over to Harry and flicked a bit of chalk dust off his sleeve. "You are getting faster," she said quietly. "Your calls are coming from instinct now, not just from that training voice you picked up in the hall." Harry slumped against his staff. "It still feels clumsy," he said. "In Valhalla, we drilled this kind of thing until we could do it in our sleep. Shields up, shields down, step, strike, step, shield again. Here, we are trying to mix that with spells and fear and the fact that most of us studied from books instead of from battle scars." Daphne tipped her head. "We are not trying to become Valhallan copies," she said. "We are building something that fits this world. You said that yourself." He managed a tired smile. "I remember," he said. Griphook approached them then. He carried a small slate in one hand with marks scratched on it. "You are less of a hazard than you were yesterday," he said. "This is progress." Ron let his head fall back. "I am touched by your praise," Ron said. "Truly." Griphook gave him a dry look. "You still open your chest far too often," he said. "If I were firing for your blood, you would be on your back 3 times over." Ron shut his mouth. Griphook turned to Harry. "You are teaching them to move as a ring," he said. "That is wise. Wizards are far too fond of standing alone in open corridors and shouting at each other, as if the first one to raise his wand is the only one in the fight." Harry nodded. "In the hall, a man who breaks the ring without cause eats alone," he said. "And usually not for long." Griphook's mouth twitched. "That sounds familiar," he said. "Goblins do not speak of halls and gods the way you do, but we do speak of lines, of who stands in front of the door when something tries to break in. You may find more in common with us than you think." He looked at the circle again. You are not ready to face a full ministry squad, he said. Not yet, but you are close to being able to punch a hole through one and get out alive. For now, that is enough. Harry heard the shift under the words. For now, he repeated. Griphook nodded. There is news, he said. The loud kind. Scene 2 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Griphook, Senior Goblin in Council Room. The council chamber was small and deep. A long table of dark stone sat in the center. Goblins of different ranks ringed it on one side. Harry and his group took the other. The air was cool and still. On the table lay a copy of the evening edition of the Daily Prophet. Harry did not need to see the headline to know what it said. He could feel the way Ron tensed beside him and the way Hermione's breath caught. Griphook tapped the paper. You should hear it in their own words, he said. The senior goblin unfolded it and read. Valhallan threat flees Hogwarts, he read aloud. Boy who lived abandoned school with wanted murderer. Ministry warns public to avoid contact. Ron muttered something rude under his breath. Hermione shut her eyes. Neville stared at his hands. Daphne's expression did not change, but her fingers drummed once on the table. There is more, the goblin said. He skimmed further. Minister Fudge has announced the formation of a special unit to respond to what he calls foreign incursions into domestic magical law, he said. This unit will work alongside Dementor guards to secure transport routes, shield ministry assets, and ensure that no unlicensed war magic is used within Britain. Harry's jaw clenched. Unlicensed war magic, he said. That is what he calls pushing back monsters that were tearing joy out of children. Sirius leaned forward. He is scared, Sirius said. That is why he is shouting so loud. He knows how bad it looks to have forced Dementors into a school and tried to have a boy dragged away in front of everyone. Now he is trying to make you the story instead of his mistake. Lupin ran a hand through his hair. The Dementors on transport routes, Lupin said quietly. That is worse news than anything he said about us. They were already cruel in Azkaban. If he starts using them as moving walls, we will see more kisses without trials. Hermione nodded, face pale. If he uses Dementors to guard courtrooms or prisoners on the way to cells, any small resistance will become an excuse to let them feed, she said. It will look like an accident. It will be murder by policy. Neville swallowed. My father fought for that ministry, he said. He believed it could do better than this. Daphne looked at Harry. This is the line, she said. The one we talked about. You said we would answer when someone in power used fear as a weapon. This is fear with a cloak and a hat. The senior goblin watched Harry with bright, dark eyes. You spoke of an honest war, he said. You said your hall would not sit still while your ministry turned people into meat for its pets. If you mean to keep that promise, this is the moment. Harry stared at the paper. He saw two roads in his mind. On one, they stayed in the hall and trained. They sent letters. They argued with those who would listen. Fudge spread his nets and wrapped the country in cold. On the other, they stepped out early. They would be called criminals. They would be hunted. But they might cut one thread before it choked someone. He looked at his friends. Ron met his gaze first. I did not leave my brothers behind to watch the minister feed strangers to Dementors, Ron said. We have brooms. We have wands. We have you. Say the word. Hermione squared her shoulders. I hate this, she said. I hate that I am even considering acting against the ministry. But justice that lets Dementors float past courtrooms without question is not justice. If we can stop even one kiss that should not happen, we have to. Neville took a breath. I am scared, he said again. I will say that every time. But I do not want to be the boy who stayed home and read about other people doing the right thing in the paper. Daphne's mouth curled in a small, fierce smile. I followed you out of the castle, she said. I am not stopping at the bank door. Sirius snorted. If we knock a few Dementors out of the sky, I am in, he said. I owe them interest. Lupin sighed. If I say no, you will go anyway, he said. So I am going to say yes and make sure you do not get killed in the first 30 seconds. Remind me why I missed quiet jobs and stacks of essays. Harry felt something settle. This is not the war the Norns showed me at the start, he said quietly. Not yet. This is the first storm wind. If we allow this to stand, the sky over that final fight will be darker than it needs to be. The senior goblin nodded once. Then we have an agreement, he said. You will keep your fights as clean as you can. You will not drag our bank into them without warning. In return, if the ministry comes howling to our doors about your actions, we will remind them that goblin halls do not answer to wizard panic. Harry rose. Where is the first transport? He asked. Griphook slid a small map across the table. The ministry intends to move a group of prisoners from a holding block near the coast to Azkaban tonight, he said. They are using Dementors as escorts. One of the prisoners is a werewolf who broke the wrong law in the wrong town. No trial. No record of a wand. He will not survive that journey. Lupin went very still. Harry closed his fingers on the map. Then we go before the sun rises, he said. Scene 3 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin. The sea air slapped them in the face. They crouched on a rocky ridge above a narrow road. The sky was dark and heavy. The smell of salt filled the air. Waves crashed against the cliffs below. Far ahead, torchlight moved. A small cart rattled along the road. 2 cloaked figures walked beside it. The Dementors drifted above, pale shapes against the dark. Harry could feel them even from this distance. Cold fingers pricked at his skin. Old terror tried to rise. He forced his breath steady. Formation 1, he said softly. Fast strike, then out. We knock the Dementors away from the cart. We break the chains. We grab the prisoner. We disappear into the ward ring before the Aurors know what is happening. Ron shifted beside him. If the Aurors get in the way, Ron muttered. What then? Then we push them aside without breaking them, Harry said. They are not our target. Fear is. Dementors are fear-made skin. We hit them first. Daphne scanned the road. They are on a set path, she said. Straight line, no cover. They think the creatures at their side are enough. They are lazy. Hermione's eyes flicked over the map. The ward ring you set up is just past that bend, she said. If we can get the cart that far, we can vanish inside it. After that, they can throw as many detection spells as they like. All they will find is sea spray. Neville swallowed. I will keep an eye out for rocks that look like they want to kill us, he said. That is as useful as I get out here. Sirius in his dog form shook himself once, then shifted back to human. I will hit the nearest Dementor first, Sirius said. They like me. It will focus them. That buys you a blink. Lupin's face was drawn thin. I can feel the full moon waiting, he said quietly. It is not tonight, but it is close. I will stay back and guard the bend. If something goes wrong and one of you falls, I will drag you into the ring whether you like it or not. Harry nodded. He reached for Daphne's hand and gave it a brief squeeze. You stay on my left, he said. If I start to fade, pull me back. Her fingers tightened on his. I am not letting you drift, she said. The cart drew closer. Harry could see it more clearly now. A hunched figure sat inside, chained at wrist and neck. The 2 cloaked Aurors walked with heads down, eyes flicking nervously to the Dementors that floated above them like rotten birds. Harry waited until they were almost beneath the ridge. He could hear the rattle of the chains now, the soft hiss of the Dementors. Now, he said. They moved. Harry dropped down the slope first, boots sliding on loose stone, staff in hand. Ron and Neville crashed after him, shields ready. Hermione and Daphne came smoother, wands already raised. Sirius hit the ground as a dog and then twisted back to human in one motion, wand up. The first Dementor turned. The cold hit like a punch. Harry felt his knees buckle for half a second. Voices screamed in his head. He shoved them aside. Light sprang along his arm. He thrust his hand toward the sky and shouted. Not in English, not in Latin, but in the old tongue the gods had carved into his bones. Bright force burst upward. It smashed into the nearest Dementor and flung it back, cloak tearing. The creature let out a thin, high sound as it tumbled away toward the sea. Ron lifted his shield as the second swooped, its breath harsh. Keep away from my head, Ron shouted. Hermione snapped out a Patronus, slim and silvery and a little shaky. A small otter darted toward the Dementor and nipped, distracting it for a vital moment. Daphne's spell struck then, sharp and precise, slamming the creature sideways. Neville threw a shaky blast toward the third. It shuddered and veered, turning its hollow face toward him. Harry lunged. He grabbed Neville's shoulder and shoved him behind his own body. The rune for life burned. He slammed his palm forward again. The light spilled out, raw and hot, driving the third Dementor back. For a moment, the air cleared. The Aurors had their wands up now. "Stop!" one shouted. "Who are you?" "Step away from the cart." Harry did not point his staff at them. He stepped sideways, putting himself between them and the prisoner. "We are the ones making sure you do not have blood on your hands by morning," Harry said. "Stand down. We are taking him." "The Ministry ordered this transport," the Auror said. "Attempting to interfere with it is a crime. Ordering Dementors to walk a man to his death without trial is worse than any crime on your books," Harry said. "You know that." "Look at him." The prisoner raised his head. His eyes were bruised hollows. There was dried blood on his lip. "I did not hurt anyone," the man rasped. "I stole wolfsbane from a storage room. They said it was as bad as biting a child. I did not bite anyone. I swear." Lupin flinched from the bend behind them. Harry felt something hot and furious rise. He turned back to the Aurors. "What is his charge?" Harry asked. The nearer Auror hesitated. "He is a registered werewolf who breached potion protocol," the Auror said. "He took wolfsbane without permission. He could have put others at risk." Hermione choked. "He was trying not to hurt anyone," she said. "That is the entire point of that potion. You know that. You are not fools. You are scared of what he is, and you are hiding behind paperwork to feel better." The other Auror swallowed. "We do what we are ordered to do," he said. Sirius stepped forward. "I did that once," Sirius said. "I believed what I was told. I let other people decide which way the story went because it was easier than asking hard questions. Do you know where that led? To a cell. To a grave for my friends. To a country that is still pretending it did the right thing." The first Auror flicked his gaze between them and the Dementors, which were gathering themselves for another swoop. "If we let you take him, the Ministry will come for us," the Auror said. "If you let those things kiss him, that will still be waiting on your conscience in 20 years, Harry said. "You can live with the first. You will never wash off the second." The second Auror's hand shook. "We could say the Dementors lost control," he whispered. "We could say we tried to stop them and you forced them back." "That would not even be a lie," Hermione said. "You are watching us right now. You know which side is protecting him." For a long moment, the road held its breath. Then the first Auror lowered his wand. "Fine," he said. "Do it. Quickly. Before I remember, I prefer my job to my sleep." The second Auror let out a rough breath and did the same. Harry nodded once. "Thank you," he said. He turned. "Ron, Neville, shield the cart," he said. "Hermione, cut the chains. Daphne, keep the Dementors off us. Sirius, get ready to push once more if they dive." They moved. Hermione muttered, and the chains fell away with a clatter. The prisoner slumped forward. Neville helped him up, hands gentle. "You are with friends now," Neville said. "Or at least with people who are more stubborn than your guards." Harry felt the cold surge again. The Dementors came in together this time, 3 dark shapes swooping low. He drew in a breath that tasted of salt and death. "Now," he said. Daphne stepped to his side. Her hand brushed his elbow. He felt her magic flare along with his. It wrapped around his like a second band. He thrust it upward. The light that burst out of him was brighter than before. It had edges now, sharp and clear. It was not a shape an ordinary wizard spell would make. It felt like a shout from the hall rolling into the sky. It struck the Dementors full on. They went flying. 2 smashed into the cliff face and slid down into the dark. The third tumbled back along the road, cloak flapping. Harry held on until the last scrap of cold pulled away. Then he dropped his hand. His knees shook. Daphne caught his arm and steadied him. "Easy," she said quietly. "You did it." He nodded once. "Move," he said hoarsely. "Into the ring." Now, they pushed the cart, prisoner and all, around the bend and into the circle of faint runes Harry had carved earlier that evening. The air shimmered. Sea wind roared. Then the road vanished. They stood in the deep tunnel under the bank again, all together, breathing hard. The prisoner stared around with wide eyes. "What?" he whispered. "Where am I?" "Safe for now," Harry said. "You will not be going to Azkaban tonight." Scene 4 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, prisoner, senior goblin, Griphook. The goblin healer finished the last check and stepped back. "He is exhausted and low on magic," she said. "But the bite scars are old and well managed. No sign of active infection. His pulse is steady. A week of rest and decent food will do more than any potion." The prisoner sat on a low stone bench, blanket round his shoulders. Up close, he looked younger than Harry had first thought, barely into his 20s. Fear had carved lines into his face. "What is your name?" Hermione asked gently. "Caleb," he said. "Caleb Marsh. I work in a potion store." "Worked." Neville sat near him with a mug of something hot. "You took wolfsbane for yourself," Neville said. "Not to sell. To drink." Caleb nodded. "I saved for months," he said. "The shop owner refused to register me, said it would scare off customers. So I slipped a few vials aside. I was careful. I took it alone. No one was hurt. The owner found one empty bottle in the bin and called the Ors." Ron swore softly but clearly. "Of course he did," Ron said. "Merlin forbids someone try not to kill children." Caleb flinched. "I did not want to be a monster," he whispered. Lupin stepped forward. "You are not," Lupin said. "You never were. You were a man who did what he could with a bad hand. That should be praised, not punished." Caleb looked at him. "You are one too," he said. "Yes," Lupin said. "And I have had good friends and bad laws to deal with. Sometimes they lined up. Sometimes they did not. Tonight you fell into the gap. We pulled you out." Caleb's eyes filled. "Why?" he asked. "You do not know me," Harry answered. "Because the first time I saw a Dementor reach for someone who had not had a chance to speak for himself, I promised I would not watch it happen again," he said. "Because I have seen what happens when you let fear decide who is worth a trial." The senior goblin spoke then. "For now you will stay here," he said to Caleb. "You are under goblin protection. You will not leave without our consent. We will not hand you to the ministry without a hearing at this table first." Caleb looked between them. "I do not understand," he said. "You do not need to yet," Griphook said. "Eat, sleep. Later you can decide if you want to stay and work for us or take your chances outside again. For now, be glad you can still feel the cold when it comes. That means your soul is still yours." Caleb nodded slowly. "Thank you," he whispered. The healer led him away. Silence settled over the hall once more. Ron let out a breath. "Well," Ron said, "that is one." Hermione wrapped her arms around herself. "We just declared war on ministry transport," she said. "There is no going back from this. If they were scared of us before, they will be twice as scared now." Neville looked up at Harry. "Was it worth it?" Neville asked. Harry thought of the way Caleb had looked on the cart. The way the Dementors had drifted closer with empty hunger. "Yes," he said simply. "Every time we do this, there will be a cost. But the cost of doing nothing is worse. I have seen that world. It ends under a sky of fire, while cowards argue about whose job it is to hold the shield." Daphne watched him with steady eyes. "You felt it," she said softly, "when you pushed them back. Something more than just magic." He shrugged. "I felt a knot loosen," he said. "Like a thread got pulled in the right direction for once. The Norns will not come down here and clap for us, but I think they noticed." Sirius laughed, tired and rough. "You are probably giving some old goddess a headache," Sirius said. "Good." Lupin rubbed his arm. "We cannot do this every night," he said. "You nearly collapsed back there." Harry nodded. "I know," he said. "We choose our fights. We hit hard when it matters, then vanish. We are not an army. We are a warning." Ron grinned weakly. "A harbinger," he said. Harry blinked. "What?" he asked. Ron shrugged. It sounds better than saying we are a group of mad teenagers under a bank, Ron said. Harbingers of something. Change. War. Better rules. Take your pick. Hermione shifted. The paper will not call us that, she said. They will come up with something nasty. Valhallan cult. Goblin pets. Dangerous youth group. Neville snorted. They can pick whatever name they like, he said. We will still be the ones who dragged Caleb off that cart. Harry felt a slow, fierce warmth rise in his chest. We pick our own name, he said. Let them choke on it later. For now, we know what we are. We are the Hall under stone. The band that steps in when others look away. We are the ones who make the first cut, so the last battle is not as hopeless as it used to be. Daphne stepped closer. And you, she said. You are the one holding the knife. The Harbinger. He gave her a look. That sounds dramatic, he said. You do not like that, she said. I do not like anything that pretends I am more than the rest of you, he said. I am just louder. That is all. Ron snorted. You are also more glowy, Ron said. Do not forget that part. Scene 5 roster, hidden Harry and Daphne. Later, when the others had dragged themselves to bedrolls and makeshift cots, Harry walked along the small stream that ran through one side of the hall. The water was cold where it brushed his fingertips. He could feel the slow, steady pulse of the bank around him. Wards deep in the rock. Goblin magic like iron roots. Footsteps came up behind him. He did not need to turn to know who it was. Daphne slid into place beside him. You went quiet after the fight, she said. Not just tired quiet. Thinking quiet. He watched the water. When I stood on that road and pushed the Dementors away, he said slowly. For a moment it felt like I was standing in two places, on the cliff above that sea and on the edge of something much larger. Like every time I do this, some line in the sky shifts. Daphne folded her arms. That is what it means to be a sign, she said. A warning on legs. You said the gods called you a harbinger. You thought it meant you had to bring the end. Maybe it means you have to bring the choice. He looked at her. You make that sound lighter, he said. It is not light, she said. It is heavy. It always was. But it means you are not a storm by yourself. You are the one who points at the clouds and makes people look up. He let out a breath. I ran from Hogwarts because I refused to let Fudge put a collar on me, he said. Now I am kneeling under a bank carving runes into stone and fighting his guards in the dark. Part of me wonders if I have just picked a different leash. She shook her head. You did not kneel to the goblins, she said. You made a bargain. That is different. They know it. You know it. And you did not fight his guards. You fought the things over their heads and gave them a chance to do better. That matters. He was quiet for a moment. Caleb looked at me like I was something out of a story, he said. I do not feel like that. I feel like a boy who keeps choosing the least horrible path and hoping it leads somewhere that is not a pile of bodies. Daphne stepped closer. Her hand came up to rest against his chest. Stories are messy up close, she said. No one ever writes down all the bruises and the sick stomach and the nights you lie awake counting mistakes. They just write the part where you stood in front of a cart and said no. He looked down at her hand. Her fingers were warm. You keep dragging me back to the ground, he said. Someone has to, she said. You spend half your time with your head in threads and the rest trying to take on every monster's job. You need someone to say no when you start thinking you have to carry the sky on your own. He smiled then, small but real. You volunteer, he said. I already signed up, she said. You just did not notice. He leaned down. She lifted her chin. The kiss this time was not cautious. It was still careful, but there was a weight behind it that had not been there the night before. Each of them knew now that the world had shifted under their feet, that the ministry would come harder, that the name Harbinger was not just something the Norns had whispered in some far hall. For a few heartbeats, there was no cart, no Dementor, no minister. Just her mouth under his and her fingers curling into his shirt and the steady beat of his heart against her wrist. When they drew apart, she stayed close. You know I am not leaving, right? She said softly. No matter how loud they shout, no matter what names they throw at you, I chose this hall. I chose you. His throat felt tight. I am afraid, he said quietly. Not of them. Not even of Voldemort. I am afraid of becoming something the gods used and threw away. Of waking up one day and realizing I have turned into the thing we fight. She reached up and touched his cheek. Then I will remind you, she said. Every time you forget. In front of the others if I have to. In private if you listen better there. He laughed under his breath. I might, he said. She smiled. Good, she said. Because the world needs you as you are. Not as some cold statue the Norns carved to make their work easier. He leaned his forehead against hers. The world needs you too, he said. To call me an idiot when I deserve it. I will put it on my shield, she said. Daphne Greengrass, caller of idiots. Now go to sleep. The next thread will pull on us soon enough. He nodded. They walked back to the sleeping hall together. Around them, the bank hummed with its own deep life. Above them, the city moved in its sleep. Somewhere, the minister sat in a bright room and planned new edicts. Somewhere else, a dark figure without a body watched and waited. In the hall under stone, Harry lay down with his warband close and Daphne at his side and let his eyes close. The first move had been made. The next would belong to the enemy. Scene 1 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Griphook, Senior Goblin. A few goblins watching from the edges. The hall under stone felt smaller when bad news arrived. Harry stood near the long stone table. The air was cool. The stream along the wall whispered around its curve. Wards hummed in the rock like a low growl. Griphook laid a bundle of papers on the table. Your ministry wastes no time, Griphook said. They call you a threat. They call us accomplices. They call this place a nest of foreign war mages. Ron snorted. They did not even see the worst of your training sessions, he said. If this is a nest, it is a very tired nest. Hermione flicked through the papers with quick fingers. The top one was a ministry notice. Heavy seal. Bold letters. Her mouth tightened. They have created a new law, she said. Emergency authorization for magical stabilization. They can seize anyone they label as destabilizing. No trial. No hearing. They only need written approval from the minister and a small panel of hand-picked wizards. Neville rubbed his hands on his robes. So now they can do what they tried to do to Sirius and Caleb, Neville said. Only faster. Daphne kept her eyes on the senior goblin at the head of the table. What about the bank? She asked. What does this mean for you? The senior goblin tapped another page. They have declared that any wizard or creature who shelters the Valhallan threat is subject to asset review, he said. They wish to freeze accounts, question our choices, send in their own inspectors to look at vault records. Ron blinked. They want to audit goblins, he said. That sounds suicidal. It is insulting, the senior goblin said. The last time a ministry tried to count our gold for us, there was a small war. They lost. Badly. This time they hope fear of your name will give them leverage. Sirius leaned forward. What about Dumbledore? Sirius asked. Is he in this mess or outside it? Griphook slid another letter across the table. This arrived earlier, Griphook said. It came on phoenix wings and was addressed to you. Harry recognized the neat, looping script. He did not sit. He broke the seal and read. The others watched his face. What does he want? Hermione asked. Harry set the letter on the table. He wants a meeting, Harry said. Here, under the bank. He says the ministry is moving faster than even he expected. He warns that Fudge is planning something bigger than notices and letters. Daphne frowned. Bigger how? She asked. Harry shook his head. He does not say, Harry answered. He only says this. The Dark Lord has found new ground. The room went quiet. Neville swallowed. Voldemort, Neville said. Already. I thought we had more time. Lupin rubbed his scarred arm. Time does not listen to our plans, Lupin said. If Pettigrew escaped again after the mess at the castle, he would have gone straight to his master. We knew that. Harry felt his pulse pick up. He remembered green light, a cradle, a woman's last shout. He remembered Valkyries pulling him from rubble that no one in this world had seen. If Voldemort is moving while Fudge tightens his grip, Harry said. The sky is getting crowded. Ministry fear. Old war. Norn threads. Someone will snap if we do nothing. Ron tapped the table. So we meet Dumbledore, Ron said. Here. On ground where he does not get to be the only old man in charge. Hermione chewed her lip. If he is reaching out, that means he finally feels the crack, she said. He must know that if the Ministry pushes into Gringotts, things will break for real. The senior goblin watched Harry. We are not fond of wizards who bring their arguments into our halls, the senior goblin said. But this is already our problem. If a Dark Lord and a foolish minister both decide our tunnels are useful, we cannot pretend to be neutral. Harry nodded. Then we hear him, Harry said. In this hall, with your people present. No more secrets in offices above the school. Griphook nodded once. We will arrange it, Griphook said. Do not bring wands to the table. If something explodes, it will not be because you failed to see a knife in the bread. Ron muttered. That is both comforting and not, he said. Daphne nudged his shoulder. Welcome to politics, she said. Harry looked around the circle of faces. You all understand, he said. This is not a school talk. This is the last time we decide whether we stand beside the old man at all. Sirius gave a tired grin. I have a lot of practice walking into bad rooms with him, Sirius said. This time, at least, I am not in chains. Lupin sighed. And I am not hiding behind a desk, Lupin said. That is something. Harry set his hand on the table, palm down. The rock felt steady. Then we meet him, Harry said. We listen. We weigh. And if this is the moment Skuld warned me about, we take the obligation that follows. Scene 2 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, Senior Goblin, Griphook, 2 goblin guards at the door. Dumbledore arrived without fanfare. One moment the far end of the hall was empty. The next, Fawkes flared into being in a burst of light, and the headmaster stepped out from the fading glow. Goblin guards shifted at the door. They did not raise weapons. They watched. Dumbledore looked older than he had at Hogwarts. Lines around his mouth were deeper. His shoulders seemed to carry more weight. He took in the hall, the stone, the stream. The war band gathered at the table. The goblins behind them. His eyes lingered on Harry. Thank you for seeing me, Dumbledore said. This is not a social call. No, Harry said. It is not. Dumbledore glanced at the senior goblin. May I speak openly? Dumbledore asked. Or would you prefer to hear this from an empty space after I leave? The senior goblin snorted. We are not frightened children, he said. Speak. Our rock does not warp because wizards say dangerous things over it. Dumbledore nodded. He stepped closer to the table, then stopped. He did not sit. The minister is moving to seize this bank, Dumbledore said. He has built a plan with his new unit. They will attempt to frame it as a security measure. They will use Dementors as shock troops. They will march them into Diagon Alley in daylight. Griphook's eyes flashed. Into our street, Griphook said. With their dead hands reaching. Yes, Dumbledore said. Hermione covered her mouth for a second. They cannot do that, she said. Dementors in a crowd. Children. Families. They will not be able to control them. They do not intend to control them fully, Dumbledore said. Fudge believes that a little terror will make his law seem necessary. If a few people collapse or lose themselves in the process, he will call it an unfortunate cost. Ron swore. Neville's fists clenched at his sides. They are not costs, Neville said. They are people. Dumbledore nodded once. I agree, Dumbledore said. But the minister listens to fear, not sense. Daphne watched him. You are here because you cannot stop this alone, she said. You have tried already. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. I argued in the Wisengamot, he said. They called me sentimental. I warned the ministry that bringing Dementors into a shopping street would be seen as a threat by every decent witch and wizard. They smiled and spoke of regrettable necessities. I do not hold the majority anymore. There are too many who fear losing their seats more than they fear losing their souls. Sirius laughed once, harsh. And now you remember what it feels like to watch the crowd choose the wrong story, Sirius said. Dumbledore looked at him. I remember that very well, Dumbledore said. It does not improve with time. He turned to Harry. The unit they have built is called the Stabilization Corps, Dumbledore said. They answered directly to Fudge. Some of them are simply nervous people who like order. Others are ambitious. 2 are already in contact with Voldemort. The word hung in the air. The stream hissed softly along the wall. Hermione spoke first. In contact how? Hermione asked. Letters. Meetings. Marks. Marks, Dumbledore said. Old ones. Not yet fully woken. Voldemort has sent out a pulse. Those who once bore his mark feel it. Some answer. Some do not. The ones who do have found new homes in this unit. Fudge thinks he is building a shield. In truth, he is giving Voldemort a handle inside his own house. Harry felt cold settle in his gut. So the minister will attack this place with Dementors and with people who serve his enemy, Harry said. He will hand Voldemort a street full of fear and call it policy. Dumbledore inclined his head. Yes, he said. Unless someone stops him. The senior goblin folded his hands. You came to us instead of to your Wisengamot friends, the senior goblin said. Why? Dumbledore looked tired. Because I have spent too many years asking people who fear their chairs to stand up, Dumbledore said. They will not. They will talk. They will complain. They will send letters. None of that will stop Dementors marching down Diagon Alley tomorrow. He looked at Harry again. You can, Dumbledore said. Ron let out a low whistle. Thought this was coming, Ron muttered. Harry did not look away. You want me to stand in front of Dementors and Traitor Aurors again, Harry said. This time with children and shopkeepers behind me. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, he said. You are not the only one the Norns whisper to, Harry. I see threads as well, though not as clearly. If no one stands there, the street will run with gray and screaming and madness. If you stand there, it will still be hard. People will still be hurt. But the line will hold. Hermione frowned. And you? Hermione asked. Where will you be? In your office. In some safe room arguing with old men. Dumbledore met her gaze. No, he said. I will stand at your side. I have been too cautious. Too focused on long games and slow moves. That cost Sirius his years. That nearly cost your lives under the school. I will not stand back while Dementors float past children with licorice wands. Sirius blinked. I did not expect to hear that from you, Sirius said. Nor did I, Dumbledore said dryly. Age can surprise even itself. Daphne leaned her elbows on the table. If we do this, she said. If we stand in that street and push back both the minister and a Dark Lord testing his hold, there will be a cost. They will call it rebellion, treason. You know that. Dumbledore nodded. I know, he said. If you stand with me, you will likely never return to Hogwarts as ordinary students. If I stand with you, I may never return as headmaster. That is the choice. Neville exhaled. I liked astronomy, Neville said quietly, and herbology, and the way the castle smells at night. Harry looked at him. I know, Harry said. So did I. But we left that hall when they tried to drag us out in chains. This is not about school anymore. The senior goblin watched them all. If you decide to stand in that street, you will not stand alone, he said. We will not send our full forces. That would make this a different war. But we will place our names on the edge. No Auror will cross our vault doors without feeling steel at his neck. Griphook nodded. And there is more, Griphook said. The dragons in the deep do not like Dementors. The last time one of those creatures drifted near a tunnel, the dragon snapped at it until it fled. If this fight spills down, you may have more allies than you expect. Ron brightened a little. Always wanted to see a dragon eat a Dementor, Ron said. Hermione elbowed him. This is not a joke, she hissed. I know, Ron said. I am just choosing to like the part where the monster gets eaten instead of the part where people scream. Harry studied Dumbledore. You are asking a lot, Harry said. Not for us. We already chose our hall. You are asking yourself to pick a side openly. No more careful balance. No more letting wrong slide because the next move matters more. Dumbledore smiled a little, tired and sharp. Perhaps you were dragged from Valhalla to remind me of things I used to know, Dumbledore said. Harry thought of Skuld and her quiet eyes. She will be watching, Harry said quietly. So will others. The gods like stories. They like moments when people finally do what they should have done years ago. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Then let us give them one worth sitting up for, he said. Harry turned to his friends. You know what this is, Harry said. I am not going to order anyone. If we stand in that street, we may not walk away. Or we may walk away into a world that sees us as enemies forever. Ron snorted. If you think I am staying under a bank while Dementors float over kids in the alley, you are stupid, Ron said. And you are not stupid. So stop asking. Hermione nodded. I will stand there, Hermione said. If we do not, I will never be able to read about that day without wanting to tear the page out of every book. Neville took a breath. I am shaking, Neville said. But I will be there. I want to be the kind of man my parents would have stood beside. They would not hide now. Daphne's smile was small and fierce. My house will call me traitor for this, she said. So be it. I would rather be named traitor by cowards than loyal by tyrants. I stand with you. Sirius rolled his shoulders. Someone needs to make sure none of you falls under a stray curse, Sirius said. And someone needs to shout at Fudge from up close. I am good at both. Lupin nodded. I will run the line and patch the holes, Lupin said. Old job. New field. Harry felt his heart hammer. He looked at Dumbledore one last time. Then we stand, Harry said. One hall above and one hall below. Dranger Code and whatever you call your old war. We draw a line in the street and we do not let fear step past it. Dumbledore inclined his head. So it will be, he said. We move at dawn. Scene 3 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, Fudge, a ring of Aurors, stabilization corps members, Dementors above, a crowd of witches and wizards on both sides, a few goblins at edge of alley. Diagon Alley at dawn looked wrong. Shops were open but quiet. People clumped in small knots, whispering. Children clutched hands. The sky was pale. The stones of the street shone faintly with a sheen of frost that should not have been there. The frost came from the Dementors. They drifted above the alley in a slow line. Dark shapes. Empty hoods. Breath pulled warmth out of the air wherever they passed. Harry stood in the middle of the street with Ron and Hermione on his right, Neville and Daphne on his left. Sirius and Lupin flanked the group. Dumbledore stood a few steps ahead, staff in hand instead of a wand. Goblins watched from the mouth of the bank. They did not step out, but their presence at the doors was a clear mark. Across from them, near Flourish and Blots, stood Fudge. He wore a thick cloak and his green hat. A ring of Aurors and stabilization corps members stood around him. Some looked uneasy. Others looked eager in a hard way Harry recognized from bad stories. Between the two sides, the Dementors floated. Fudge raised his voice. People of Diagon Alley, Fudge called. You see here today that your ministry takes your safety seriously. These guards will ensure that no foreign war magic or unstable elements threaten your children or your shops. A low ripple worked through the crowd. Someone shouted something rude. An Auror barked an order for quiet. Dumbledore's voice cut across the noise. Minister, Dumbledore said. You are lying to them. Gasps went up. Fudge went red at once. Albus, Fudge snapped. You are not in your school now. This is ministry business. Kindly step aside before you embarrass yourself. Dumbledore did not move. These creatures are not safeguards, Dumbledore said. They are soul eaters. Every student at Hogwarts felt them. Every prisoner in Azkaban knows them. You are not here to protect. You are here to frighten. Fudge's eyes flicked to Harry. And you are here to play hero, Fudge said. To parade your Valhallan pet in front of the public, so they forget that he attacked Aurors and disrupted lawful transport. Harry spoke before Dumbledore could answer. I disrupted a murder dressed as a transfer, Harry said. You wanted a werewolf march to a kiss without a proper hearing. I said no. You call that a crime. I call it duty. A few people in the crowd shouted agreement. Others looked scared. Fudge jabbed his finger at Harry. You are not duty, Fudge said. You are a weapon. One that men in helmets sharpened in some dead war cult. You do not belong in our streets. You belong in a vault or a cage before you break things you do not understand. Daphne stepped forward half a pace. I grew up in your world, Daphne said. In old houses that care more about blood than justice. Harry is the one who taught me how to stand up when people like you call cruelty necessary. Do not talk about what he understands. Fudge flushed darker. Enough of this, Fudge said. Stabilization Corps form a line. Drive them back from the street. If they refuse to yield, you are authorized to restrain them. Orders shifted. Some lifted wands. Others hesitated. One woman near the front, with hair pulled tight back, glanced up at the Dementors and then at the crowd of watching faces. Her wand did not rise. Harry felt the air change. It was not just the cold. Something else was moving. Pressure. A whisper. It slid along his scar like a thin knife. A voice coiled up from the back of his mind. Such noble speeches. It hissed. Such foolish courage. Harry sucked in a breath. He recognized that voice. Voldemort. The Dementors shuddered. Their slow drift turned into a roll. They turned their empty faces toward the center of the street. Toward him. The air went icy in one breath. People cried out. A child wailed. Hermione shivered beside him. Harry, she said. Do you feel that? Yes, he said. The voice curled tighter. You stand in front of power and prattle about duty, Voldemort whispered in his skull. You think your crude runes can hold back what I have become. Watch. One of the stabilization officers at the edge of Fudge's ring lifted his sleeve. A faint mark on his arm flared. The Dementors jerked. They turned in the air as one. Their focus shifted from the crowd to the goblin doors. To the bank. No, Harry breathed. He understood at once. Voldemort was not only pushing fear into the street. He was testing the bank. Testing goblin wards. Seeing if he could turn ministry fools into his spear. Griphook hissed from the doorway. The dragons deep below growled. Harry could feel it through his boots. Harry stepped forward. Line, he snapped. Ron and Neville lifted shields in front. Hermione and Daphne moved to cover flanks. Sirius and Lupin shifted to guard their backs. Dumbledore lifted his staff. Fudge stared, shaken. What is happening? Fudge shouted. You invited a Dark Lord into your new unit, Dumbledore said through tight teeth. This is what happens when you court monsters. The Dementors swept down. Not at the crowd. At the bank. At the goblin doors that marked the one place in the street where ministry reach stopped. Harry knew they could not be allowed to touch that threshold. If goblins saw them cross, the old war would wake again in a heartbeat. His heart hammered against his ribs. Skuld's calm voice from long ago flicked through his mind. When the final thread for this part of the story comes taut, there will be 3 choices. You can cloak yourself in the hall and let Midgard burn. You can sacrifice yourself fully and leave your kin leaderless. Or you can bind yourself between both and lose the simple death you once earned. He did not have time to think about which one hurt less. He already knew. Dumbledore, Harry shouted. Hold the crowd. Keep Fudge's fools from making this worse. The rest is ours. Dumbledore gave a tight nod. He turned, lifted his staff, and cast a wide shield between the Dementors and the nearest cluster of families. Harry stepped deeper into the street. The runes on his arm burned like brands. Daphne, he said quietly. Stay close. If I fall, pull the others back. No heroics. You are asking the wrong group for that, she said. Her hand brushed his elbow anyway. Ron muttered. Too late to say we changed our minds, Ron said. Hermione swallowed. Way too late, she answered. Neville drew in a shaking breath. Let us do this, Neville said. Before my knees give up. Sirius grinned without much humor. Just like old times, he told Lupin. Except there are more children. Story of my life, Lupin said. The Dementors swooped. Harry did not wait for them to reach him. He thrust his hand out and shouted. Not for light, but for binding. Runes flared along his skin. They spun out into the air. A circle of sharp red and pale gold lines that hung above the street. For a moment, everything seemed to pause. Even the Dementors hesitated. Then the circle snapped shut. The creatures slammed into it. Their cold pressure hit the runes. The circle shook. Harry staggered. It was like trying to hold a gate closed against a flood. Voices howled in his head. His breathing hitched. He felt his knees bend. Harry, Daphne said. Her hand dug into his arm. Hermione stepped up on his other side, wand pointed at the circle. She poured her magic into it, jaw clenched. Ron and Neville braced their shields and leaned back, adding their weight to the invisible gate. Sirius and Lupin flung Patronus charms at the circle, not to push it, but to feed it light. Dumbledore turned for a heartbeat. His eyes widened. Then he lifted his staff and sent a thick rope of magic into the rune ring. The circle steadied. The Dementors thrashed against it. Voldemort's voice hissed. "You bind like a child drawing chalk on a wall," he said in Harry's mind. "You think this will hold me? I am already in their marks, in the cracks in your minister's laws, in the minds of those who want easy order." Harry's teeth ground together. He spoke aloud because he wanted the others to hear. "I am not binding you," Harry said. "Not yet. I am binding the choice." He dragged one hand away from the strain and pressed his fingers hard against his own chest. He drew runes there, through cloth, through skin, on the beating heart underneath. Odin, Thor, Skuld. He carved the shapes he had learned in a hall where men laughed as they died and rose. He felt blood under his nails. He kept going. Skuld's voice was there again, soft. "You cannot have both," she murmured. "A clean death in glory and a quiet life. Once you tie the knot, you will live in the pull." "I know," he muttered. This was never going to be simple. He shouted words that did not belong in this street. Old words. Words that promised. "I stand between hall and world," Harry said. "I take the obligation. No more hiding in other men's stories. No more waiting for ends others choose. If fear wants the sky, it has to go through me and those who stand with me." The runes on his chest burned hot. The circle above the street flared bright. People gasped and covered their eyes. Even the Dementors recoiled. Voldemort's hiss sharpened. "Fool boy," Voldemort spat. "You cannot bind what you do not control. I have cut pieces of my soul loose. You cannot catch all of them with your pretty lines." Harry breathed hard. Sweat ran down his face. His vision blurred at the edges. "I am not trying to catch all of you," Harry said. "Just enough. Enough that you cannot move without feeling me tug the other way." He drove his hand forward. The rune circle shifted. It slid from blocking the Dementors to wrapping around them and the marks that guided them. For a second, Harry saw them not as cloaked shapes, but as holes in the air, as wounds in the world. He also saw something else. A thread of burning red that ran from the arm of the stabilization officer who had lifted his sleeve to a dark point far away. Voldemort. The rune circle snapped around that thread too. The strain almost tore Harry apart. He screamed. He dropped to one knee. Daphne and Hermione grabbed his shoulders to keep him from falling flat. Ron's shield dipped. Neville shoved his own shield under Ron's arm to keep the line. Sirius swore and pushed more of his magic into the light. Lupin gritted his teeth and did the same. Dumbledore stepped forward and added his staff fully to the effort. Fudge watched, pale and shaking. He had no idea what he was seeing. He only knew something important was happening that he had not ordered. Above them, the Dementors shrieked. The sound was thin and horrible. Their bodies twisted in the rune circle as if something was being pulled out of them. Harry felt it. The way they fed on fear, on despair, on memories of hurt. He grabbed that greed with his runes and did something no one had ever taught him to do. He turned it. He tied it to himself. For a heartbeat, every scrap of panic in the street tried to run through him. The weight was crushing. He felt every flinch, every old nightmare, every quiet terror of everyone watching. He almost broke. Then he remembered the hall, the roar of warriors as they charged again even after dying 100 times. The sound of Odin's laugh when someone did something stupid and brave. The solid feel of Thor's hand on his shoulder when he had first lifted an axe heavier than his arm. He let that stand behind him, not as gods using him, as kin lending strength. He shouted again, raw. "No more feeding on the helpless," Harry rasped. "If you want to feed, you take it from me, from the one who chose this, not from children, not from prisoners without trials. From me." The rune circle locked. The Dementors stopped thrashing. They hung in the air, bound in lines of light only he could see. The red thread to Voldemort's distant mind jerked. A scream tore through Harry's skull. Not his, Voldemort's. "You dare!" Voldemort shrieked in his head. You dare tug on me? Yes, Harry gasped. I do. He drove the last rune home. He was not strong enough to destroy Voldemort. He knew that, but he could change the rules. He tied the thread not to himself alone, but to the hall under stone, to the oath he had just spoken. Every time Voldemort reached for fear through his marks, he would tug the same circle. He would wake goblins who hated chains. He would stir dragons who bit at soul eaters. He would shake a war band that had chosen to stand between. The cost hit Harry at once. His chest burned. His breath stopped for a second. The idea of a clean death, of falling in battle and waking to cheers in Valhalla, slipped away from him like smoke. He saw a long road instead. Years of standing in streets and halls and courts, interfering when fear got too bold. Never fully at rest. Never fully in one world. His hands shook. Daphne's grip on him tightened. Harry, she said. Stay with us. He forced a breath in. Then another. The circle above flared one last time. It snapped. Not apart. Into place. The Dementors dropped. Not onto the street. They vanished. One moment they were there. The next they were gone. The air warmed enough that people could breathe again. A murmur rose from the crowd. Harry swayed. He pressed his hand harder to his chest. The runes there glowed, then dimmed, then settled into a steady ache. Voldemort's voice was still there in his head, but it no longer slid on that smooth, sure path. It hit knots now. He heard a snarl. This is not over, Voldemort hissed. You have tied yourself into my story. I will find a way to drag you down with me. Harry let out a rough breath. You will try, Harry said. And every time you do, you will tug the hall you cannot see. That is enough for now. The presence faded. Not gone. Leashed. Harry raised his head. The street was silent. Fudge's mouth opened and closed. Dumbledore lowered his staff, breathing hard. Goblins at the bank door looked pale and furious and impressed. Ron let his shield drop with a clatter. He was shaking all over. Are we alive? Ron asked. Hermione wiped her face. I think so, she said. Unless this is some strange afterlife where people still shout about paperwork. Neville leaned his shield against his leg. His hands would not stop trembling. Daphne moved in closer, shoulder against Harry's. He leaned on her without thinking. Dumbledore stepped to his side. He looked at Harry's face, then at his chest where the cloth was dark with a small, spreading patch of blood from where Harry had dragged his fingernails. What did you do? Dumbledore asked softly. Harry swallowed. I took the burden, Harry said. Not all of it. I am not you. I do not think I could carry this whole country on my shoulders without cracking. But I took the part that matters for this. I anchored fear to my own oath. Now when Voldemort tries to move through it, he has to pass through us. Dumbledore's eyes were bright with a mix of sorrow and pride. That is more than I ever managed, Dumbledore said quietly. I tried to keep him away with walls and secrets. You have tied him into your duty instead. Harry gave a tired half-smile. Duty is what I understand, Harry said. Fudge found his voice. What was that? Fudge shouted. What did you do to my guards? Where did the Dementors go? You cannot just make ministry assets vanish in front of everyone. Harry turned his head slowly. He was too tired for anger now. He felt only a steady, simple clarity. They are not your assets, Harry said. They are abominations. They feed on the people you are meant to govern. They will not be marching in your streets again. Fudge spluttered. You cannot say that, Fudge said. You cannot tell me what my ministry can and cannot do. You are a boy, a foreign-trained boy who just performed unknown magic in front of hundreds of witnesses. You are under arrest. No Auror moved. Kingsley stepped forward instead. His face was calm. Minister, Kingsley said, you saw what just happened. You saw who stood between Dementors and the crowd. It was not your unit. It was them. You can call it illegal if you like. I call it necessary. The woman with the tight hair nodded beside him. So do I, she said. Several other Aurors shifted their stance. Their wands lowered. Fudge stared at them. You cannot take his side, Fudge said. He has just bound something none of us understands. That is dangerous. Dumbledore stepped forward. Cornelius, Dumbledore said. He has done what you claimed you wanted to do. He has stabilized. Not with fear, with obligation. You deal in laws written on paper. He dealt in law written on his own heart. You cannot match that. You can only choose whether to stand in the way of it. Murmurs rose in the crowd again. Someone called out, "He saved my boy!" A woman shouted. The Dementors were reaching. I saw them. He pushed them away. Another voice. He saved that werewolf last week, a man said. My cousin works near the coast. He saw the whole thing. The ministry was going to let the creatures kiss him for stealing a potion that would keep him safe. You call that justice? Fudge's face went from red to gray. He looked around. He saw no support, only fear, not of Harry, of him, of what he had been willing to unleash. He pointed at Harry with a shaking hand. This is not finished, Fudge said. You think you won here. You did not. You just made your neck more visible. The law will deal with you. Harry shook his head. The law will change, Harry said. Maybe not today. Maybe not with you in that hat. But this street will remember. These people will remember. Every time they see a Dementor nowhere near their shops, they will remember who pushed them away. Fudge swallowed. He turned on his heel and shoved through his own line. Stabilization officers moved aside for him. Most Auror stayed where they were. Dumbledore watched him go. Will he come back? Neville asked softly. Yes, Dumbledore said. Men like that always try twice. But it will be harder now. He will have to move around this day. Not through it. Harry took a slow breath. His chest hurt. His legs were lead. He knew he should step back. Sit down. Let someone else talk. Instead, he turned to the crowd. He did not raise his arms. He did not need to. People were already looking at him. I am not your king, Harry said. I am not your chosen. I am a boy pulled out of one war and dropped into another. I am going to keep standing where fear tries to make rules. You do not have to like me. You do not have to follow me. You only have to remember that you have the choice to say no when men like that use monsters to scare you into silence. He let the words hang. Then he turned away. He almost fell. Daphne caught him under one arm. Sirius grabbed the other. Lupin stepped in behind them as support. Ron and Neville hovered on either side. Hermione wiped her eyes. Why are you all blurry? She sniffed. Because you are crying, Ron said. Shut up, she answered. They walked toward the bank. Goblins stepped aside. The doors closed behind them with a solid thud. Scene 4 roster: Hidden Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, Senior Goblin, Griphook. Back in the hall under stone, Harry finally let himself sink down on the floor. His chest burned like someone had branded him. His limbs shook. He could still feel the faint pull of that new tie. A line from him to something far away and cold and furious. He exhaled slowly. Ron dropped down beside him. You look like I feel, Ron said. I feel like I got trampled by a herd of drunk giants, Harry said. Hermione sat cross-legged in front of him. You tied yourself to him, Hermione said quietly. On purpose. Harry nodded. I had to, Harry said. If I did not, he would have more freedom to shove his fear into every crack. This way, every time he tries to move through those links, he hits us first. We may not be able to stop him every time, but we will feel it. Neville wrapped his cloak tighter around himself. Is that safe? Neville asked. No, Harry said. It is necessary. Daphne brushed the back of her fingers against his cheek. You lost something, she said softly. He met her eyes. Valhalla, he said. Not fully. The hall is still there. The gods are still there. But I gave up the right to an easy return. I tied my end to this place, to this duty. When I die here, it will not be a clean fall with a quick song. It will be a tug of war. That is the price. She nodded once. Then we share it, she said. You are not the only one on this line. We all grabbed it. Sirius stretched his legs. I used to think my fate was just rotting in a cell till I lost my name, Sirius said. Then you turned up. If you think I am going to complain about a life where I get to shout at ministers and punch soul-eaters, you are wrong. Lupin smiled tiredly. I never expected to live long enough to see someone bind a dark lord to his own conscience, Lupin said. It is messy. It is not neat justice. But it is better than anything we had before. Dumbledore stood by the stream. He looked older still. He turned to Harry. I have spent years thinking in pieces, Dumbledore said. Fragments. Small moves. A letter here, a nudge there. Today you forced a larger choice. You did what I should have done in other forms long ago. You took the weight honestly. Harry shook his head. You held back armies and laws and old men with worse habits than Fudge, Harry said. You made mistakes. Big ones. Sirius will remind you of those for the rest of your life. So will I. But do not pretend you never carried weight. Dumbledore smiled a little. Thank you, Dumbledore said. And I am sorry, Sirius snorted. You can start paying that debt by helping keep the Ministry from dragging these children into trials, Sirius said. Any thanks can wait till that is sorted. Dumbledore nodded. I will, he said. I will not be headmaster much longer. Fudge will see to that. But I still have a voice in some rooms. I will use it to argue that what happened today was not treason. It was the only reason we do not have a riot in Diagon Alley. The senior goblin stepped forward. You have proven something, the senior goblin said. You did not hide behind our doors when the minister marched his pets into our street. You went out. You took wounds. You moved the line. That matters to us. Griphook nodded. From this day, Griphook said, your hall under stone is recognized by our clan as an allied warband, not as clients, not as children, as kin in conflict. Your fights will be your own. But if someone tries to reach you through our rock, they will lose fingers. Harry felt something easing in his chest that had nothing to do with runes. Thank you, he said. The senior goblin inclined his head. Do not make us regret it, he said. Harry managed a faint smile. I will try not to, he said. Dumbledore looked at him. What will you do now? Dumbledore asked. There will be more storms. The Dark Lord will be quiet for a time while he tests this new knot. Fudge will flail. The school will change. But this moment gives you a chance to choose your next ground. Harry thought of Hogwarts, of the Great Hall, of the way it had felt to walk away from it. He thought of the hall under stone, of the way the rock hummed under his palms. He thought of Valhalla, of the way the rafters had shaken when warriors shouted. He drew a slow breath. We build, Harry said. We train. Not just us. Others. The ones who watched today and felt something crack. Kids at school who do not want to sit quiet while Dementors walk past their sisters. Adults who are tired of telling themselves they cannot do anything. We make this hall a place they can come to learn how to stand without losing themselves. Hermione nodded. And we watch the Ministry, Hermione said. We keep track of every law they pass, every trial they skip, every prisoner they try to move in the dark. We will know when to move. Neville smiled nervously. And I will grow things, Neville said. It does not sound like much, but you will need herbs for potions and food that is not just bank rations. Daphne lifted her chin. I can map out which families can be moved and which are not worth the breath, Daphne said. My house still sends me letters. They will not like my replies. Ron sighed. I will keep us laughing when it all gets too heavy, Ron said. Someone has to. Otherwise we will all start sounding like the fussy portraits at Grimmauld Place. Sirius shuddered. Please do not, Sirius said. One of those is enough for any world. Lupin looked at Harry. And when the next big call comes, Lupin said, the one that feels like the edge of the world, you will feel it in your chest. Harry placed his hand over the sore place again. I already do, Harry said. It will be there every day now. A reminder. Not that I am special. That I made a choice. The final one for this part. I do not get to run back to Valhalla and stay drunk until it is all over. I stay here. I stand here. That is the obligation. Daphne moved to stand beside him. She slipped her hand into his. Not alone, she said quietly. He squeezed back. Never alone, he said. Scene 5 roster hidden Harry and Daphne. Later, when the others had found blankets and low stone benches and fallen into restless sleep, Harry walked along the stream again. The rock under his bare feet was cold. The air smelled of dust and dragon and faint smoke from the street above. His chest still ached. Not sharp pain. a steady pulse, like a new drumbeat. Daphne joined him without a word. She stepped so that her shoulder brushed his. They walked in silence for a while. "Does it feel different?" she asked at last. "Yes," he said. "How?" she asked. He thought. "It used to feel like I was pulled between two halls," he said. "Valhalla on one side, Hogwarts on the other, Odin on one shoulder, Dumbledore on the other, both telling me their way was the only way. Now it feels like I have my own hall. Under this stone, under this city, under this sky. The gods can speak. The old man can advise. But the choice sits here." He tapped his chest. She nodded. "That is what growing up feels like," she said. "Horrible, mostly, but also right." He huffed a tired laugh. "I thought growing up would mean less fear," he said. "Turns out it means you are scared and you do it anyway. Welcome to the rest of your life," she said. He stopped. She stopped with him. He turned to face her. "I am sorry," he said suddenly. She frowned. "For what?" she asked. "For dragging you into this," he said. "For pulling you out of your house and into a hall under a bank and onto a line in the street with soul eaters. You could have had an easier path. A safe one. Marriage deals. Quiet dinners. Annoying cousins." She snorted. "That sounds like a slower death," she said. "You did not drag me anywhere. You showed me a door. I chose to walk through it. If you apologize for that again, I will hex you." He smiled. His eyes stung suddenly. He had not cried when the runes burned. He had not cried when the Dementors screamed. He felt tears now, hot and stupid. She reached up and wiped one with her thumb. "You are allowed," she said quietly. "Warrior or not, Valhalla boy or not, you are allowed." He let out a shaky breath. "I thought I had finished my story when the gods pulled me into their hall," he said. "It felt like an end. I died. I fought. I feasted. I was ready to stay there. Then they dragged me back and called it duty. I hated them for that. For a while. Today, for the first time, I think I get it." She tilted her head. "How?" she asked. "They wanted me to have the chance to choose my own ending," he said. "Not just fall into someone else's prophecy. Not just be the boy who lived because a curse bounced. To be the man who stepped into the street and said no. That is uglier. Harder. It hurts more. But it is mine." She smiled. "There it is," she said. "The thing that makes all of this worth reading." He frowned. "Reading?" he echoed. She shook her head. "Never mind," she said. "Just keep saying things like that when you forget why we are doing this." He leaned down. He kissed her. Slow. Less desperate than the last time. More certain. Her hand slid into his hair. His fingers curled around the back of her neck. The pain in his chest did not vanish. It eased, as if the line he had tied there now had another knot beside it, softer and warm. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. "Final obligation," she murmured. "Not final," he said. "First big one, maybe. There will be more. Then we will meet them," she said. "Hall under stone. Warband at your back. Witch at your side. Gods at the edges, rolling their eyes." He laughed. It hurt. He did not mind. They stood there for another quiet moment. Then they went back to the others. Harry lay down with the ache in his chest. The sound of the stream, the faint rumble of dragons below, and the steady breathing of his war band around him. He did not know exactly what shape the next battles would take. He did not know when Voldemort would tug on the knot. He did not know when Fudge would make his next foolish move, or who would wear the minister's hat after him. He knew only this. He had chosen. He had tied himself to this world and to its people. He would stand when fear tried to write the rules. Valhalla could wait. Ragnarok would come when it came. Until then, Harry Potter, Drenger of Two Halls, would hold the line.